If you're frightened of dying and you're holding on, you'll see devils tearing your life away. But if you've made your peace, then the devils are really angels, freeing you from the earth. It's just a matter of how you look at it, that's all.
I live majestic ways and life drives pays. Surveying impressions, keep my adolescence scheming through the devil's maze. Sinful days of playing CeeLo, alleyway casinos. Other niggas holding corners, swinging cappuccino. Invest my stilo on a gamble. We handle riches, life's a scandal. And all the streets are filled with deadly wishes. Erotic scenes with bitches, lips are holding nails like kisses. Sipping wine with friends tighter than a compass stitches. Blowing smokes towards the heavens. No more spending time regretting years before I struggle through this holy wall. It's got me choking, the world's provoking. When paranoia strike, I sleep at night with one eye open. Street disciple coping through this whole illusion till salvation comes. Fuck being righteous, the sand was built on booze and guns. Daily battles in society defying me, I might just go to war. But for now, I keep my cipher pure, cause removing your position, Backstreet religions. A niggas getting pressed, stress is my intuition. Removing your position, Backstreet religions. Our people's getting pressed, stress is my intuition. Removing your position, Backstreet religions. Our niggas getting pressed, stress is my intuition. Removing your precision, Backstreet religions. I'm niggas getting pressed. Second battles of life, I'm cheating death with an herbal breath influenced by stress. So makes a cycle home maneuvers like chess and stays ahead. Surviving these games on streets of gold till the heavens battle earth. Corruption beats on my soul, no time for peace. My age of innocence is these six. Now I walk these premises, only static like fleece. While my friends be sliding 5 like grace. Robber dealers out the residence. Living man corrupt just like the presidents. Unforgiven, I live on grounds that are forbidden. Murder haunts my dreams and visions like the Holy Ghost is risen. Means for living 7-digit dreams. My life is full of criminal themes. Mad explicit like a porno scene. My only love is for the peoples who I ciphers with. Now peace the man swing a spade beyond some life for shit. My only love is for the peoples who I ciphers with. Now peace the man swing a spade beyond some life for shit. So removing your position, Backstreet religion. A niggas getting pressed. Stress is my intuition. Removing your position, Backstreet religions. Our people's getting pressed. Stress is my intuition. Removing your position, Backstreet religions. Our niggas getting pressed. Stress is my intuition. Removing your position, Backstreet religions. Our niggas getting pressed. Stress is my intuition. Yeah. Backstreet gone. One time. For the 90s.
Bronzebird in the building. Welcome to another Brownstone Powwow, that is. Yeah, I got the links available in case y'all want to jump on. I don't feel like being long-winded tonight. I really don't. Let's talk about what's going on right now. So there's been some political conversations I've been having with other content creators, panelists that is, and I think it's really important. You know, we get into the spiel of what the fuck's been going on in this administration, and to give credence to the fact of the matter, did people feel some type of way about certain presidents? You understand what I'm saying? And before I even get into that, let me give a shout outs to myself, to the Brownstone Powwow, okay? Last Brownstone Powwow, within 24 hours, I got 1K of views. I don't know about y'all, but that shit warms my heart. You know what I mean? Like that's powerful right there. You feel what I'm saying? Like you get like 1,000 views, great topics. Thank you to everybody who contributed, because it was a really dope discussion. You feel what I'm saying? Like people was dropping bars like,
now listen, that's called motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about that.
You feel what I'm saying? So, you know, we had a great discussion. Can black people be racist? And so tonight, now we have to have the analysis of can Republicans be devils? And if so, is Democrats angels? Or better yet, do we believe that Republicans are the devils? And do we believe that the Democrats are the angels? You understand? So before I get into that, of course, anybody who wants to hit that link, hit that link, God. You feel what I'm saying? Give a quick round of applause and shout outs to my people in my chat. First off is Money for 20. I see you, man. Salute. Kev 504, Letitia McGee, RRRealize TV, Phoenix Knight, Cynical One, Hustler and Muscular, BDB GP, and also Barbara R. I don't know if I got Cynical already. And Muttbum in the building. Muttbum is the person that got her ass blasted on somebody else's panel yesterday, and I was watching. Got exposed, son. But anyway, so yo, check this out. So I want to know if y'all peep the shit that happened with Trump the other day, where he made that erratical fucking statement on Twitter or X, where he was sitting up there talking about, what was he talking about? He said, long live the king. I'm the king. Because he axed congestion pricing in New York City. And for those that don't know, I've always said that I'm not a proponent. I don't agree with congestion pricing in New York. It's a money grab. But the fact of the matter, Trump just put that as a statement. I was like, damn, that's fucking crazy. So I'm going to upload this clip, right? And we're going to have a discussion about it. It's the first good comment that I'm hearing. The government all dirty. Democrats and Republicans. Right. Like I said on somebody else's panel, what I said was, it doesn't matter what you vote for, Democrat or if you vote for Republican. They're part of the same coin at the end of the day. It's just they want you to have the illusion like they're all there to do the jobs for you, and they're not. You feel what I'm saying? And then someone else made a good point yesterday talking about how, what were they saying? How to vote for your local elections and go for that. So tonight, I just want to talk about it. We're going to have a... Shit. Sorry, y'all. But we're going to have a discussion on that tonight. We're going to get it popping. But at the same time, it's just that, in my experience, being from where I'm from, a lot of people would just be like, well, you know, vote Democrat, vote Democrat, vote Democrat. But I said, okay, what solutions have the Democrats made for my community? What have they done? You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna even waste time. Let's just get into this video right here. I found it fucking funny as shit. Yeah, I realized. I was like, I don't trust none of them. All of them is guilty. All of them is guilty. You feel what I'm saying? All of them is dirty. April Showers was good. But yeah, I really want to hear y'all feedback tonight on what y'all think about Republicans and Democrats. What do y'all think about the Trump administration? Because there's a lot of people who have Trump voting, you know, they regret it. Trump voter regret. You know what I'm saying? And in my opinion, I don't say anything about it. I didn't say anything about the election. I didn't say anything like Kamala versus Trump. I just was like, yo, I don't rock with certain things that happen within the administration of Biden. I don't agree with certain things that Kamala Harris did, and I do not agree with certain things that Trump has done or Trump has did. Absolutely. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's not cool. You feel what I'm saying? So, look, I'm gonna get busy. Let's get busy on these clips. You heard? So let's get busy. Let's talk about it. This is the first video I'm gonna play. Is Governor Kathy Hochul, who responds back to the Trump administration for revoking the revoking congestion pricing. Let's check it out.
Pricing press conference from the MTA. Let's listen in.
And my counsel, Brian Mahone. At 1:01 p.m. today, the U.S. Department of Transportation emailed us a letter from Secretary Duffy announcing their attempt to end the congestion pricing program in the state of New York. At 1:58 p.m., President Donald Trump tweeted, "Long live the king."
I'm not gonna lie, that kind of was some gangster shit. Long live the king. It's not funny, but it's funny. You know what I'm saying? like, this is what I was saying yesterday. I said, look, say what you want about Trump's personality. He's loud, he's big, he's all this, but at the same time, in my opinion, I just think that there's a time and a place for things, and I think that Trump can be very immature when it comes to certain things that he says and things that he does. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's not cool. You shouldn't be like tweeting out "Long live the king" like it's a joke because you're getting rid of the congestion pricing thing. That shit is not cool.
I'm here to say New York hasn't labored under a king in over 250 years. And we are not. We sure as hell are not going to start now.
Well, hold on. Welcome, April Shaw. What's going on?
Hey, Bronzebird. How you doing?
I'm good. Good spirits today.
It's
I'm good.
been a minute. You know, I've still been coming in supporting you. You are so correct. Both parties are dirty. All politicians are dirty. Ain't none of them squeaky clean. And I think that's why I started leaning more so for Trump, because they kept talking about him so much, and I'm like, they all need to shut up, because they've all done crimes. They've all presidents, all politicians, all of them are dirty. They done did crimes. They done took payoff, bribes, all of them. None of their hands are squeaky clean. So the way they attacked him, Trump, and I don't even like Trump. I don't want nobody to get this twisted. I said, but the more that y'all talked about him, the more it made me see y'all for who y'all was.
And you know what I'm saying? I'm glad you said that, right? Piece of Summer at RRRealize TV on here. Truthzone was good. Yo, hold on. I'm not airing anybody the fuck out. I just need to say this real quick. Me and Summer was talking. No, I don't think it was Summer. I think it was me and Christine. RRRealize
we were
TV.
Talking too.
Huh?
We was talking.
Oh yeah, I was saying that Realize, this is the dude that I was talking about. I said Truthzone reminded me of RRRealize TV. Realize and Truth, like Truthzone, get your ass up here. I'm not gonna even waste time because they were speaking on similar topics.
It ain't no bad comparison.
Nah, it's good comparisons because we was talking about Aboriginals yesterday, and you and Truthzone,
Oh, okay.
Y'all have the same mindset. But all right, getting back into what I'm saying about this, right? My thing about Republicans and Democrats is true. I always say it's two sides of the same coin. You understand what I'm saying? And my thing about it is, with this whole entire Trump administration, it's just a lot of wacky shit I can't even keep up on what's going on. But then at the same time, when it comes to the Democrats, or they say the Democrats, is a lot of promises that was broken. And then they sit back and they say, oh yeah, well, you know, we need to fight against the system type of logic. But it's just like the liberal shit y'all be involved in be fucking it up too. It's not cool. You feel what I'm saying? That's just how I see shit.
Can I chime in for a second?
Yeah,
Look,
you got it, and Summer
so
got it. Yeah.
okay, so I don't mess with none of them, right? I don't mess with none of them. I don't trust none of them. I don't trust them further than I could throw them. But you know what? I gotta. It kind of warms my heart because everybody who don't look like us, right? They didn't had it so easy and so good for so long that we've always struggled. We've always been, you know what I'm saying, on the come up. We've always survived and all that. Well, now we ain't the only ones down there. You start to see others be like, "Well, I can't do this. I can't afford groceries, my rent." And guess what? I can't get mad at that. Even though I don't mess with this dude, even though I don't agree with him or everything he do, you know what? He's making everybody feel the same, and I cannot
Yep.
disagree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that as well because, and I mean, I've grown up very poor. I've grown up, went through a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? And I said that to somebody the other day. I said, well, you know what's funny? I said the people that didn't used to worry, they sure are worrying now. So
They really are.
Yep.
A lot of
they
people
are.
Look, I
complaining.
don't mean nothing
And
by it, but it's just the truth.
right,
Yeah,
it's not
funny
even
because
gloating, right? It's not gloating at all. It's just, or even, poking at it. It's just, it's the facts of it because they've been very comfortable and never had to worry about anything. And now even the people who put them in office is like, wait a minute, hold on, wait a second.
This is not who I voted
So
for.
How can
that's
you
right.
gloat?
Right.
But we
How can
told
you
you who
gloat
he
when you
was and
say,
you didn't want
you
to
know
listen.
what? Now you're down here with us. That's not gloating. It's just saying we told you and y'all didn't want to listen, so now
That's
you're right
right.
here with us.
See. I'm gonna let Truthzone get in. What's up, Truthzone?
No, what's good, family? What's
Good, good.
good, Summer? What's good, everybody? Appreciate you having me up, bro.
What's up, baby? How you
Of
doing?
course. I had to
I'm good.
formally introduce you to Realize. Y'all have the same the topic, like same topic blueprint on things. But yeah, go ahead, man.
Hey, what's up, Realize? What's good, bro? Yeah, I stand on that, man. I wholeheartedly
Oh, I do
believe.
too.
Well, I don't
Too.
like saying believe. I wholeheartedly know with just basic
Yeah,
logic and my intuition. I know that we are organic to the land over here, to this geographical landmass.
absolutely.
For sure.
Absolutely.
We didn't come on no boat. My ancestors
We
didn't
are
come on no
organic
boat.
to this whole. We are organic to every part of this earth. There ain't nowhere you can go without seeing somebody that look like us. So we are
Right,
organic to
right.
the whole earth, and that's just what it is.
The majority.
RRR, I see you. Flat Power God, I see you.
Just like here in
Hey,
America, there's
so
nowhere you can go in the Americas, and I mean all of the Americas where you don't see us. That's just a fact.
I want y'all to stay on that. I'm gonna get back to that, right? So this is a thing that I've been trying to understand. I think the narrative, and correct me if I'm wrong, the narrative, what it seems as if is like they try to put that Democrats are the saviors of this country, whereas the Republicans are the destroyers of this country. Like, I don't know if y'all like feel like that might be a thing that they might be doing, but I want to know if
what,
like, do y'all feel
well,
like,
that was the brainwashing that they did to black people.
hmm,
The brainwashing. They had black people thinking the Democratic Party was our savior to give us handouts.
right?
Right. And I was saying that on Summer's panel last night. There's no
that was
diametrical.
the programming.
Hold on, Kane.
That's
Right.
what they did. I
Right.
mean, we could have been better off without the Democratic Party.
Right.
But you can't tell my people nothing. You can't tell us people nothing. You still got people on that Democratic plantation.
Right. My
You
take on
can't
it
tell
is,
them.
I was gonna say, like, my take on it is there's no diametrical difference between Democrat and Republican. People can't delineate between the
Not
two
at all.
because I know it's the
Not
same
at all.
wings on the same damn bird. The
Same
bird
bird.
might be
Look,
flying in one direction.
100%.
Right.
we've
So
been
I
voting
feel like both
Democrat for so
parties have
long,
always been detrimental to everybody. It doesn't matter if it's Democrat,
bro.
I was gonna say Democrat, but Democrat or Republican, man.
Democrat. We could say
You know what's
Democrat.
crazy,
Well,
bro? You can say
no.
it. Listen, hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. The
All right,
same,
hold on,
the
The
same party
the
that we've been voting
Democrat.
for so long. They
hold
were
on, y'all.
created by the KKK, y'all. They was created by a organization that was created
Joshua,
to
I
keep
see
us
you.
down, and they literally went and
Big dog
created a
Philly.
whole political party, and that's just real. If y'all look it up, man, the
Well, and that's why I
Democrat, the
think
The
Democrat,
Republicans.
Wait,
The
hold
but
on. April,
Republicans
let
was
April
about
get in.
money.
And then Summer.
The Republicans were concerned about getting money. Work, get your money. The Democratic Party, I'm 62 years old. I done looked at all of this stuff even as a young girl. I knew then the lies that they've been telling us for these years. We didn't want to believe it. But the Republicans, to be honest, they don't really discriminate. Now, they about just getting that money. Go get your money. You work, you get paid. And so, but the
Well, I think we have to be careful because we got to be careful because, okay, you got the Democrat Party that definitely produced in slavery, but you got the Republican Party that are members of the same type of shit. So, and I have to agree with Truth, like they're two of the same bird. We have to start caring. We have to start caring about us.
I don't care what.
Well, I mean, we should if we're gonna care about slavery starting and then them participating in the systemic shit that they do. I mean,
And that's why I was breaking
care
down
about
what
that.
Crossy meant last night, because Crossy means autocracy, means totalitarianism. It creates a plutocracy. So any type of form of government keeps us subjugated under uniform commercial codes or Roman ordinance codes.
Shit.
You know, our black Christian codes. So all these are detrimental to humanity, but they hide it under the guise of imperialism and what's it called?
Church and everything. Going to church is belonging to a secret society.
Right. Most church most pastors are Masons, and they have a federal they have a contract with the government, a 501c, I believe.
501c3.
501c3. Right. Most of them are Masons. Most of them are government agents. So they have a job to do, and that's lead people to the slaughterhouse. You know, these are some of these churches are temples of doom. Slaughterhouse, man. Right.
I can't.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, yeah, you could do the whole God thing and have a, if that's what you want to do, if that's your thing, and you want to believe in God and all that, you can do that without doing organized religion because they have probably no problem.
When they say God, I'm gonna cut you off something. What God mean when they say in God we trust? God means governmental ordinance departments. It leads back to the government.
And I agree with that, but I also am going to say that there are people that have a belief system, and I'm not talking about organized religion. I'm not talking about churches or pastors. I'm saying if people want to, whatever it is that makes them be a better human being, and that's what they want to put their faith into, I have no issue with that. But I think you have to be very cautious with organized religion because, again, even all that was used to put in. I mean, even when we're talking about slavery and all that kind of shit, all that shit was used for that too. So a lot of these entities like the government and religion and all that, I mean, they, like you said, they got their own agendas. So I'm not telling people to not believe, but whatever you believe in is a relationship with you and that creator.
Well,
ain't got shit to do with ability.
They were always taught to lie to you to keep you out of the loop, to keep you from knowing anything. I mean, let's really be honest about it. There's been a lot of times that we've been lied to. I'm talking about a lot of times. Just like they told us that we were slaves and things like that. We have been prisoners of war since these people got on our lands. We fought a long time, but I would say the last 120 years, we have literally been prisoners of war. And it's something that I want y'all to look into if you don't know. But the truth is that we were never slaves. We always been the landlords, and that's just facts.
Right. And people like to say slave. People don't know what slave means. Slave means Slav. It means Slavic. For European.
Go ahead, talk your shit.
That's what slave means. Slave doesn't mean a nigga, a black, a so-called. I don't like saying black because that's
There's all kinds of slavery that goes on, and even in history, if you look out through our history. And I'm not going to discontinue it because there are people that were caught up in that.
We were still prisoners of war. That's my point. We are prisoners of war. We are not Slavs. There's no way we could be. We are the landlords, which makes us prisoners of war. That's what I want you to understand.
But this
man, my nigga Philly in the building. Hold on, my nigga Bronze in Philly. What's up, y'all? What's going on? What's going down? Them my niggas, man.
Shout outs to Trent in the building. You heard full drinking, half thinking. So, but this is the thing I'm trying to access, right? So on a basic scale, you brothers are correct, right? We are prisoners of war, right? But at the same time, isn't it like a double whammy? Because you're a prisoner of war and then you're being lied to by the same party that's trying to tell you that you can be free or you live in the land of the free. What is the land of the free if you have to go ahead and choose between two political parties such as the Democrat and the Republican? I said the Democrat. That technically is a Freudian slip.
I say the land of the free. I say the land of the free and home of the slave all the time, man.
Let me say this before I forget it, y'all. Think about this. Why is it that we get to choose, or not even choose? They give us candidates to pick when it comes to the presidency, but the people who sitting in them candidate spots, the people who sitting behind the scenes, why we can't vote for them? Why they just selected and put into place? See, that's the type of shit I be thinking about. Okay,
who are you talking about specifically?
And make us choose the puppet, but all the people that sit on the board and everybody behind all those people are put in their place. No one ever gets to vote for them. We don't even know who they are until their name is said.
Wait. But at the nominal level,
like
right?
Congress and stuff like that.
Yeah, you can vote for Congress. You can vote for different politicians. Now, of course, there's others that we don't know about that you can't vote for.
What I mean?
I'm saying. There's ones that you probably can't vote for. But at the same time, like, there's definitely bad people we don't even know about that be on the ballot and we just ignore it because we don't know who they are. And there's somebody made a good point. Yes, I think it was Summer and Christine. Vote at the local level. If you don't even support in your community, you don't know what the fuck is going on, then how you gonna know that you're gonna be sitting here blindsided just voting for people based on your feelings, based off your fees? And I don't need time to be
in
about...
local you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Summer.
I was just saying that local you have a little bit more control over, right? Because these are people that are coming out of your community. Hopefully you understand who's around in your community, because if you don't understand who's in your community from the start, then that's a bigger problem than politicians. But that's why it's very, very important, because we're putting these people in check, and we keep them in there because they gaslight us. Go pop up, see what they're doing. Go get involved in all the entities, different things that's, whether you like it or not. I don't like politics, but guess what? Mitch McConnell just stepped down. Guess who just stepped in place? Daniel Cameron thinks he's going to take his spot. Oh, no, you're not. I don't give a shit who you think you are. We've already fired you once. You're not getting in the Senate seat. So you have to understand your local stuff, because that's what's going to affect the oversight of shit, is the local shit. But most people don't think that, because mainstream media and everything else that you shouldn't be watching anyway is forcing down your throat that DC is the only thing that matters. Well, DC comes from your local community,
which builds up into the DC place. Phoenix, what's going on, bro?
Shalom, bro. It's been a long time. Shoots. Yeah. When it comes to the Democrat or Republicans, they're both evil as hell. They're I'm gonna call them Esau, because that's what they are. Deceivers, the devils. Of course, it doesn't matter who's in the White House. They're all working together in secrecy. Period. And they love to deceive our race for years. They've been lying for years. And they push way too many agendas. Period.
So, okay, granted, right? In my honest opinion, it's a lot of craziness going on with this administration, and it hasn't even been. It's still not even hit day 100 yet, right? So I was saying already, I was like, yo, what is the point of Elon Musk hanging out with Donald Trump? You feel what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of scandals that's going on with him too. And so I'm like trying to understand, like, what is the point of Elon Musk being there? Now, they said that he's senior advisor to Trump. How you senior advisor to someone who is your... How you senior advisor to someone who is your senior? That shit crazy to me.
Right. So he has, this is just a little thing I've been thinking about, right? So if you actually look into Donald Trump owns millions of dollars. He owns all kinds of lawsuits out of New York, all kinds of different things, right? Yep. And since Elon's been around, he's gotten all the special deals. He's gotten a $400 billion deal with Tulsa, all kinds of different things he's gotten deals of, which if the regular everyday people did that, we'd go to jail. That's against the law. But he can do it. Why is he doing that? Why is Trump allowing him to even take over in the Oval Office? Well, if I'm taking care of all your bullshit that you've got in trouble with, that you can't get out of, because even though it looks like he's got a lot of money, well, the amount of money that he goes in lawsuits, really he ain't got shit. right? So, I mean, that's just one little theory of why he allows him to do so much, because he's controlling him. He owns him right now.
Well, think about
And
this
that's
too,
why the
though.
son said
Your
what he.
sister or
That's
your
why the son
brother,
said what he said.
Look at
your
who
sister or your
owns.
brother was getting
That's
money,
what I'm
right?
saying.
They was
Look at
getting
who
money. I'm
Trump
talking
them.
about getting a whole bunch of money. I'm talking
Yeah, I
about
won't
to the
cut you off,
point
bro.
where,
My bad.
go ahead, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm just gonna say. I'm
Get
just
the
gonna say
last
one quick thing, man. People, I ain't not nobody on this panel per se, but I'm gonna say the majority of the populace that believe everything that spewed out inside of their soapbox inside the world from the television. It's not the fact that these puppets have any control or power of anything. When you go into McDonald's, you just see the workers and the managers. You never see the CEOs of the megalodons that owns these corporations. You always going to see the people that are just managing the place. So that's what you get when you look at Elon Musk and Trump. They don't really have any power per se. These are just peons. They're puppets. So you got to look beyond them and just know that's just a stage show. Republican,
Well, yeah, there's the
Democrat,
one percenters. The
Red
one
House, Blue.
percenters, nobody's gonna know.
Hold on, let me land real quick. Red House, Blue House. It's like Crip versus Bloods. It's Red House, Blue House, Masonic lodges, man. It's all they all work in synergy together. All people from different ethnic backgrounds coming together to work in synergy to keep the people on the bottom of the Ponzi scheme, the bottom of the pyramid down, man, to keep us in a state of confusion, to keep us in debt, to keep us in a never-ending cycle of poverty, dystopianism, imperialism, communism, socialism, Luciferianism, whatever you want to call it. But y'all got it. My bad. Go ahead.
No, think about this though, bro. You just literally just said it. Because think about this. If you have two parties creating chaos, but they all have the same agenda, well, they're going to create this chaos amongst the people so that it don't matter who win. They all got the same agenda at the end of it. So they going to come with that same old bull crap. It don't matter who win, y'all. It don't matter who win. They got the same exact agenda. It might look better on someone, it might look worse on someone, but at the same time, it don't matter. Do y'all notice that in every election, at the end of the election, the person that they don't want to win because they want a certain person in there, they'll make that person look crazy, racist. They'll call them drunks. They'll do all that, man. All the stuff that I seen done to Kamala Harris is crazy, right? But at the same time, before Trump got to the point to where they was actually in the race, they was doing the same thing to Trump. This is the first time I've ever seen that they really shitted on both parties and left it up to us like, which shit show you want? Which shit sandwich do you want to eat? And it was like, yo, why are we going for this? You know what I'm saying? It's literally they playing in our face, y'all.
It's
And once we
comical,
see
bro.
it, and we just stop.
It's
Well, they
comical,
Hey,
keep
man.
man.
everybody. They keep. Sorry.
It's like they
No,
taking a
you good.
survey. Hey
You
man,
got
which
it.
puppet you want, man? Which how y'all want us? You want y'all like this slavery shit? Okay, we took y'all out of the private sector of slavery and put everybody in the public. Okay, y'all like this? Y'all like this shit? Okay, let's take a survey every 4 years see if they like it. Oh, they do like it. The majority of people walking around they dumb. They really not really thinking for themselves. We just took the survey. Majority of them say they want to keep this shit going. Let's keep it going. That's how they look at it. I'm not saying
Well,
nobody on this panel per se. I'm saying the majority of the populace, man. They know the
right.
majority of the masses don't think for themselves. They need somebody to think for them.
Well,
The
and
TV think for them.
they keep it. Well, and what I mean, they know the systemic. See, this is the thing. I can't even be pissed off at the system because the system is doing exactly what the system was designed to do. The issue and where it's falling apart it is us. We allow the system and the entities of the system that keeps everybody oppressed in many different ways. They keep everybody distracted. And then they keep, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people are worrying about the wrong shit because they don't want to take the time to research. They won't. Hell, it wasn't until this little virus thing that happened. A lot of people, they got their news from 5 o'clock local news and that was it. They might go see Fox. They might go look at CNN, but we all know anybody that knows any sense knows they ain't shit either. So, I mean, it's just, again, people need to build up in these communities and the knowledge that like people that get on all these panels, like all you guys, I think all you guys are very knowledgeable. You know what I mean? And have to start pouring into our communities and people around us. And it's slowly but surely happening where a lot more people are starting to see that, hey, look, both of these, both parties, they're not for us. The system was never created to be for us, for anybody, because if it was, then it would be like, you know what, Bronzebird, Summer, and Truth is is going to run for president. Y'all vote and see who the best person is. From the time it was set up, it was created to divide. And slavery ain't never gone nowhere. It's just called different names. And government slavery's been going on forever. Yeah. And it ain't going to stop because the people won't unite. We get divided over stupid shit. Everybody wants their own thing, but we're trying to take on a system that was meant to oppress people and think we can fight it just one people can fight it by themselves. No, we all have to fight this. And that's the part that we lose everything on.
It's like this. You'd be like, you find out somebody's a Trump supporter, be like, yo, we not friends no more. Don't call my phone. We can't hang out no more. I'd be like, that shit is wild, yo. He said, did y'all ever like Trump?
Yeah,
he ran as a Republican presidential candidate. He had his checks and balances.
That's the problem, though. You know what I mean? Like, for anybody, I'm married. Like, I don't fuck with Trump at all. I don't like any of them. I think all the politicians are out to fuck us, and that's just my opinion. My husband, he likes Trump because he likes that he thinks he's a shit person, but he's like, hey, anybody that can fuck over the government, I'm with it. And let's face it, Trump has figured out how to do that. That's why he has the money or lack of money he claims to have. So, you know what I mean? It's just, we got to get it together. We keep yelling and screaming about government and this and this and that, and it's cool, but at the same time, it's not, because we don't want to allow this shit to happen.
If people think, I heard a lot of people say, not even the older generation, they say, oh yeah, Trump got his own money, he's fucking over the government, he's doing what he wants in there. No, Trump is controlled opposition. They giving people the inclination of the fucking illusion that he's going against the status quo. Trump is the status quo. Trump is it's a double-headed monster, man. Like a wolf in sheep clothing. Coming in like a false prophet. Like I'm here to save y'all, bring y'all liberation, but in the same breath take everybody to the slaughterhouse, man. That's what it's about, man. Well, you know, I see it for what it is, man. I use my discernment. I use common sense. I just use my discernment. I see it for what it is.
But you know why? I'm going to tell you why Trump, and really a lot of these politicians, they get as much clout and they get as much attention and they get as much authority as they do because people are tired. That's why Trump won, because people are sick and tired of the same old politicians giving the same old spew, doing the same shit. Look at this hand and me not do this hand. The average everyday person that may not have the knowledge that some of us have on this panel, you know what I mean? We have to understand, like, okay, like I try to always think, like, why you think this way? Why do you make the moves you make? Why, you know what I mean? And it's just, people got tired. People got tired. Trump, and one thing I'll say, as crazy as some of the shit he's been doing, in my opinion, he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do.
Hey, pull that chat back up. Dude said, he said what I just said, 100% controlled opposition. Yeah, man, it's a world state. Come on, man. It's common sense.
Yeah, well, they all are.
That's what I'm saying. The more and more, shout out to my nigga Woke. Shout out to my nigga Woke, man. The more and more I get on these panels, I be in these YouTube streets, I just be out in public in general, and I deal with people. I realize, like, damn, it's not too many people here that can think for themselves, that use basic logic. It's not too many people here like me and like yourselves. It's not too many people here like that. They need somebody to think for them.
Well, and they do. And that's why we have to get into and that's why for me, like, I'm huge about getting into the community, touching hands with people, having conversations with people, getting people to understand what part are you not, you know what I mean? Like research, making research fun. Like, you know what I mean? People just ain't used to it. And if they ain't used to it, they're just so busy. They got kids, they got work, they got this, they got that. Like I said, they ain't got time. They ain't trying to really think about the bigger picture because they feel like it's not going to affect them anyway. Because some people, we always been down on our ass. And we always probably going to be down on our ass. So they just like, I don't even care. And those are the people that we need to care because those are the ones that's going to change shit.
Man, too many people stuck in the matrix, man. They lost in the matrix, man. Gone.
I just want to say they're all puppets. They're all working with the elites. And the companies and all, they're all involved doing the same thing, including the news. You know, they're all involved in this. Even I know about this. And the presidents are secretly selected and all that shit. I don't mind what's going on. I just don't say that. But I know a lot because I post this stuff on my channel. So I know a whole bunch of what's going on.
All it was saying, like, the president is elected by the Electoral College. But this is a question I start to propose now based on our conversation. Should Americans outright self-govern?
Yes. Hell yeah. If I can govern my own house, if I can govern my house and govern my own life, I can govern anything else. I don't need Big Brother telling me what I can and can't do. That's what I'm saying. I don't need to go by the Constitution because it's a contract. I can write a Constitution right now in my own house and tell my kids, hey, you got a right to bear. You got a right to bear arms. You got a right to do this. We don't need that
Sovereign
because what does it
citizens.
lead to? It leads to the slaughterhouse, man. But
Exactly.
yeah, I agree with that. We govern our own.
Pass the $40 was good, homie.
What's good, yo? Um,
Where you been, nigga?
I've been around, man. I've been in the clouds. You know what?
Hello.
Elon, what's up? What's up? What
What's
up?
going on?
What up? What up, Boom? What up, man? What it do, man? Hey, look, you know what? Elon Musk go to hell.
Oh yeah. I don't like that motherfucker. That's another one. That's another motherfucker.
Why you feel like Elon Musk needs to go to hell? And then if y'all can answer this question afterwards. But yeah, why you feel like Elon should go to hell?
First of all, I do not trust this welfare queen all inside of our government, getting all this money from our government. He claimed, see, everybody going around saying Elon Musk got so much money he never steal. Elon Musk is in a lot of debt. People are not buying them ugly electric cars that don't go nowhere. People are not on X like that. There are way more people on YouTube than X. Uh, people on that Starlink ain't nobody using his internet services. We are not trying to go live in Mars. So therefore he's a big liability with technology that is not even serving the purpose of the people. And the people are giving him money and trust that he does not deserve.
Damn.
And a lot of the stuff he's saying, there ain't no black and white receipts for it. They just saying this, that, this, that. But like when you go to do the research, there's like not a whole lot of paper trail with it. So to me, they just talking out their side of the neck right now. Anyway, to what? Gaslight the people that they got drinking they cool.
It's all cap. It's all cap. So Trent wants to ask, he says, last question for the night gang. Did you enjoy illegals' immigration invasion? Damn. That should make me think.
If I remember correctly, those folks who came over from the border, I know for a fact they had been our chosen people, of course, because there's other races who are part of not the same tribe, but like similar to the same tribe of us that I'm not going to get into at the moment.
My thing about it is enjoying illegal immigration invasion. It made me upset about what America did when it came to the practice of immigration. And I'm saying that as someone who obviously is from the homeland here, right? My thing about it is about the illegal immigration. My thing about it is that you're using these people as cattle. And, what really irked me was, I had to watch my back. I live in New York City, and I still had to watch my back because you're talking about illegals that's coming from Venezuela and then all these other places in South America that got their own problems. So, they come into the border or whatever, and they like open the border. And then, just they're trying to use, I'm not going to say outdated laws, but laws that was like 30, 40 years old and sitting up there saying like, well, sanctuary cities and they're allowed to come over here and blah, blah, blah. And then you see these politicians is switching their whole entire mindset because they see the money that they can get from this. And they can see the different powers that they can do and they can abuse by having these illegal immigrants come into the country. So the migrants, and a lot of people, by the way, was just thinking the migrants is only South Americans and Mexicans. It's like, no, you had Ukrainian people coming through the border, Chinese people coming through the border. You know what I mean? You had different nationalities or race of people that was coming through the border that wasn't just Mexican or South Americans. So the legal immigration, I've always said the reason why they wanted to have more men come to this country from different land masses and why they might have had some backings with like illegal crimes they might have been involved in and indicted on so many charges is because they're fit for the next war. And so they wanted to be able to prep them up and be like, well, we'll give you the red carpet treatment and stuff like that, but at the same time cut down on the spending, governmental spending in different cities and in different governments, and cut programs in order to boost the money that they're giving for these migrants, which was not right. You feel what I'm saying? And the last point, it was fucked up because to me it's just like how do you want the migrants to come in, but you have people who signing up for immigration and it's taking them 10 and 15 years to process, but these people is coming in and they're getting all these like red carpet treatment, like I said before. That was an issue for me. So that's my thought on it.
I mean, I don't really have a problem with I mean, as far as the immigration thing, I feel like those people were being used on both sides because when you watch those caravans, they them people weren't wearing Mexican clothes. Like they were wearing all American brands. And so obviously the funding, the clothes, the food came from somewhere. And I don't know, man. It seemed like we had a big hand in it in getting them people up here. Now you can blame the Democratic Party. You can blame
I just blame the government, damn it.
yeah.
I don't give a fuck about Democrats or Republicans on that one. I said I blame the government. They at fault. Fuck that.
Oh yeah, I blame the government because they're evil as hell. They're pushing on their agenda for years.
And my thing about it is, I get to see it firsthand in New York because not him, Eric Adams sat there and now is talking about, yo, I want to get rid of all these migrants that's here in New York. But at the same time, you was a proponent for it when it first happened. And now because because now his charges got knocked off because he was going to try to get Trump to help him get those charges knocked off. You know what I'm saying? So the thing about it is that it was all just using these innocent people who they don't even know. Like the migrants that came here to New York, I can only speak on New York because, obviously I've seen it firsthand. A lot of people might have thought that they got the red carpet treatment as soon as they got up here. No, they did not. There's been certain programs they was involved in that only let them stay in the shelters from 30 to 60 days. And then they had to find another place to go to in order to, stay within their whole entire confine of being in New York. And a lot of these migrants are just like, yo, I don't even want to be here anymore because there's so much stress being here in the city and I got to go to all these different places. And I just want to be here to support my family and do what I got to do and then go back home. So a lot of people don't even know, like, migrants didn't really have it that good as much as people think they did. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I hear what you guys are saying. I just think that what we all can come to is that it's just a big game of fucking mess because we're convinced on the fact of the matter that we want progress in America and that, we want all these different things to happen for us. But then it's just like, okay, well, the Democrats is served to, and I say that in air quotes, is served to do 1, 2, and 3, and then the Republicans are served to do 1, 2, and 3. And then when you bounce and you look at it, it's just like, well, both of y'all ain't really doing shit though. And then if you think about how it goes in the government, what's the end results of like each president that goes on based on like their party? You know what I'm saying? Because when Donald Trump got out of office the first time, what wound up happening? We was in the middle of the pandemic. Then Biden came in. And then it's just like now since Biden was out, you talking inflations. And then at the same time, Trump has Trump is in the middle of the whole thing with that. You know what I'm saying? Inflation. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's an up and down spiral ride. And tell me if I'm wrong. When has there ever been like a boost in this country where we've been all right for like the last 20 to 30 years? Like good, like access money. We ain't got no problems with other countries. We're not really in other people's affairs, like other countries' affairs, like especially the Ukraine shit with Russia. Like when's the last time we had that? Certain people said Bill Clinton era, but I was just like, I don't know.
We never had it. I feel like we never had it, man. Because you can go all the way back to 1965 with Lyndon Baines Johnson. They came out with the War on Poverty. The war on poverty is the war on people like us, man. It's in poverty, like legitimately, man. Like, so we never been in a good place being under the umbrella of any type of governments, man, because there's always a war on us. It's the art of war, man, from the migrants to the food we eat, from the water we drink, the air we breathe, the inoculations we go take, the news that we take in that's being streamed to us via propaganda. So we never really been in a good place, man. That's just me. That's just my hypothesis, and that's just me sitting back, looking like perceiving like my perception of reality. I can just see it for what it is. So I just feel like, we never been in a good place, man. Nah. Not the past 30 years, 50 years, even 100 years, if you want to take it back that far. My bad, man.
No,
I ain't gonna be long with it.
I'm about to say is also what you talk about exactly is they've been pushed for. Also, the schools and the colleges and the churches play a huge part in that too, pushing those agendas and narratives, making people ignorant and stupid. So they all play a huge role, all of it, and plus,
it's that systemic system.
And that's also they also they was involved with the Israel war thing since 2023. 2024 is like you ain't hear about that no more. You got nothing about Israel no more. They was involved with that too. So yeah, the so-called America, they've been involved a little with too much stuff, stealing oil for other countries. They've been a huge problem for years, and that's the problem. They're the problem.
What's going on, Christine? PASSDA, you wanted to say something?
Oh no, I was listening in with y'all, but I also, man, right now we got to stop we got to stop what's going on right now. I used to be a Trumpster. I ain't even gonna lie. I was heavy on pumping Trump at one point. But since he has gotten in the office and the things that he has done, it has not been America first. It has not been family first. It has not brought down our grocery bills. It has not made gas cheaper. It has not made our education system more reliant. I'm just extremely disappointed.
So you got Trump voters remorse?
Yep.
That's what I thought. I said it was gonna be certain people who have Trump voter remorse.
That's me. I can't stand either side. Period. Both of them.
Christine, get your shit off if you want. I'm telling you, link his pen.
Nah, I'll jump this shit off.
I mean, look, listen. I've always thought to myself. I said, look, listen. We regardless of who the fuck won. Let me not say that. With Trump winning, all I ever said was it's going to be a roller coaster ride. I'm not expecting anything from anybody. I'm not expecting Trump to do the quote unquote right thing. But you know, at the time, he did say some things that were agreeable. I'm not gonna lie, like he didn't. He did. But at the same time, it's just like, okay, we're getting into the office. All these executive orders is being signed, right? And then on top of that, like the other stuff that's happening again on inflation. How crazy, and then we can't really blame it because some of it is natural causes, like what's going on with the bird flu. That's been going on at the very tail end of the Biden administration. Now we into this shit, and now all of a sudden you have your egg prices going all the way the fuck up. You feel what I'm saying? Like this is the goofy shit that's going on. Christine, what's going on?
Well, that's because of bird flu, and they just fired. He fired the nuclear people that like was supposed to watch over that. He also fired the bird flu people that were doing research to try to figure all that out. So I mean, he's just a done to that.
People got to be able to. I was gonna say one more thing. People, it's called Hegelian dialect principalities. Problem, reaction, solution. So the problem, like I can take 2020 for example. The problem was the epidemic. The reaction, everybody's in caused mass hysteria. Everybody's living in fear. What's the solution? Inoculations, more restrictions, more dystopianism, more tyranny, more totalitarianism. Man, that's what it is. That's what we're dealing with. You know, that's what I do know from like researching. That's what I can see.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What's up, Christine? You there? I can't hear.
Hello.
Yeah. What's up, Christine?
Oh, sorry. I got to turn down Masha first. Sorry. My house is full of cartoons. Okay.
We got it.
Yeah. You just got me going with this Trump thing. Sorry.
Mom, that's why I say get your shit off. I want to know.
Well, I think he's a very narcissistic person, and you know, and the thing is, as Summer has probably already told you, he did what he said he was going to do, but people didn't listen because all they heard was "Make America Great Again." Well, where did you say America wasn't great? Make that make sense.
Well, what they heard was like this gentleman up here just said. I think his name's Preacher. Groceries, gas, family. Yeah. That's what they heard.
Yeah.
But that ain't what he said.
No. Well, no, and you're not going to see it. And I don't care until it becomes a dictatorship where I see that's where it's heading. And I don't, because he tweeted out and put on his social media, Truth Social, long live the king. Did y'all know that? Long live the king.
No, I talked about that earlier talked about that earlier here. And I was like, that shit was wild. Like
that's what got me up here. When he was talking about that, I was like, oh. And the fact that people can't see what he's doing. I mean, he wants to turn Flag Day and his birthday on the same day, make that a national federal holiday. Like,
fucking
what?
wild, yo. You feel what I'm saying?
Why are you doing this? My kids need a good education. We need some insurance. We need to make sure medicine, like Christine's on, which she can get that. Like, you keep playing games and she couldn't get her medicine.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry, I didn't mean to tell you business, but that should.
No, that's okay. And Bronzebird, I don't know if you know, but I have very expensive infusions. They're $5,000 a week. I have a $15,000 deductible, so I technically have to pay that, and then my copay is 20%. So it would cost me about between $1,300 and $1,500 a month, so I could live. Okay.
That's a lot.
I get a grant through a foundation that got federal funding, and they lost their federal funding because it's paused. So
I heard about that.
So in January, I wasn't able to get my medication. I had to scramble, and I didn't. It was just a hot mess. It was a nightmare. You can ask Summer. I was a freaking basket case. What am I going to do? He wants me to die. I mean, that's how he felt. We have a president that wants to make America great again, but somebody like me who is very productive in society and has fought this my entire life. I was born with it. Not like I did something to get it. And you want me to die. And if it's me, somebody who can navigate through the system, and me who is still functionally able to do things, felt like he just wants me to die. How many Americans are going to die?
That's the scary thing, because
exactly.
It's like now it becomes one of those sort of things about autocraticism and all these like
autocracy. Yeah, it's autocracy.
But you know, there's a catch-22, because it was my intuition speaking, and if I'm wrong, I'll take it. I felt like even if we would have got the other choice, America was gonna lead there anyway. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
yes, I agree. I agree.
Feel like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we would have got Trump or Kamala Harris. Like, I felt like even because that's why, like we said earlier, the president is just the face of the country. You talking about the politicians in the background that's doing fuck
and you're
shit
talking
too.
about when you're talking about 15 wealthy families in the world.
That 1%.
Puppet string.
1%, and we the 99%. You feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's the shit. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, Brownie, what's good?
Hey, everybody. I'm just up here.
Hey.
All right, cool.
I'm gonna learn some things. You know, I don't wanna be all into politics, so I'm gonna just learn some things.
She's lying. She's capping. She's capping. She was going hard.
Well,
for
and
Trump.
that's
she was going hard for Trump on fucking.
And you know, Bradford, and that's the thing. People like Christine. You know what I mean? Like, she shared her experience. I work at a lot of in the anti-human trafficking and domestic violence. We have shelters that we can't take any more people because the funding has stopped. So they don't, you know what I mean? We're having to literally tell victims. There's victims in hospitals that stuff would, certain things that would cover by grants, that even hospital gets grants, right? We can't get to certain things for them. You know what I mean? Like the safety, the well-being, and I understand why people voted for Trump. I really do, because I got a lot of friends that voted for Trump, because I'm just not one of those people. I mean, I don't like anything he talks about, really. There's only been one thing that he has said that I was like, okay, well, wait a minute. And that's when he said something about a 2-year limit. I grew up in the projects before I even have a conversation about this. I'm a project girl. My whole life been in the hood. And I understand, because my mom was in it. And I understand how it can become a generational thing, not even meaning to, because you get in this, I don't know, you just get in this state of mind that that's all you deserve. My mama had it, you know. Now me, I got in the adult industry because I would be damned if my kids was going to grow up in the hood. I didn't care by any means necessary. Education and stuff, my life was a little different, so I didn't have all that. But I did what I needed to do to make sure my children didn't get in that environment, right? Now my sisters didn't do that. So they grew up in that environment. So I think that if you give somebody a limit and say, listen, and empower people and say, you can do this. You and your babies, you can do so. It doesn't matter if you're a single mom. I promise you, you can do this. You know what I mean? And you don't have to go be a stripper to do it. So I agree with that as far as long as it doesn't affect elderly and sick people, right? Because that is a different situation. But people that can, break that generational curse, yeah, I 100% think that's an okay thing. Other than that, there's not a whole lot because the shit that he's doing, and people think they're like, oh, summer it ain't even been 100 days. Exactly. It ain't been 100 days. And look how much chaos. Look how much chaos he's created. With a Sharpie he's done this with. With a Sharpie.
With a Sharpie. Yo, that's the wildest shit. Like, it's literally like what? It's literally a month.
You know why Sharpie though, right?
Right. Like for real, like it's literally it's only been a month.
Sharpie. I got PTSD for Sharpie.
But people, the masses get.
I don't want to go to Staples no more. Fuck it.
I was gonna say the masses get what they ask for. Look, it's not even about Trump. Think about every so-called sitting president that has ever been in that so-called Oval Office, man. They have all been detrimental to humanity, man. And I'm saying that's what I'm saying. They're just puppets. You can't just say, "Oh, Trump, he's doing this." Look at. It's hard for me to say this, man, because I'm trying to keep the PG-13.
And the bigger message, though, earlier, but did you hear us earlier? At least I was. And that's why my message is always and will always be people, regular people, have to start teaching each other. They have to start supporting each other. They have to start teach motherfuckers how to grow food. Teach them how to be dependable and not as reliable on the system. And those of us that know how to do that, it's our responsibility if we really want change. I mean, you can sit on a panel, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying in general, we can sit on panels and talk a real good game, but what's your footwork looking like?
Right, the food, clothing, and shelter, man.
And we can teach how to do all of that.
I'm only into saving, look, I'm only into saving myself and my family, man, because I can't save everybody. Everybody's like we talking about on your panel.
But that's why we will stay in the situation we're in. And I'm not meaning to cut you off, but I gotta jump in. That's why we're gonna be in the same cycle that we're gonna continue to be in, and it's not gonna change until that right there mindset. I'm only worried about me and mine. You cannot be, because you know what? You ain't gonna change nothing with me and mine, and you can only get so much done with you and yours. I can promise you that.
I'm saying like.
It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village.
I'm saying like, look, go to the highest mountain here. Hold on, I got it. Go ahead.
I don't know. So real quick, I remember me and Amanda was talking on the other panel, and I remember she was talking about how they cut off spending. So that goes along with what y'all was talking about. I really and I wholeheartedly disagree with the government spending cutting that they're doing so far. As terms as medical, as terms as infrastructure, as terms as education, that shit is crazy.
Well, I got a question.
You know what I'm saying?
I got a question.
I'm just saying, like that is. I got you. But I'm just saying that shit is crazy to me. Like what did she say right here? Like example, that's infrastructure. Shit, that's crazy. And Butterfly Spirit, what's going on? Yeah.
But I want you to really hear me out when I say this though. Look, it's always been like that for a group of people. Now everyone feels it, right? So if everyone feels it, now others are starting to say exactly what we've been saying for the longest time. So my thing is yes, I have a problem with it, but I don't have a problem with it at the same time because it's happening to all people, not just one. And that's all I'm saying, brother.
Well, of course, that's the obvious thing. Like I'm not discounting what you're saying. But I think we have a real big fucking problem on our hands when I still feel like even with this administration, you'll sit here and say all about America, but you still outsourcing. No politician do I ever know wants to do at this point rebuild the Rust Belt, which means by sitting up there getting more of these companies to be American made and stay in this country doesn't happen. I heard something like Elon Musk is about to have his company fucking build a factory out in Europe. Why ain't build it in America? That could be jobs for everybody. You feel what I'm saying? But
because that's what they're doing. They're making Europe great again. They're making India great again. They're making Israel great again. There's all these MIGAs and MAGAs and NAGAs and crazy acronyms that don't serve our purpose.
666 acronym.
Hey,
you know what I'm
check
saying?
this out. There's a lot of people that come from a lot of those places,
MAGA,
right?
satanic.
Who are here.
Exactly.
I want y'all to listen. There's a lot of people in those places, right? and their families are here. Why do y'all think? Why do y'all think that they do those places as bad as they do, so that they can send them money, so they can rebuild? Oh, they rebuilding their promised land. That's all I gotta say. I fall back.
What's up, Phoenix? I got you, bro. Phoenix?
Oh, yes. I want to say is they control the banks, they control the boats, they control everything.
We're owned by the Vatican. You know that.
They
right?
control the food you put in your mouth, the water in your mouth.
But okay, this is one thing. I think I did agree with what's his name, Kennedy. What's his name? Is it Robert Kennedy? What's his name? The
You talking about the first one?
No, the one that.
You talking about the dude that talks weird with the worm in his brain?
Yeah, Kennedy.
Are you
wow,
kidding me?
Like this is the
Yeah, that guy. Let's not forget about that guy.
Let's not forget about that guy. Okay, when we were talking about the food and administration, I said I agree with him removing at least a red 40 out of the foods. You understand what I'm saying? I said there's a lot of shit that needs to go on. Like I always talk about this, how Bill Gates is in charge of appeal, which means that they're going to be spraying still chemicals and pesticides and all of the fruits and vegetables, and how a lot of these farmers are starting to lose their land because they're starting to monopolize that, and then they're starting to have people like Bill Gates and the rest of them buy up the farms. Okay, if we even talking about the food and administration, what are we doing on that?
Bro,
like removing red 40 is removing. Hold on, wait. Removing red 40 is one thing that you did that was great. But I'm like, if we're ahead of Europe when it comes to food supply, we gotta do a lot fucking better than what we're doing.
Bro,
you understand what I'm
but where is your governor?
Farmland on this
my governor was just in the city the other
in this
day.
country. Bill Gates owns the most farmland. Come on, y'all need to think about. They already got most of it, so now you drying out everybody else, so you can go take their land, and then you got the whole pie.
Look,
And RFK is not a good thing, I don't believe, because he wants to take out the red dye, but he wants to put in psychedelics and mushrooms. We don't need America. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. We don't need Americans on mushrooms.
Hold on. Because y'all both agreed to that shit at the same time. You mean to tell me RFK is trying to get us to fucking go with psychedelics?
Yep. Don't it look like he's always on psychedelics? What are you talking about?
Wait a minute.
Sorry.
Without our permission,
Holy
shit. They didn't even ask us. They just gonna do it?
Yo, he's trying to get everybody
high. Had to shit in our food without asking.
What?
So they really can do what they want to do, and we don't know better.
Yo, that's crazy.
I do agree that some of the bad shit needs to be taken out of
crack and coke into our. And if they could have put crack and coke into our food, they would have back then. They getting good at this shit.
Psychedelics
crazy shit in our food anyway. Look how all these kids is walking around. Kids ain't looking like kids anymore. Kids looking half fucking grown at 11 years old. That's because of hormones and stuff in their food. So I agree with some of that stuff. And that's why I'm always like, hey, if you know how to garden, you know how to grow food, man, show people in your neighborhood how to do that. That's empowerment. That's being able to feed your family. You know what I mean? Like, so.
And I agree with that. I agree that when you say that, yeah, teach people, like, I can lead by example. Hey, grow your own food, be more holistic, get away from all the junk food. But then again, in the same breath, like when I used to be vegan, and people would look down on me for being vegan. Like you can try to like lead people to the promised land, but they're not gonna want to go. They still gonna go to. You can tell somebody, man, plant your old food, be more holistic. They still gonna go line up at McDonald's.
Yeah,
because
usually they have to watch you for a little bit to see if you're doing what you're doing. You know what I mean? That's usually how it works out. They'll watch you from afar, and they'll see the difference that's happening in you and yours, and then maybe hopefully, and not everybody's gonna get it. Not everybody's gonna sit at the table. We know that.
Well,
how many 80 babies is on the panel and before that? Because look, I remember going to my granny house, and every time I went over there, is not one time I went over there where I didn't see this lady's knees and hands in the dirt doing the soil and planting this and planting that. Yo, that's instilled in us. And what the sister said up here, that we need to go out and teach our people how to do this. There's no reason in the world why our groceries is this high and we don't have a garden in every front yard and backyard on this. I'm talking about everywhere. Listen, we can grow food. All we have to do is till the land real quick.
Shit, I just bought my place for the first time. I ain't never gardened, but I'll be doing it this spring.
Look, y'all, the way that the groceries are and how high this stuff is and all of these chemicals and all this bad stuff, there should be a garden in every front yard and every backyard in this country.
Can I say something?
Wait, hold, because I heard Brownie and then Christine. What's up, Brownie?
I was gonna say, well, that's why, like, honestly, when you go and you look at other countries and other nations and what they allow versus what we allow in our food, it's ridiculous. So they can take out red 40 and they can take out a whole bunch of other shit too. I wouldn't mind the mushrooms. At least the mushrooms are natural.
The mushrooms are natural, and actually, that's been proven by microdosing and stuff like that. It can help with a lot of different shit. So it's no worse than the shit they put in the food now.
Bro. I'm
we
about
can
to
get
get
rid
high.
of red 40.
Baby people be happy, shit. Because I'm
No,
walking
because
around pissed off, and we ain't even doing it no more.
because that's a low key way to take our rights away from. Because one thing they're not going to
No,
say
I was
is,
just joking.
I
Nothing
mean,
should be forced.
I get your joke, and it was funny. I do agree, and that was funny. But how they gonna backdoor us is like if you get a marijuana license, you can't have a good, you can't get a gun, you can't get conceal. If you get on the
Only certain
mushrooms,
states.
But
exactly.
ain't that against our constitution though? Because I live in Kentucky, we don't have no gun laws, but now they saying that right there. Oh, you get a gun because I'm a big gun supporter. I love guns, and they like, well, Summer, you get a gun, you can't have your weed card. And I'm like, well, hold on, wait a minute. I'm never gonna chop some the bud, so because it helps me medically. I've been through a lot of stuff, and it does generally help me medically. So I'm not gonna give that up, and I feel like that's against my constitution right for them to say some shit like that.
It's a catch-22.
Hey, I thought
we
so.
allow you this, but we ain't gonna allow you the other shit. You know what I'm saying?
I have both.
So why can't I slap them with a lawsuit for violating my rights?
I have no idea.
Even where it's legalized that you can't have like a certain amount on you in a gun. Like that's still like you still got.
Well, I don't smoke unless I'm at home anyway. But the point is, they're saying that I can't have a gun, period, and a weed card.
No, it's just transporting it. So even going to the dispensary and going back home, you can't have a gun on you while you go to the dispensary, even though it's legal.
It depends on state.
Right, but that's not what they're specifically saying here in Kentucky. Because here in Kentucky, they're saying if you even apply for a weed card, you can't have a gun, period. I don't have no issue not taking my pistol with me when I'm transferring. I don't have no issue with that. I transfer, I've gotten bud my whole life without a gun.
Christine,
but they just say I can't have a license.
I have a medical marijuana card and I have a concealed carry license.
You must live in. I don't know what state. I don't know what state you live in.
That's
I live in
that's what
Florida.
It is about the state.
She's in Florida.
Because if you look, okay, so like I live in Michigan, right? It's legal for the bud. You ain't gotta have no card. You go in there, you got your ID, cool. They scan you in, you do your thing. It don't even matter about Second Amendment. You feel what I'm saying? So like it's different in different places. That's all.
They just need to legalize weed, period.
Absolutely 100%. But there's a caveat to that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think the caveat is that if they allow you to legalize weed, obviously it's gonna be taxed a certain way, and then on top of that, I believe they're gonna put some shit in that weed that's not gonna make you pure weed. You know what I'm saying?
Can we go back to the food a moment? Since
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that, Christine, because one thing I had to say, I used to tell people all the time, Brownstone Powwow, like, yo, Bronzebird used to be vegan. To truth, I don't know how the fuck you do it. I tried a couple of years. I just I can't do it no more.
So I'd like to tell you saw the eggs I showed everybody, right?
Right.
Those are from my own chickens.
Yeah.
I have chickens, and my chickens lay eggs every day. It's great. And I know not everybody can do it because, you live in the city, and this goes back to your governor, and it should go back to your city and county councils. We weren't allowed them at first, and we fought about it. Our governor came through and stated that you cannot stop a Floridian for providing themselves food, hence eggs or chickens. So they had to rewrite the rules in our county and throughout the entire state of Florida. Now, Florida, most homes are in what we call HOAs. In HOAs, you're supposed to have the spotless green grass. If it's more than 3 inches, you're going to get a letter. You got to keep it, blah, 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 blah. The governor has come in and stated There is no part in my yard that I cannot convert into food to feed myself or my family. So if I wanted 50 tomato plants in my front yard, I can do it. My governor, and mind you, I don't care for my governor the last 2 years. I think he has become this little dictator man too. He's a mini Trump. But some things I have to give him. He is stopping the hormones that are coming into to our food. He is stopping the additives into our food. He is making laws and bills against that. So I don't care what any president does. We vote locally. We put that governor in. We truly do. People may not believe it, but we do. And when people give up on voting or paying attention to their local politics, those are the ones that hurt us on a daily basis. The things that Trump does, his straw emergency order, who the hell cares? That didn't help any American person, but your governor, my governor, and other people's governors can help each and every citizen. Now, you look at different states, different places, some are what they call blue, some are what they call red. People get a choice and can figure out if they don't like how, the state they're in is running things, move to a state that you may agree with, and if you can't fight for your own state. And people say, well, I can't afford it. I understand that, but can you afford to live in the state you're in? And so people got to realize, fight local, because the electoral college decides on your president, people, and your big cities are the ones that has the most votes that will go to the electoral college. But your county commissioners, your school boards, your city commissioners, your senators, your governors, that's in your hands. Sorry, off my soapbox.
Nah, you dropped the mic. You dropped the mic. That was good. No, I agree. I'm speechless because I do really agree with that. It's like we always say. I think me, Summer, Christine, we always talk about this. Of course, you have to start at the local level. I think I've had more of a pessimistic view because I understand people in my community. A lot of people in my immediate community don't do shit. They don't care, and they don't even know like the politicians that's representing their district. You know what I'm saying? So let alone if you have someone like my governor, Kathy Hochul, they like, well, what is Kathy Hochul doing? Well, I seen her on TV. She was getting back at Trump because they nixed the congestion pricing. I said, okay, is that all you know? Is that all you know? I've heard from people that talk about how the public school system is shit in their neighborhoods. I said, okay, did y'all go to the council board? Did y'all go to the council meetings? Man, I just got to pick up my kid from school and blah, blah, blah. And then you wonder why they're slashing the funding when it comes to these public schools. And a lot of teachers is quitting too. They don't even, I know a lot of people, certain people know about it, but like a lot of these teachers is not doing that shit. You feel what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, they're not getting support. They're done.
They're not getting, and plus they be having to buy their own supplies, like out their own pockets. You know what I'm saying?
They're having to work 2 or 3 jobs just to teach. It's ridiculous. They're not getting paid the way they should. The way teachers are treated in this country is absolutely fucking insane to me.
Yeah,
we'll give somebody to throw a ball millions and millions of dollars, but the people that hold our future in our hands, let them work 3 jobs. Though. Teachers don't get enough
do the job that they want to do. You know what I mean? Like that's the crazy part in this shit.
Exactly, because they're doing this because they want to do it.
Right. Okay. So hold on. Wait a minute, y'all, because I just want to put this out there. I'm not saying that it's the truth or anything like that, but maybe this is the great reset where everything is being taken from everybody, and maybe, just maybe, things will be handled a way that they have not been handled. Because yes, teachers need more money, right? But because things are money, so much money is being tied up in all of these other corporations, so much money, maybe all of it should just look, we're gonna take all of this away and see who really needs it. What? Okay, I'm not saying this is gonna happen, y'all. But what if Trump says, you know what? After stripping away everything, I see that the schools need the most money. What if, in 6 months to a year, all the schooling, they get the grants that they deserve. The teachers get the money that they deserve. See, what I'm saying is, let's not press the situation all the way right now because we don't know what's gonna happen. Now we already saying we don't fuck with none of this. I don't give a damn who it is. I don't trust none of these.
Right.
But I'm saying,
And I get what you're.
Go
Can I
ahead.
ask you
I
this
didn't mean to cut
question?
you off.
This is
Yes, yes,
no,
yes.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. I've got to work on that. But
No,
I
you
got a
good. Go
question
ahead.
to ask you. I get what you're saying because I've also said I don't fuck with him, but you know what? I want whoever it is to do better because at the end of the day, we the ones got to pay for it, right? My thing is I thought about what you're saying, like, okay, stop being emotional, Summer, calm down. You know what I mean? You don't know what 6 months from now is going to look like. But then I look at the deals that he's given his right hand, like Tulsa and everything, and all these $40 billion that he's making. So it's hard for me to understand that we might be under a reset when I still see the same corruption going on. And these numbers they're throwing out, they're not putting facts behind it. There's no receipts for it.
Sis, let's walk. Can I walk with you? Let's walk. Because guess what?
Yes, please.
At the end of the day, listen, when you take everything from somebody and they know that they're gonna get nothing, the strong people will make something out of nothing. That is a fact. Listen, let me tell you something. As a man of quote unquote color, um, we have for so long dealt with being on the bottom and having to scrape and scrounge and do everything we can just to make it to the next week, the next month, and all of that. So when you speak about it and you say everybody's in the same situation, do you feel in your heart that everybody ain't gonna fight against it? The thing about it is that us, the people that look like me, is like, you know what? We've been trying to tell y'all. And it don't matter who you vote for. For me, I'm looking at all of these people that's doing all this voting because look, I'm gonna say this. When you vote, you're basically saying that I can't take care of myself and I need you to do it for me. That's what voting is. I can't do it myself, so I'm gonna need a leader to do it for me. I'm gonna need somebody to do it for me. So when will we stop playing their fucking game? When is it game over? And we say we don't need you motherfuckers no more. We can do it for ourselves. And that's my question to you.
That's the dangerous part
Well,
because
and
they.
my thing, I would say, I would
That's the
say to
point I made
that, that's
earlier.
where if I could see people come into more being unified, I think that's where we could be like, you know what, I'm cool. But right now, I feel like there's not enough people that are unified as people to possibly do that.
Well, that's the dangerous part of it. They want us to do that. They actually want to get rid of politicians and go to an artificial intelligence ran government. So I think we're to a certain extent we're playing in their hands. I think Trump is even playing into their hands with all this chaos that he's doing. Because eventually it's going to get to the point where we're not going to trust any person to do it, and we're going to trust machines and artificial computing to do it.
Right. And I agree. What's the dude name that was just talking? RRRealize TV.
No, that was PASSDA.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I agree with that, bro. I was saying that. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Like they want you to play their game. Okay, you can't think for yourself. Okay, shit, you can't come up with your own mindset. Shit, we'll think for you. Then come vote for me. I'll think for you. You need somebody to speak for you, a town spokesman. I'll talk for you. You can't talk for yourself. Okay, we'll talk for you then. I don't
But
need that,
hasn't voting done some things though? I mean,
No,
I know I get that the system's fucked up, and I
no.
get that. But
I
like,
disagree.
we don't think that you don't think that voting has changed anything.
No, because how can I reap
No,
the
no,
benefits
not
for
at all.
voting for at all? Period. It's just like having a damn
Hold on,
high school
bro.
diploma. I can't take a diploma
Thank you.
nowhere
Voting
and get
don't
and
cost
get a
a
loan.
damn thing, yo. I will
Hold
not
on.
stop saying this, yo. When you choose to vote for somebody, you are literally saying, I cannot think for myself and I
Epic,
need
what's good?
you.
Untrue.
It's
See,
just
we
what
think
it
alike, bro.
is.
You see
Wait,
what I'm
wait,
saying?
hold on. Why you feel that's
Yeah, I don't
untrue?
agree with that.
Okay, why you feel it's untrue,
I
Why do I
feel
say that? Why
it's
do I say that?
Wait,
Hold on.
hold
Hold on.
on,
He asked me a
realize.
question, please.
Hold on, realize.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why you say it's untrue, Christine?
because what he's saying is that if you vote for somebody, that means you can't think for yourself. Well, when you're in a society and you want an organized society, sometimes you have to have rules and laws in place for the betterment of the majority. If it's a free for all you want, have at it. But guess what? That's not what the United States is about. And I'm not saying every law to dictate, but you can't have a county, a state, the country is like a business. You have monies. The monies have to be spent in the betterment of everybody. Who's going to make those
So do you think?
decisions?
Let me ask you something. Do you think that the people would be more that the people that are inside that community, that know what that community needs, that know what it desires? Do you think that the people in the community will be more apt to do things for the community, or someone who is I'm talking about ultimate rich, ultimate wealthy. Do you think they are more equipped to handle your neighborhood than you are?
Do you think my school board, do you think my county
No. Answer the
commissioners,
question for me, sweetheart. I'm not. Please answer that question
they're
for me.
not
Do you
wealthy?
think
So
that rich and famous and powerful people are more equipped to handle your neighborhood where you live more than you and the people in your neighborhood?
I don't, well, yes, no, I think that the people in my neighborhood, but what I'm trying to say is that I keep talking local, and I'm talking my school board, my county commissioners, my state representatives, okay? I'm not talking about the president, vice president. I'm talking about the people that make decisions that will affect my daily life. And other than, the governor or the representatives, my school board, my county commissioners, they're not wealthy or are ultimately wealthy. They're people like me. They live in my communities.
Most of them Masons too. Most of them be Mason Star Masons. They be a part of secret organizations and shit behind the scenes. Real talk.
My school board is not, and my
If you
county
think they not a part of
commissioners are
no
not.
if you think they
No,
not, you sound
no,
mistaken.
no.
Wait. Hold on. I gotta stop.
Sorry.
I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. I don't think certain people that be on school boards and all that shit is affiliated with Masons and all that other
No,
stuff.
they're not.
Man, some of them are, bro. A lot of high school, it's a
Look,
Masonic
listen.
lodge in every town. Like every
No, I
town and
know,
city I go to,
I
bro.
know, I know that. I know that they have the lodges in like every city and state. I know, but what I'm saying is, I would have to disagree and say like every single politician is
Now I
Masonic
ain't
and
saying
shit like
all
that.
of them. I'm not saying
No,
all of them. I'm saying a majority.
wait. Well, okay. You say majority, right? Right. I'll give you that. But this is the thing I'm also going to say too. I was hearing what Realize was saying. I was just like, hold on a second, because my thing about it is, I don't even think when you're in a certain tax bracket, you're not going to care for other communities. You're going to care directly about your community. So I couldn't imagine a rich person just being like, well,
Thank you.
I'm going to feel about what's going on in the hood. They don't give a shit about what's going on in the hood unless they're going to buy the building or unless they're going to buy some property out there.
Thank you.
So I think
I was
that,
saying.
at the end of the day, like, Christina's right. You just be at the local level and you just be like, well, we got to operate here. Because that's what's the concern. Because these are the immediate people that makes the same amount as me or have the same type of interest in me. That's why they live in the same community as I. You know what I'm saying?
Or I may make more money than them. I may have more investments than them.
Greg.
Why don't we police our own neighborhoods? You know what I'm saying?
Who doesn't
Look,
police our
you
own
know, little
neighborhoods?
Timmy, you know, little Leroy around the corner. You know all of these people in your neighborhood. Now, you're not just gonna get out and attack them because you know who they are, you know who their parents are. Why is it? And I don't care what you say, nobody on this panel. If you look up any police district, there are people that work in that police district that are not even from the neighborhood that they work in.
Of
How can
course.
you work in a neighborhood and agree with the people or even understand them if you're not from there? That makes no sense to me. So this shit is
Listen.
rigged, y'all. You
Look.
have to stop the bullshit. It's rigged.
But bro, like of course, like that's a standard. Like before,
No,
like
no, no.
wait.
Can I say? Hold on.
Yeah.
I got to intervene here. Sorry. Again, that is your county and state laws. In my county, the police officers have to live in county. So, and therefore, they live in my
Where you from?
community.
Where
I'm
you
in
from?
Florida. I'm in Florida.
No, I'm saying where in Florida? Is it a place where is it a city where it's very diverse
Greg,
or just y'all?
Realize, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Greg, I don't know what be going on with your technology, brother. Every time you come on here, your phone be acting up. Because you sounding choppy. You sounding choppy again, man. Like I don't know what it is, bro. But
That's not me, bro.
No, I'm not saying it's you. Realize I'm talking to Greg. Greg, Greg. I don't know what be going on with your phone or whatever it is you on, but yo, bro, I'm trying to hear you, but you sound choppy still.
It sound crazy.
It does. It sound choppy.
But you know what? Every principal is a Mason, yo. I'm agreeing with them, yo. I think every school principal is
See
a
what I'm saying,
Mason.
man?
Wait,
See what I'm
wait,
saying?
wait,
You see what I'm saying?
wait. Hold on.
Somebody didn't get you.
Wait, hold on. Stop. This shit is killing me. Hold on.
Killing me.
Did you just say every school principal is a Mason?
The principal is a Mason. Yes.
Pastor, are you No, stop.
Do
Are
you
you
know that
trolling me?
principal is?
No,
Oh
I'm
my
not.
God.
I am so serious. I think every
you
principal.
fucking trolling me, bro.
I'm not trolling. I'm
You are.
serious.
Hey, you a troll.
No, I'm not. I am not. If they are the principal of the school is a Mason. Yes, it
How
is.
is your principal chosen? How is your principal
How is a
chosen?
principal chosen? I thought they could go by a resume
tell you
with
how.
affiliation. How, Christine?
Well, in my community, because we're doing one right now, we're doing a superintendent and we're doing a principal in our county, 2 principals actually. They are chosen by our county commissioners, and the superintendent right now, there's a search out for one. We will narrow it down. We have a group of questions that they have to answer. There are, we have community, meetings. So the community members get to go and question their candidate. And then in turn, we give our feedback, and the county school board or the county board, the county commissioners where I'm at, then choose the superintendent. The superintendent then chooses the principals. You're not telling me every candidate that I have been to these meetings on. Yes, I have been to every school board meeting and all these meetings for these superintendents because it's my community. And I don't even have children in school. Okay. So you're not going to tell me all these people are Masons.
Like that shit
Hold
is
on,
wild.
wait.
And
I'm not saying they all
realize
make
one second, please. Before you go,
I got a question.
All right. I'll give you the question in a second. Just let me say one thing. Okay.
Go ahead and cook.
Before I lose my train of thought, because I feel it's about to lose my train of thought. I think we was talking about something as terms as not the Mason thing with the school principal. We was talking about the community thing. What's up, Money 420? Greg, please mute up because it still sounds choppy on your end. So okay, we was talking about community, right? We was talking about, like, for instance, the police and stuff like that. Now, the great thing about the community I live in, we actually have like a dedicated community watch squad. You feel what I'm saying? We have that in our community where they patrol around the area. They have events for the kids and the people that live in the neighborhood. That's the great thing we have over where I'm at. You feel what I'm saying? But at the same time, I'm used to, and this is why I thought to myself, it might be because of where you live. Your standard is not my standard. So the thing about it is, the police that live by the nearest district the nearest precinct that's by my house. Yeah, of course. I'm used to seeing police officers that might not even live in that neighborhood. And they're traveling and they're driving their car to the precinct to patrol around the area, but they're not from there. So I think sometimes it might be on one of the ends, like, they don't necessarily, like, I'm used to the police not being from my neighborhood.
Do they live in your county?
Some of them don't. Like, this is literally, and then we're talking about, it is different because counties we refer here as boroughs. So my borough, there might be someone who's traveling from, let's just say, Staten Island, which would be wild as fuck, or travel to Queens, and they'll travel to my borough and then just be like, all right, this is the precinct I'm working at.
Then your county, and if there's 5 counties in your boroughs, I don't know, because I don't live in New York. Never been in New York.
But Christine, let me just tell you. So basically, the boroughs are counties.
Okay, so then what your borough, your county has to do, and this is again upon the people who's voting them in. they need to set a criteria that they have to live within the community they serve, which we call it our county. And so that's where ours come from. You have to live. Now, we have Putnam County. They don't have that. And they live in my county because my county is
Can I
close
ask you
to
something?
Putnam
I
County.
heard you say
Yes.
something that I would really like to address if it's okay with you. No,
Please.
because she said, and I quote, no, she said, and I quote, we are voted in and then we place people in power. So even if I vote you in, the people that is coming behind you, that's over you, you put into power. So how is that even? How is that? Why that doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, I
How?
vote for you, and then you go in turn put somebody else in power, so you can be tricked or taken over by a dollar because
Wait.
everybody goes by that. So how can you tell me that we should vote for you and you have our best interest, but at the same time you could be bought and paid for, and then switch up your game, which most politicians do, which is why I don't trust none of y'all.
So
Go ahead.
no, hold on a
Go ahead.
second,
Go
Bronzebird,
ahead.
because he was addressing what I said.
Yeah.
So my question to you, the people that you put into power, and then you're saying they change things up, do you go to the meetings and hold them accountable?
Oh, people get cussed out all the time around this one.
It's not a matter of
I'm
being
talking about
cussed
for
out.
real because hold
No,
on,
no. Or do you
wait,
hold them
hold on.
accountable?
Because I've been places, I have been places and spoke on things, and nothing ever changes. It don't matter who we put in the power. It don't matter who we let stand up for us. At the end of the day, they always betray us. And what I'm saying to all of y'all is it's time to stop all that shit and make our own. If you didn't get me the first time, now I'm saying it very directly.
How are you
We need to
making
stop
your
playing
own?
with these
Wait,
motherfuckers and put
wait.
together our own.
So,
Hold on.
all right, all
Don't
right.
get mad at me. I'm
I'm not.
saying this is what we should try to do. I'm not doing that. I can't do that on my own. I don't have a big enough voice. But ma'am, guess what? If we can come together, it don't take a lot of us, but if we can come together on a small scale, maybe we can do something about it. And that's all
Okay.
I'm saying. You got
So
the floor.
realize to respond to that though. So, well, in Christine's community, and Christine, correct me if I'm wrong, you have dedicated people in the community who know each other. And if someone is trying to go for a specific position, they already know who they are. They have already done the footwork or did the research to find out who this person is. And they are personally known by the people in the community.
I have
So,
tens of thousands of people in my county, though.
okay, I was trying to save you there, Christine. Give me a leg. You know what I'm saying?
But here's the thing, though.
Go ahead.
I go to every school board meeting. I go to every county commission meeting. I do that.
Mm-hmm.
And you know why I do that? Because 99.9% of the people that live in this county do not do that, and somebody has to hold them accountable. And I do that.
So basically, I gather that realize you're all about self-govern, right?
I
Not
am.
dependent. You
No, he
are.
was talking to me. Yes,
Yeah.
sir, I am. Yes, sir. I'm
All right.
talking
So
about we got to handle our own things and do our own things. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
But
and
how are you
no.
doing that for 100,000 people?
Yeah, no, you can't.
Ma'am, if you don't understand what I'm saying and it's going over your head, just let it
Okay.
go over your head. It's not for you to hold on. And I'm not being disrespectful to you, but it's not for you to understand. What I know about my people is that we have to protect each other and we have to do it by ourselves because ain't nobody coming to protect us or to love on us or to care about us. No one gives a damn about us. So we have to do it for ourselves. If you don't understand, it ain't for you. Just let it go.
All
The
right.
only
You,
So
issue with that is
hold
I
on.
think
You
okay,
do
go ahead.
realize, I know we have to take care of each other. We do. The government's not going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
We need to help our homeless. We need to
So
help
how you
our
gonna get
elderly.
mad at me and then
We,
say the same thing that I just
No,
said?
no, I realize. Hold
I
no,
on.
just said that.
I'm just very passionate. Andre Bronzebird.
I'm trying. All right, I'm trying. I'm trying to navigate because I'm like, well, I feel like y'all saying the same thing, but then in different ways. And then I'm like, wait, what? I'm trying to, I'm trying to host it. No, I'm not saying. But what you guys are saying, Realize and Christine, both of what you're saying is right. But I think Realize your whole entire what I'm gathering is you want to self-govern without government influence. So you want it directly like, yo, this is my community, these my people. I don't want anybody who's involved with politics to get involved in what we got going on. So it's my village.
Listen, just leave us alone and let us do our own thing, and we will make us better. Listen.
Right.
There is no time in history where we have been left alone and we have not done better. Leave us alone. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Can I interject real
I
quick?
mean that from the bottom of my heart.
I want to interject real quick, 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Truth and then passing in Phoenix. I heard y'all speak at 2. So go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, just 10 seconds. Yeah, and I agree with what Realers are saying, and I see what Miss Christine is saying. Yeah, me, I feel like I can govern my own. I don't need somebody to govern my house. I don't need somebody to govern my affairs. I've never been intrigued or enticed to go vote on a state level or on a federal level because I always know I have the logic, I have the intuition, I have the brains, I have the integrity to do my own thing. I'm doing just fine. Well, I'm 36 years old. I've never voted before ever, and I'm doing just fine. I have my own business. I take care of my household. I provide the food, clothing, and shelter for me and my family. I get on these panels. I talk what I know. Other than that, I don't need someone to hold me. That's what I'm saying. I agree with what Realist is saying. I don't need somebody to hold me by my hand and say, "Hey, we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna govern your life. I'm gonna lay these laws down for you." No, I don't need that. We don't need that. But more power to somebody if they want to go vote on a local level, because it might be some things, some particulars that can change their life. So I'm not in disagreement with that. But me personally, nah, I'm not with it. I feel like I can handle my own. I don't need no type of governments on any level at
That's
all.
how we always stood, bro. That's how we always stood, bro. Think about
You know
this.
what I
Think about
hear?
your
You know what I
great
keep
your
hearing? I
grandpa.
keep hearing
Hold on.
I,
Think about your great
I.
your grand.
Hold on,
Nah.
Realize and
I
Christine.
gotta say this.
Realize, hold on, wait,
Mm,
because I did say
sorry.
it was in order. Phoenix and PASSDA. Phoenix, you next.
Yes. I know somebody earlier was not saying they were not believing that America's not Freemasonry is built and based on Freemasonry. It's everywhere in every state and city. Period. So you cannot say, oh, there's no Freemasonry in schools and shit. No, they exist everywhere. They're in proposition everywhere. The companies and all, they're all together on this. The banks and all, because the Freemason lodges exist in everywhere. So you can't say, oh, the schools are not. How do you know? How do you know that? How do you know? How you know they're not involved?
I'm gonna get
How you
back
know
to
the
you
church is not involved in Freemasonry? How do you know? You don't know that.
They are. Most pastors are Eastern Stars, Freemasons, or Divine Nine. But think about it, look.
But
So
a lot of
I
people
get y'all.
don't know that, but
I
we
get
do.
I get y'all on this individual. The only thing about this is this plays into their hand because there's gonna be so much vigilanteism and niggas running around here thinking that they Batman. If we just let everybody just individualize and individually govern themselves, you're gonna have niggas jumping off roofs, shooting each other. It's gonna be too much vigilanteism if you don't have a standardized form of governance. I just believe that. I don't know if we individually at this point of our lives can just govern ourselves without it just turning into the purge.
So you don't
That's where
think
we
a
at
bunch of
tonight. I ain't
wild
gonna lie.
Indians they got real educated and smart, and you don't think that a bunch of because listen, America is filled with a bunch of wild Indians that have woke up. They have done their studies, they have done their research, and we know better now. So you don't think that those people gonna move a little different? Why do you think that all of this shit is going on and black folks are saying, "Yep, we gonna sit this one out"? Do you not see what's going on, bro?
Are we sitting this
I
out?
want to ask you that only because I hear what you're saying, and I get that, and that could have happened a long time ago. Do you know why it's not happening? Why it has not happened until now is because now you got the original, the American Aborigines is saying, you know what? We not dealing with none of this shit. We're gonna let y'all have it. When it's time for us to step in and step up, that's what we're gonna do. See, the thing is that people are not hearing, they're not vibrating on the same level as a lot of others. And see, that's why I say everybody can't go. Everybody can't go. But at the end of the day, when you really thinking about what's going on and you see how the tables are turning and things are shifting, we have to focus on, okay, where's the threat coming from? How do we get out of this threat and do something better? See, the thing is that people are getting caught up in all the bullshit instead of seeing in front of them and noticing where they're going. We too focused on looking back. We can't look back no more. If you
Well,
want to look back, then look at your ancestors. And if you don't agree with me, I understand, it's okay. I'm gonna fall back after this one because it's time for me to go ahead and just get off this. But what I'm saying is, y'all, is that this is the time right now to do exactly what needs to be done. This is our time to change all of this shit. And if you don't have the right mind to do your own part to change this, then you need to just sit down because there's a lot of people in places that you don't even know that in 2, 3 years they're gonna be in a place where you never could even imagine seeing them at. But the thing is that things are changing. This is the age of Aquarius. People are using their mind. They're not allowing other people to just tell them what the fuck they should think. And now, right now, is the time for us to change this shit. And I'm falling back. That's all I gotta say. Peace.
thanks for that. Realize.
I like that. He mentioned the age of Aquarius, the aquatic age. I like that, man. That's
Yo,
what's up.
so
He know a
yo,
little something.
that's why I told y'all was. I was like, you got realize meet truth zone meet realize, because y'all be on the same thing. I mean, we all if we taking it to that level too, we also in the we also 2025 equals 9, right? So 9 is the completion. So
Right,
whatever
right, right.
chaos happens before the rebirth of whatever it is society is supposed to have is supposed to happen. Now, my thing again is like, okay, so what I'm taking from this is at least 2 of y'all on the panel, and loosely Christine. I don't want to talk for you, so correct me if I'm wrong. Um, we're about self-governing then. So it gets to a point where we don't want government influence. We want to do things ourselves, which then gets into the point of technically sovereign citizenship. I don't know if I'm wrong on that, but let me know. I guess I am right. I, I don't know.
Sounds like that's what I'm hearing. And I don't know if any of you can tell, and I'm sure you can. I'm very involved with my government. I spend a lot of my time going to these meetings, fighting for us. And I can't see a county of 100,000 people that are going to self-govern and have any type of civilization. I just can't see it.
I don't see it either. I think we would tear this. We would tear. Man, they would tear that city apart. And I hate to be a hater. I hate to not have faith in humanity. I hate to not have faith in my fellow Americans. I just think that the vigilanteism, the ego, the retaliation, the rebellion, I think it would just be too much.
So y'all saying, correct me if I'm wrong. So y'all saying without governments, people will be like barbarians, going crazy.
I think so. Yes.
Think about listen. You can look this up so you can fact check me. People call themselves patriots, right? The etymological means for patriot means barbarian, man. So people hypothetically calling themselves barbarians now, but calling themselves patriots
Yeah, I mean,
indirectly. you
all right,
see what I'm saying?
okay, indirectly, but going to what we talking about in terms about self-governance without government is like, okay,
So that's so.
people, hold on, people is gonna fight against each other to see who wants the power for it, and it's not going to because you're dealing with different personalities. So if there's not a central meeting ground for everybody, basically everybody's going to be on their own accord, and we're not going to be able to move anywhere if we're talking about self-governing without government assistance. Or if you want to create your own government, then yeah, but there's going to be a problem in that. And then, of course, it's going to be like, well, you can't lead. Nah, you can't lead either. And then there's going to become this whole entire purge dynamic where people just going to be out of control. I could see, and the thing about it is, can I say that it would never happen? I'll never say it cannot happen because it can. But what I'm saying is the problem in that is it probably worked for a small population of people. If you have a town of worth like maybe 100 or 150, because it's easier to control and navigate through that. But if you have a county with 100,000 people,
That's
or
a lot of people.
that's a lot of people. So how are you going to self-govern with 100,000 people?
But I'm saying
And
these
expect there's
100,000
going to be
people
results?
can't take the initiative to like do their think for themselves and just do it for themselves without having to go depend on the form of governments like that.
That's
So I'm saying, like, we're
individuality,
stronger than
though.
that as a people. I feel like people are stronger than that mentally and physically and psychologically. Like, so that's what I'm saying. Me on a personal level, if I can make it all these years without relying on the government, I feel like everybody else. That's just me. That's how I'm looking at it. I feel like anybody can, because
No, of
I've
course.
been just fine without ever even voting for anything ever in my life. I didn't even vote for a class president in school.
Okay, so I
So
have a question. Do you realize when you're talking about government, the amount of money that has to be utilized in an appropriate manner for the betterment of the majority of the people there? And I'll take something simple, your infrastructure, your roads. You know, the federal government helps with federal roads. But when you have county roads and your local roads, who's going to pay for that? Who? And how is it going to come to play? And who's going to make decisions? This road's going to get done, but we don't have a group of people on this street, so they don't want their road. They can't afford their road. And I tried to pick something simple because every one of us use roads every day. So I'm not hearing a bigger picture from you guys to the point of you're talking about I can do my own home, I can do my own family, I can do this. You're right. But what about your neighbor? What about the people that lives 5 miles from you? You don't know.
so what like respectfully, with that question, like what you just said with that statement, like are you saying like it seems like to me that you're saying like we need them to make decisions. Like we can't come work together in synergy and build roads ourselves and build up infrastructure ourselves.
Okay, so our
There's
road.
nothing new under the sun. So people been doing these things without government, you know.
No, they haven't.
We did not have a public highway
Nah,
system
we didn't
without the
have a
government.
public. Yeah, we didn't
There
have
would
We
that.
there
don't
would
have local
there would
roads
not be a
without it.
highway
I'm
system
saying
without the
building like a
government.
local road. Somebody people can come there like we're gonna build a road going from here to there. It
What's the
seems like to me
Where's
likelihood?
people rely on
where's
the
the
But
government
money
so
coming
much.
from?
Like
where's the money coming from, Truth?
you said, where's the money coming from? They print
Yeah.
the money up every day, not me. The
So that
money's
means you
worthless.
still
When we
so
talk
that
about
means you
fiat
still
currency,
have
the
to be
money's
relying
worthless.
on the government to do that.
Say it one more time.
I said, but you just said they printing the money, so that means that you still have to be relying on the government to do that.
Man, I don't rely on the government for nothing, bro.
But I'm
And then
saying, but you said if you're gonna sit here and say to build the roads and stuff like that, I said, okay, where does the money come from? And you said they print out money every day, so that means that technically you still, not even technically, you're still relying on the government to get that money to build the roads for
He
your
rides on a road
I'm
every
not
day.
relying on I don't rely on the government to do squat, my nigga.
But
Respectfully.
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you are. But what I'm saying is, if you're saying we should build our own roads, and where me and Christine just asked you, where's the money coming from? And you said that they print out money every day. That
Right.
means that you're still reliant on the government to get the money to build the roads for your community.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
So that means you still relying on the government. So you need the government to build the roads then.
I don't need the government to do. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I see what you're saying, man. But I'm saying, in hindsight, man, I don't need the government to do anything.
You
If
do
they say we're
though.
gonna quit building roads tomorrow, I'll be like, okay, whatever. All right, go ahead,
What's the
quit building them.
commerce? Well, okay, so how are
If
you
they say
yeah,
hey,
trading?
how you
we're
get
gonna quit
food?
printing
Okay,
How you
money
get
tomorrow,
food to
I'll
your
be like,
family?
okay, go ahead.
Wait. How are you trading back and forth in order to build the roads then? Do you have a barter system in place?
We can create our own barter system. I got a business right now. I do a barter and trade in some form of fashion. We can
I'm
barter and
talking
trade with
about
each other. You got rice, I got beans. Let's trade. You got concrete, I got this. Let's trade.
what's the likelihood you'll bump into someone who has concrete or the chemical elixir to create
I'm saying
concrete and so
hypothetically, bro. I'm not. I'm
I
saying
know,
hypothetically,
but
man.
I don't mean to get on you like that. But what I'm saying is like it's already still a catch-22 if you're really trying to do it for self-governance, right? If you're talking about roads, Like that's literally the Department of Transportation. And if you're gonna start from the ground up, it's gonna be mighty hard for you to be doing that shit if you
Right.
can't, you know, if you don't have your own secretary for Department of Transportation who knows independent companies that can go ahead and give you the concrete and all the materials you need to build a road.
I
It's
see
gonna
what
be
you're saying. Yeah.
mighty hard to do that.
I see what you're saying.
Are you gonna have concrete road, asphalt roads? Then
Cobble.
so one county might have people that are rich enough where they can build nice, solid, smooth concrete and asphalt roads. Then you get over there to the hood, they ain't got no money. They got pebbles and rocks and broken bricks for their road, and it doesn't create a consistency. It's gonna be harder for trade. It's gonna be harder to barter. How do you get your rice to that man over there, to the man that got beans, if you don't have a transportation, or you don't have? They done it before, but the supply chain was a whole lot slower then.
That's what I'm saying. It was done before, man. You think it can't be done again? I think it will be done again if the system ever does crash. And I feel like the system will crash.
Oh, the system's going to crash. The EMPs are going to take the entire system
Yeah,
out in the entire
electromagnetic pulses.
United
Yeah,
States.
yeah, it's gonna crash. So I feel like we're gonna have to resort back to that type of living, man, to where it's gonna be no government at all. We're
There
gonna be
is
put in that position
no,
again.
there
There's
is,
no captain behind the wheels we speak. And that's what I'm saying. Oh man, look, man. To each his own. I don't knock nobody for what they do. I'm saying just for me, man, I ain't with it, man. You know,
Well, I'm
I'm just
glad you
too grown.
said there's nobody in charge right now. You can argue
No
when
captain
Biden
behind
was
the
in
wheel,
there.
man.
You can argue when Biden was in there, there wasn't nobody there. You can argue that Elon or whoever's running it right now.
Barely there,
We got
man.
and we got planes falling out the sky, trains derailing. When there's, I hate to say it, but I'm convinced the government is actually needed, and I hate to say it, but I do believe we do need government at this point. America's too large to fail, and if we take government down, we're going to be a big failure, unlike this
Yeah.
world has ever seen.
we're going to be a
And
third
Yeah,
world country
that's what I'm
like
saying.
the
I'm gonna leave it at
Congo.
that. I'm gonna leave it at that. Look, we can agree to disagree. Like, you know, that's your prerogative. Miss Christina, who else said? Like, I mean, that's you get it how you live. Like some people say, oh, we might need government. I don't. We don't. I feel like we don't need government because even if they home, there's no captain behind the wheel, man. Like nobody's in the driver's seat, and if they are in the driver's seat, they're driving them straight to hell, man. That's what I'm
I
saying.
mean,
I don't give a shit about government, man. On the state level, on the local level, on the federal level, I don't give two shits. I don't care about them. They can all go to hell. They can all go to hell if you ask me. And that's just me being honest.
are you a sovereign citizen?
No, I'm not a sovereign citizen, bro. I'm a human, bro. I just use logic, bro. I can see beyond the bullshit, man. I know we in the matrix, bro. You said that last night. This is the
Yeah,
matrix, bro.
we are in the matrix. Yeah, that is
Yeah,
true.
bro. I'm like, fuck the matrix. That's what I'm on. Fuck the matrix. Fuck everything. Get it. Fuck all the gatekeepers of the matrix too. That's what I'm on.
I'm a gatekeeper to this matrix. Sorry.
That's what I'm on. That's what I'm gonna be
Throw
on
me the
until I leave.
key. Throw me the key.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like okay, but I'm not
Hey, my nigga
against.
Epic Studies in the building. What's good, bro? My bad,
What's
bro.
up,
What's good, my
what's up,
nigga Epic
Epic?
Studies?
What's good, man? I'm not against self-governance, but I just say that it's mighty hard if you're gonna do certain essentials to create a community where you're not relying on the government. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my only pondering, and I ain't stupid to it because I know damn well we do live in a matrix. Wherever you go and stuff like that. Like for instance, me living in the city, me living in New York. Like I'm cognizant that I don't buy food from farms. I don't buy food from. I mean, they'll have like like farm markets in the city. You know, you can go like for instance, you can go in Manhattan to a place called Union Square and go to a farm market, and certain places in different places. Usually in Manhattan they have it, but I can go to a farm market and get some stuff from there. But more times than not, and I'm talking about 98% of the time, I have to go to the supermarket to get my food. You know what I'm saying? So, do I like it? No. Do I want? I don't want to get fucking food out the can and boxes and all that other stuff. It has chemicals and all that stuff in there. I'm cognizant of that. But at the same time, it's like, okay, if I was right now, if I said, hey, Bronzebird wants to create his own community and call it Bronzeville, New York, I say, okay, how likely is it going to be that I'm not going to need some type of government influence, even if I ask for a grant from the government, or maybe just lucky. And more than likely, that independent company is probably getting some type of revenue from the government in general. How likely is it for me to create my own self-governing community called Brownsville, New York, and I have the essential needs where I don't need the government for shit? And if I wanted to create roads or this, that, and the third, then who the hell am I going to rely on? What companies supply cement and all these different things that's not reliant from the government? It's going to be mighty hard to do that. Will I say it's impossible? Absolutely not. Because I always believe you can if you really put your mind to it. But the likelihood of it, what's going to happen, the plot of land that's needed, and how to purchase that and stuff like that. Like, how do you do that shit? You know what I'm saying? If you're self-governing.
You end up giving in to oligarchies and drug dealers and pimps that to give you the financial city. You end up becoming a Miami.
Becoming a Miami. I mean, it's like I'm not saying it to be disrespectful. I'm not saying it like, you must be fucking crazy to think you don't need the government. I'm not saying it like that. I'm just saying in the fact of like where we live and like how we have to deal with stuff in America. Like, I've seen people who live off grid, and I'm proud of them. And obviously, you know of what's those people called? The Amish people. But how the Amish people, they don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, when the pandemic happened, they like, what the fuck y'all talking about? We good. We got everything we need.
They do it with selective numbers. You can also argue that the Mormons do it as well.
Yeah.
But
and they do it just fine. Matter of fact, I live in Amish country. I see them all. Every time I go out, I'm out and about. I see them out on the road with their horses and buggy. Matter of fact, they'll pay you $100 to come to their house and pick them up and take them to the convenience store.
Shit. Let me know. I will jump on.
I see them all the time, bro, back to where I live.
I'll create the car. I'll create my car into an Amish Uber. Shit.
That's what I'm saying. Because the place I live in, I live right outside of Louisville now. I'm from Louisville. That's why I was technically raised there. I was born in Mississippi. But like where I'm at now over here in the country, man, they everywhere, and it's like bare minimal governments where I'm at. So that's why I got the mindset I have.
No,
that's very little governments here where I'm at. That's why I'm in Amish country right now. No, like everybody does. Like my neighbor, he has a garden, and a lot of these people out here do bartering and trade. Like this guy has eggs, we can trade his eggs for squash. A lot of people do bartering and trade out here where I'm at.
Okay.
So that's why I want the timing that I'm on. That's why I speak the way I speak.
You do rely on the government. I'm sorry.
You said who?
She was saying you rely on the government.
I rely on the government. I might on a microcosm scale, on a micro scale. I might. I'm not saying I don't, but I'm saying like me, they don't control my mental, man. They don't control my life. I control my own thoughts. I lean towards. I have integrity. I can formulate my own opinion. I don't get brainwashed by the television. I don't let the TV propaganda think for me. That's what I'm saying. I see this place for what it is, man. A lot of people, they still stuck in an illusionary world. They can't see beyond the veil, man. They can't capitulate. They can't come up with that. You see what I'm trying to say?
No,
I'm not saying nobody on this panel, but I'm saying this is what I see. I see a lot of hive minds when I look around, man.
Yep, the sheeple.
Sheeple, and just the fact of the matter, we all can agree, conformity. Because I know all of us, we smart enough to know. And that's why I said yesterday on a panel, I said there's certain people who operate, I say everybody operates by thresholds. Even if you don't know it, you operate by thresholds. So those who don't know, they're going to sit here and hear this conversation and be like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Where we're like, well, we understand what you don't. Because we understand, this is a matrix, this is simulation, and the government has been lying about this, that, and the third, and even how they carry themselves. Shit, we was having, the last powwow I had, we had a conversation about how there's fucking clones in this world, and lizards, and all this other shit. Because we understand that.
God damn.
We ain't stupid, bro. We know all this shit.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm in the right place then. All right.
You got fucking people that came out as test tube babies, and you would never know because they got perfect fucking blue eyes.
Cabbage Patch Kids.
You know what I'm saying? This is shit we already know, bro.
I'm in the right place. All right, I got it. My bad, y'all. I'm just saying, man.
Bronzebird on that shit. Like, you've come to the right place. Brownstone Powwow is about that, of course. Just for a heads up. Christina Summer, y'all still new, so I'm trying to get y'all to steam on this. It be fuck shit here. It be fuck shit here too, because I just like to be, we have some great fucking times here. But it's important that, regardless if it's fuck shit or not, I'm just saying this. I think at the end of the day, like, I like to have people who understand, and even if you don't understand, we can teach each other. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
That's the whole point of this shit. Why when I started it, you understand what I'm saying? So, you know, at the end of the day, like I said, certain people operate at certain thresholds. So if you don't get it, that means you're not operating at my threshold. We can't speak on the same level, and it's not a personal diss. It's not a disrespect. It's just that you're not on that threshold that I'm on. So it doesn't come across as me being arrogant. It's just being like, look, we not on the same place. We're not on the same plane.
Right. And that's why I keep it respectful. That's why when I went on Summer's channel, even when I came over here, I was like, I don't know what level people. I don't know where people's at when it comes to this shit. So I don't want to come off as arrogant that I know it all, or like I'm just some big old conspiracy theorist. I don't know where nobody's at, man.
Oh no!
When I'm on my channel, I know where niggas is at, so I know how to deal. I know how to go about things. But when I come to other panels, I don't know where somebody's at.
Listen, if anything, I've been the type of dude to correct somebody if I feel like they saying some wrong shit or challenge them on what the hell are they saying. Phoenix knows, PASSDA knows.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Everybody know Bronzebird. I'd be like, nah. So what you mean by that? Like, what are you trying to say when you say that exactly? And it'd be right here. And I'd be like, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I think you're wrong on that statement. Or the research that I found was 1, 2, and 3, A to Z. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, it's just great. You know what I'm saying? Education is education. Regardless of how you get it and regardless of how it's told, education is education.
Because I'm convinced that New York is going to be the death of America, not D.C.
Oh my
you
God.
know?
Oh, I agree.
So now y'all just doing more New York slander. This is great.
You know, hey, I didn't realize that people in New York thought that they were the only people in the United States until I started hanging with you guys.
Yeah, you said it one time in my chat. I was like, I know there's other places in New York, Christine.
That's what's up, Bronze. Hey, you know a lot of the same cats I know. You know, Epic Studies and Big Dog Philly OG and Bronze. You know, a lot of them dudes be on my channel, man. So you've been.
Yeah, I know Big Dog Philly. Yeah, me and Big Dog Philly.
That's my nigga.
I used to be in the Aboriginal sector, and then
with Smoke Signal and all them.
Yeah, I used to be in the Aboriginal sector, and then I was in something called the fucking Manosphere, and now since that shit is dead, I'm on my own.
That's what's up, bro.
You know, so but yeah, I need y'all to stop doing that New York slander. I'm gonna beat y'all asses.
y'all slander Florida, so I'm gonna beat your ass.
No, Christine, y'all be getting a lot of love in Florida. Every time you hear about New York, they be like, "Oh shit, that's New York." See what happened? Trump is after your ass, and PASSDA be like, "Yeah, that's why y'all gonna get flooded."
I'm convinced. Y'all coming to Florida. I wish you'd take your New Yorkers back.
We sit up there taking over for Florida. Every time I talk to them, they be like, "Hey, I moved down there." I was like, "Nah, I don't live in New York no more." I say, "Where you live? Florida?" It's like, damn.
Take them back, would you please?
Nah, they settled there. There ain't nothing you can do about it now.
Jeez, just take them back. You know, since 2020, we in our county, my county alone, they have built and in the process of finishing building 50,000 homes.
50,000
in one county. 50,000. And right now, there is another 30,000 trying to get approved, and we're stopping it because we don't have the infrastructure.
Wow. Exactly. New Yorkers are like rats. They infest.
What the
fuck? And they just, y'all are.
Why we gotta be rats now, though?
Master Splinter looking characters, yo. And like,
I didn't hear it, Pastor.
Y'all are not sovereign citizens. Y'all the ones that can't govern themselves. Imagine New York trying to govern itself.
Look
That's
at
the reason
now.
why.
Yo, so. Yeah, all right. So I see how y'all working. Y'all just want to come on my panel and do some more fucking slandering shit. All right, cool. No. I'm gonna let y'all get y'all shit off.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Okay.
Get out of New York. Go visit.
No, seriously, I do but seriously, I did say on my travel list, I did want to, because you and Summer had talked about it. I said I did want to go to Chicago, but I've been to a bunch of different states. I said my favorite place to visit was like California. I didn't go to Los Angeles or the Bay yet, but I said I went to San Diego at least.
No, I love the Bay.
Oh, I haven't been there yet, so that's on my list. Well, I've been to Florida so many times. That's nothing. Carolinas, D.C., Maryland, of course, New Jersey, and all that other stuff. I said I want to visit Vermont, and I went to
I'm not
Boston 2
talking
years ago.
visiting. I have lived in South
What,
Dakota.
live? You
Yeah,
said
hold
live.
on. Time out. I've lived in South Dakota, Nebraska, Minnesota, Missouri, Iowa, Illinois, and Florida. Lived.
What's the best state you lived in?
The one I'm in. That's why I've been here
Florida.
almost 20 years.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, those other states seem a little bit too harsh as far as the weather, but those are states that you could probably do self governance. I think that the area that
Absolutely.
the area that dude was in, the Louisville, that area, I think it's a good area for self governance. So I see why he thinks the way he thinks, because he's in an area that you can actually kind of, be a lone ranger, kind of self governance, hold down you and your family. But when you start getting to these highly populated areas like New York, Chicago, the Bay, Dallas, Houston, it gets a little bit harder to self govern. And you couldn't self govern. You couldn't self govern Dallas. Like, even though it's in the
Well,
South, you couldn't self govern Dallas.
but I
They
don't
tear
live
this
in
shit apart.
I don't live in a large metropolitan area, and I know we could not self-govern here. I know.
I mean, that stuff sounds good. It sounds good, but like, let's be honest. Most people can't even self-govern their own blocks. I'm just being real.
No,
I know
Right?
I can't for shit. Like, I ain't so government nothing.
Listen, I'm not in my and it sounds like most of the people that are on this panel, they do something right wherever they're at. But I'm talking outside of us. Most people can't do that. So I hate government, but I also understand what in reality we're dealing with as people. So yeah, I don't know. Most people when I see somebody holding their block down, then I guess I'll listen to them when they talk about self-govern.
When they actually own it, don't sit here and tell me, yo,
Yeah,
I run the
yeah.
block,
I mean,
son.
not just doing community watch and shit like that. Like, let me see what you do. Buy a block. Put your money where your mouth is.
That's what I'm saying, Summer. That's why I get
Hey,
pissed off. I be
hey,
getting pissed off
Bronzebird,
at those. Huh? What's up?
can you put? I have a video I want you to show.
Yeah.
Can you put your email in the back, and I'll email it to you?
Yeah, I'll put it right now.
And this is what we're talking about, self-governance. I want you to look at this video, and I want you to tell me how we self-govern with this.
All right.
And this happened today in my community.
All right, so it's in the back now. Just copy and paste it. You see it? Christine?
I think self governance.
Yeah, I'm going to email you right now.
Okay.
I think there would be some.
What's up, Mutt Bum?
You would have to bring some violence to self governance, right? You would have to.
What?
Yeah,
Oh
yes.
yeah, there have to be consequences for the bullshit, right? You can't just let pedos do what they want. You can't, you know what I mean? Like, there's got to be something that it's the structure of it, and most people can't even.
Self governance is going to turn into a dictatorship real quick.
Yep. Yes, it will.
Real quick.
And that's why I said it's an easy conversation to have, but I don't know if people really have broke it down and really thought about what all that takes. And again, if we could even just self govern our blocks, could you imagine how better our communities would be? I'm just saying.
Just saying. And you actually
I talk my
own
shit
this
because
shit.
my footwork. Yeah, and that too. That's even the next level. I ain't even talking about that level. I'm just talking about I don't know, make sure the motherfucking kids in your neighborhood and the elderly in your neighborhood's cool. You know what I mean? But then you want to talk about real self-government. How can we even talk about self-government if we're still operating on shit they own?
Ooh, damn. That's facts.
I'll just shut up.
I love how you just said that, just mad, just subtle. It's like, I'll just shut up. Yo, side note, I don't believe Sugar Bum because I always feel like she's lying about something. So they said that you got dragged today, bro.
I don't know what Sugar Bum was even talking about. I
don't know what
I don't even know what she's even talking about. The Sugar Bum stays for drama, so therefore, in a self governance area, we would have to beat Sugar Bum publicly to let other people know that you can't act like her.
Yeah. You already know. Yeah, you already know. Sugar Bum has to get handled. You know what I'm saying? Because she thinks she out of control. She be like, oh yeah, I'm that bitch. And you be like, yeah, Sugar Bum, you could try it. Because self governance, you get kicked out automatically. You understand? I mean,
we would have to beat her publicly, then kick her out like a leopard. And then so this self-governing shit gonna get real gangster real quick.
Real gangster. Certain people are not equipped for this real fucking self-governance.
Again, yeah, I really don't. I mean, because it's something we've even talked about here in Louisville. You know what I mean? Like, there's actually a group of people that I know that are really literally trying to buy a whole city block up, right? Just because economically amazing. So it's like, I just don't think most people that sit and talk about these things, it's like, how much research have you put in? How much footwork have you put in? And how much brain, like, have you really thought about this? Because it's a lot. We can't even self-govern our own households half the fucking time. Kids is doing whatever the hell they want. You know what I mean? Like, so it's just like, it's hard for me to, catch on to the prize when it's like, okay, well, what's your example?
It's the sound good conversations. It just
I wish people would self-govern. It would make what I do a lot easier. That means that our homeless population wouldn't be through the roof. Possibly addiction wouldn't be through the roof. Child trafficking wouldn't be through the roof. Because, we'd be paying attention to our what we're supposed to be paying attention to. But that's yet to still happen. So it's just me, it's a talking point.
Yeah. That's why Summer, I ain't gonna lie, I got pissed off because I'm not really pissed off. PASSDA would know. Like, obviously in the black spaces, they be like, we got to come together. And we got to do this, we got to do that. And I be sitting there, I be like, all right, so y'all trying to meet up off the panel and make shit happen? Or y'all just having a conversation? Come to find out, it's like, it's all starts with a conversation. So then I'm like, just shut the fuck up then.
We've been having that conversation for decades.
For decades.
Like, honestly, for those that don't know, I am not black. But I was raised by black women. I was, my family and everything's black. I guess I come from the mixed population, right? The opinion of that part. But I've seen what my granny and them went through. I watched crosses be burned when we was growing up. I talk about this all the time, It's just, and so when I talk, I'm talking about people, period. Because I grew up in obviously the black community, but at the same time, it ain't even just that. Because nowadays, like I was talking about the other day, classism has got a lot of people together that maybe normally wouldn't be together. And we just got to do better, man. We got to do better.
That's a fact. Christine, you want me to play it too?
Well, if you want to, if you read what I wrote you, that will tell you why. And that's government. We would have lost our entire community by us, the community, trying to handle it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm just like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
and oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
And then too, I get what everybody's saying about the voting stuff because, dude, it's so frustrating. Like, I vote on the back of, like, women died for my right to vote, right? But at the same time, it wasn't until 2020 where the AG that was trying to become governor, we did that. We got him through. Judges that were involved with corruption and police brutality things, signing warrants in 2.2 minutes, Breonna Taylor stuff, boom, them judges is gone. You know what I mean? So there's things that I've seen and been able to tangibly see the difference made on a local level. That's why I don't feel like I can make a difference on maybe a federal level or whatever, you know what I mean? But I know in the local level, I do feel like I can make a change because if you're involved in your community, if you're involved in your school board, you're involved in your metro council stuff or whatever it's called in your community, then you kind of, you know what I'm saying? You know who's doing shit and who's at least trying. Before they get corrupt and stuff, they come from our communities. We're not just pulling these people out of our asses. Like, they're coming from our communities. The more we get involved, the more we understand, and we're not in there just checking a box, might be able to make a difference.
Yep.
Damn right.
Damn right. I ain't beefing with that. You know what I mean? It's just.
And I understand not everybody can go to all these meetings every single time.
That's not true because virtual shit is going on. That's one thing. Another thing, in 2020, we made here locally, we made a huge deal because we was doing metro meetings and all this stuff they was doing online. Then they wanted to try to stop, like, after everything went back. We was like, nah, because you know what I'm saying? People sometimes can't make it to meetings, but you can watch that shit online. There's no reason why. The only reason that you're not informed is your ignorance. That's it. Nobody else's. Any and everybody can pick up this phone that you're talking on and get educated. I don't take that for, I'm sorry, I just don't take that for an excuse anymore.
Age of information. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I love you, Christine. I didn't mean to be like that. But you know what I mean? It's just like, and you know, because you know, you do the work too.
Mm-hmm.
Put in the footwork.
And we can't fall for handouts like this punk ass nigga Elon Musk trying to give us $5,000 government stimulus checks. We're gonna have to pay back. I heard people saying, yeah, let's get that $5,000. That $5,000 gonna cost us 25,000.
No, do you know why he's wanting to spend this money? You know that's been proven it's not true. But do you know why that money should come back to us?
It should come back to us, but what I'm saying, okay. So the idea of what he's doing is not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing the practicality of him doing it. I just don't think he's the one to do it.
No, he's not. I agree. That's our Congress's job. And if the Congress is doing wrong, hold them accountable. He has no business doing what he's doing. Our Congress, that is their job. Sorry.
Wait, hold on. So y'all found out, y'all know about I don't know if this is what y'all was just talking about. So Elon Musk and talking about how it was with Doge and how he wants to give out $5,000 to every American.
Well, they don't know how much, but that's not true. But
that was a lie, right?
Correct. It's been proven.
Yeah, because I'm like, that's some wild ass shit. Like,
yeah, it was fact checked. That's not what. That's not. But in all honesty, if he is saving trillions of dollars because of wasteful spending, and what they've been getting rid of is hurting American people, whether anybody wants to admit it or not, and it's going to become worse. But if he's saving trillions of dollars, that's my money. I listen to the congressional meetings, and I do not like Marjorie Taylor Greene. I will tell you this right now. Yeah. But Marjorie Taylor Greene at the congressional hearing stated taxpayers are paying taxes at gunpoint. Because if you don't pay your taxes, you go to jail. Well, FYI, I am now a victim because I was held at gunpoint because Marjorie Taylor Greene said so. So give me my money back.
Bitch better have my money.
Get my money back.
Exactly, and I don't think that Elon a welfare queen. The way what's going to happen is because when they crunch the numbers, they said that it roughly should technically be around 15.
Correct.
That we get back, but Elon is going to steal so much for his government welfare ass that we only going to end up getting the 5 where we should be getting 15.
Him? Who's auditing Elon Musk?
Nobody.
Nobody's auditing him. Yeah, nobody's auditing him.
My point. Audit
little 19-year-olds called big balls. What's that? Hairy balls or big balls?
Something like that. But I want somebody to audit him. Sorry.
No,
yeah,
you're
that's
absolutely
not
right.
happen.
He needs to, but that's a problem. I don't feel like.
Listen, even Elon's son told Trump that he ain't the fucking president. Okay, sorry,
he did say
bro.
that. No, he did say that. He's like, shush. It's like what?
I think Elon's a bad parent too. I think he like Nino Brown and New Jack City carrying that child around as a vest. Yo, let me tell you something. People hide their
He's in a case with his baby mama. That's why he's throwing that kid around like that. He's using that kid as a pawn.
He wants 50 kids.
Getting shot. Like
that he hiding behind that kid. That kid is part of his security detail.
What man wants 50 kids and why?
What?
He wants 50 kids.
I'll just be honest with you, Christine. Hold on, wait a minute. We got 10. So there are people out there that if they got the money, I mean, shit, if I had the money, I wouldn't give a shit about having even more kids, to be all the way real, if it wasn't going to kill me. So, I mean, there are people out there, if they got money, shit, they want to have a lot of kids. And there's nothing wrong with that aspect of things, as long as you can take care of them.
He wants 50 kids with numerous women. We talk about men in the home.
Yeah, I know men like that, unfortunately.
That's
now, that obviously men like that aren't about the family unit because it's a bunch of different kids, but a bunch of different women, right? That X out the family unit.
Right.
But, it is what it is.
They do that in other countries, of course. Like, the dudes that be having, like, 70 wives and, like, over 100 kids. That shit is wild. I don't know how they do that. But apparently they got the money for it. So, I mean, if you're going to do that, you got the money.
But you can't raise kids just with money.
Of course. You need more than money to raise a kid.
We know that. That's why, Christine, their thing is they stand on this whole family unit, right? Like, family unit, woo, woo. Okay, well, you ain't got no family unit when you got 15 baby mamas. Like, I get financially you can take care of all of them, but this theory of the family unit, well, you ain't got that. You're just like the rest of us,
Well,
degenerates.
the
They got
thing
a
is,
bunch of baby mama and baby daddy.
he's not doing it right, because even the Mormons that have multiple wives, or even in the Middle East where they have multiple wives, they have proximity to their wives and children. It's more like a compound, or with the way
Okay,
Elon
yeah,
doing it.
the
Elon got
sister
kids.
wife thing.
Elon got kids spread all over the United States. That's not the way that it's actually done, even in this country. If you do it.
Yeah, well, see, I have a problem with that. And I understand the money, but I have heard nothing but from this campaign, the family unit, the family unit, the family unit, 2 genders, mom and dad in the home. That's all I've heard.
Well, that's why they cancel their stuff out on all kinds of different things. They'll say, I mean, like I said, some of the things they say, yeah, the idea of it's beautiful. I hope it would work out because it would be beneficial for everybody, right? In their theory. But we all know that's not the way it is. Like, it's just not. I mean, so again, people they gonna
And
fuck around and find out, and they gonna learn the hard way. I can promise you that.
they want to do the two. They want to do the two gender things, but it seems like every tech bro that's high up got a transgender child, or they transgender. Just not talk bad about those people.
There are more than 2 genders. I mean, technically, there are 11, but there's 3 that people in science work on, and people keep forgetting there are hermaphrodites. I have seen babies born hermaphrodites.
Well, I mean, but I still don't necessarily believe there's more than 2 genders, though. I'm sorry.
There is.
Well, 2.5. At most 3, but
she said 2.5.
Where does the half come from? I'm confused.
My bad. I
the
thought
hermaphrodite. Shit, I'm sorry.
During my time in labor and delivery, we had 2 children born hermaphrodites. And what ended up happening before a year of age, the parents chose the sex of the child and put them through surgeries.
Well, that's but what I'm saying is at least you're not thinking in the terms of like these goofy liberals that sit up there and talk about there's like genders is infinite. Like that's some goofy shit. I'm just keeping it real with you, because they'll be like, well, you know, if you feel like you're not a female or male, then you could be non-binary. And it's like, nah, that's not how shit works though. Like we not doing that. And then it morphs into that world of pronouns. Like that's what I mean about saying like it's not as many. Like if you're gonna say that, I stood by my guns and say it's 2.5. If it's not 2.5, then that third one means it's the hermaphrodite. But
Correct.
Otherwise than that, I'm not. We ain't going past that. You know what I mean? We
But
not going past that.
identity and biologics are 2 different things.
Of course it is.
Who is my government to tell me if I can love a same-sex person?
Well, I don't think that's right. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, you love who you love, and there shouldn't be no government influence in that shit.
But our government's trying to stop it.
Right, because a lot of people don't realize this, but I know here in Kentucky, I've seen it on the ballot, not this last term that Trump won, but the one where Biden won. I remember I was sitting, there's a guy named Charles Booker here, he was running for Senate or something, and I was at a celebration party, but he ended up losing. But anyway, I was sitting there and I remember watching the charts, obviously, because I was around when all the women's rights stuff was going on, but then something that popped up and slid up was interracial marriage. And I was like, hold on, wait a minute. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, so now y'all gonna start playing with this? And that's the only thing that scares me. When you start telling people who and what and where who they can marry, you know, I'm not talking about kid shit. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about adult shit. When you start doing that again, you know what I mean? Like, nah, we don't need to go back that. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I couldn't even believe that I seen interracial marriage on the fucking voting ballot. Like, what?
That's over governance.
And by the way, go ahead.
That's over governance. You talk about no government now. I'm talking about over government. But in certain areas, they over govern when they see something being needed. I do think that they are seeing the white population dwindle. And I don't. If you look at these white guys on Telegram, Discord, and all over the line, they are not happy about the amount of white women having dealings with other races of men. They
Oh
always
no.
calling, and they are looking to run to the government to rectify something that they don't like, and there's no that is true.
Yeah.
They are doing that.
Damn.
Yep.
So
Very much true. I agree with you.
It's an audience of the white man. I guess the white man that's not feeling that his woman is going to other races of men. Like, that's wild. Like, to take it to like a federal level, and it's like, but why? Like, this has always been happening. So it's like, why are you? I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems trite as fuck.
I don't know anything different.
Like it's like, it's like it's done and it's over with. So it's like you still trying to bring that up, and it's like we got bigger fish to fry at this point. You feel what I'm saying?
100. Yep.
Like
100%.
that shit. You feel what I'm saying?
If family is the backbone
But it's
of this
about, like
country,
he said, it's about that over governing shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 'cause
That's a controlling aspect.
They're gonna get it with power. They convert those feelings into power, and then once you have that power, it's like you can't say shit. This is what we voted into law. You know what I'm saying? So it's fucked up.
because
That's like
family,
on the same ballot. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
because I'll be real quick, because family is the backbone of this country, and a lot of white guys have voiced that they feel like the power or the backbone of this country, they're losing it because it's almost the same argument that we have in the black manosphere about the black woman took the welfare money and kicked the black man out. Well, they argue that the white woman took liberation and feminism and I guess free love and loving who she wants to love and destroyed the white family. That's literally, I think, the argument that they're making when you put it out that way.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that argument before, but like, somebody like me, shit, I grew up in an interracial family, and I have an interracial family. I don't know anything different.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
I mean, look, listen, I'm just perplexed. Like, I was just like, yo, that's surprising as fuck to me. Like, that y'all gonna take it to the law for that shit. Because the only thing I've been noticing is like, okay, well, Trump has been really going hard about the anti-LGBTQ shit. And I'm just like, okay, canceling holidays. Now Google is saying that we ain't celebrating Black History Month, no LGBTQ month, and all this other shit. And I was like, wow.
Women's Rights Month, that's gone too.
Rights, that's going like.
Indigenous Month is gone. Anything but white holiday
off the table.
But here's the thing: when he campaigned, he talked about the two genders and a man and a woman, and he talked about the family unit, that women should be staying at home and taking care of their children. And that pissed me off because I am a woman. I have 4 sons. I have raised into adulthood that are doing pretty damn good. And during the same time, I am a professional person. I worked. I went to school. I accomplished getting a higher degree, raising 4 good men.
Right. And the thing about it is that the problem, well, because that mindset, and I hear other men who say it, it's like, well, if y'all thinking that life is going to be like how it was in the 1950s and 1940s, that's not going to happen. And you have to also, and I mean, like Trump, you should know this shit because we're dealing with inflation right now. So what is the likelihood of having a woman stay at home when we already live?
Yeah.
We already live in an era where women and men have to work. And regardless, I don't give a fuck. Like family households, couples, roommates, all that other stuff. It's literally a 2-parent. It's literally a 2-zone payment. Like you have each person has to work.
It is.
There is none that cannot work and stay home.
Okay.
Just be pretty and just whatever.
Okay. We're gonna back
I
this
wish I
up.
could. Shit.
I have 2 sons, but their significant others do not work. They are home raising children. Now, when I raised my children, and Bronzebird, I'm sure, I've been married 41 years.
Right.
And I didn't have to work when we got to a certain time period in our life. But the type of work I do, I needed to be in my community to help my community live. Because if I wasn't there, people would have died. So I didn't work for money, and trust me, I didn't make. I mean, my husband made like 10. His bonus check was more than I made in a year. Okay, so it's not about women staying home because, I mean, yes, it is about that, but there are a lot of women out there that choose to work that don't actually have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're correct on that. But I think, in a sense, like, you can't make. I just think that it's not a national basis where, the woman is self sufficient. And I'm not saying by herself. I'm just saying, like, if you've already got kids or married and stuff like that. Also factor in like where you're from and where you live is a factor in it. Because in New York, I mean, the guy has to make a specific. He has to have a specific job title, a specific career he's involved in, and even with that, the income he's making is not able to survive with just having, for himself. Like, he's gonna have to have another job or another hustle to support that. And then the woman coming in, like, we're talking about homes that they're buying. Like, let's just say in New York City, the homes is like $100,000 or something like that, and the job is only giving you half that for a salary. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's also a factor in where you're from too. I mean, that's obvious, but if Trump is trying to say, like, we need to go back to that type of life, I'm just like, inflation, dude. Like, I'm just being honest. I'll be real with you. I'm like,
no, inflation. and I agree. It does take a two-income family, but that doesn't take a two-income family because of the niceties we expect in life or want in life.
Yeah, well, we'll
Just asking.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, let's see how he rolls the dice. Because, I mean, all I know is he hyper focused on, the family unit, which I'm not mad at. I'm like, honestly, I think we should push for that. Get back to the family unit. Support.
He's not focused on the family unit, though.
Okay.
Because if he was focused on the family unit, he would be. What's the biggest way to harm elderly and children? The biggest threat to elderly and children is malnutrition and dehydration. So therefore,
Yep.
you will make groceries. You'll make groceries great again in this country. The for the health and nutrition of our country. You would put these fathers back in these homes so that you would intervene between family court systems, because family court system is against fathers and mothers. So you would put a cap on the power of family court system, which will put fathers back at home, which will put these kids back in park and recreations. Usually you don't see kids at the park no more because the family unit ain't there. Then that would deal with childhood obesity, childhood malnutrition. You wouldn't be talking trash to Canada because that's where we get all our lumber for. So our houses wouldn't be so damn expensive because now we got lumber coming into this damn country. You wouldn't be putting tariffs on them. There's so many. You will make electric. You will make. Trump just said that we're going to mine cryptocurrency, and that's going to double the need of energy and the cost of energy. We need heat for our children, not for no Bitcoin. There's so many things, dog, that we go into that if he really cared about family, he could do.
Well, it's the literacy rate too. Like, we can't stress that enough. Like, a lot of our kids can't read, and they're not reading on a grade level that they're supposedly on.
But here's the thing with that though, and I wanted to say something earlier. I don't know who said it, but they're talking about the schools and this, we need to pay and we need to do this and we need to do that. But what's the expectation that a school should be teaching your child? Where does the parent? I mean, education starts in the home. It really does, and it should continue in the home. How many parents are really knowing even the homework, or sitting down with their kids, or doing homework, or checking their homework, or know what the curriculum is, or know what the expectation is? And you can't teach everything in a 6 or 8 hour day to kids. It has to be followed through at home. And what is the expectation that schools should teach? My opinion, reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Yeah.
But here I hear they need to get back to automotive, and they need to get back to cooking, and they need to do home ec. And why? Where's the parent?
Giving their kid a damn iPad, cell phone, all that shit for TikTok.
Thank you. That's my point. I understand the teachers are underpaid, but something, nobody ever went into education or even nursing or CNAs or LPNs. Nobody ever went into that field thinking you were going to become wealthy. It is a calling. You do it from your heart. It's not about the money.
I agree.
Yeah, because I'm a
100%.
registered nurse and all. When people think registered nurses make so much money, we do okay. I'm a traveling nurse, so I do a little bit better than a staff one. But I ain't no rich person. I mean, I'm comfortable. I can make a little bit of money to invest in some cryptos here and there. And that's another thing. Joe Biden had the stock market and the crypto market moving pretty damn good. That's where I made all my crypto and stock gains from.
You know, did
Trump
you
has
see the Dow went down
destroyed.
today? Sorry.
Oh yeah, it went down. Trump has destroyed the stock market and the crypto market with his
Yep.
fake ass meme coins. He got other presidents, Argentinian presidents doing fake ass meme coins. They got a Doge Social Security meme coin out now.
Yep.
Ivanka's got a meme coin. His whole family's got a meme coin. The sons, the wife, him. I'm just so disappointed in what I was voting, what I was pushing. Because I was one of those people that was pushing this shit. I was a
Long live the
Trump
king.
pusher.
Long live the king.
I was up here pushing that shit. I was like, yeah, we need to go.
Long live the king.
Yeah, and then he gonna make another tweet saying you can't commit a crime if you're saving your country. Nigga, please, yes you can.
Well, because what he is doing is crimes against humanity, and he is taking our checks and balances away. He's taking them away. There's going to be no checks and balances with him in play.
This is why I say it's gonna be a clown show. I feel like maybe it's just me. I can't speak for everybody. I feel like my body and my mind is just like I can't believe what's going on. Like, is this actually real? What's going on right now? And I'm like, obviously, Bronzebird, it is happening, but it's just like my body and my mind is like, nah, this is a TV show.
It's only been a month. It's only been a month.
It's only been a month. It hasn't even been 100
month.
days yet. I was sitting there like, yo, this cannot be real.
And this all happened on my birthday. He got sworn in on my friggin' birthday. Ugh.
Your fault,
We
Summer.
can't maintain this speed. We can't maintain this speed. We're gonna be just like Palestine, like that train that went through Palestine, or these planes in there. We can't maintain this speed. Something has to derail. Something has to crash. Something tragic is going. We can't keep this speed going up, man. We can't. Elon Musk is in the Oval Office. He with Sean Hannity. I want to know why Donald Trump is with Elon more than he with Melania, hard
That's what
face
I
ass.
said. I
Or
didn't say
the
Melania.
VP. We ain't seen him either. I'm starting to think Elon's the VP.
What's going on with JD Vance? Because I'm just like, what's going on with him? Somebody said that he was in traveling in Europe.
He's too busy with his eyeliner and mascara to worry about what the hell's going on.
Oh shit!
Don't you guys that make me laugh. I have a couple broken ribs and laughing's killing me.
But why does it look like JD Vance always got on eyeliner though? And he with Palantir, Peter. Tell me how the conservatives are so. I'm not against these people, but the conservatives are so conservative, right? But Peter Thiel, the dude that has Palantir, PayPal Mafia, is a gay man.
That's what I wanted to ask.
He's back, and he is financially backing Elon, JD Vance, Trump. They got their money from that money came from a gay man. And I'm not talking bad about gay men, but
Just
this the
based off of
conservative
Trump's rhetoric, it's
off
like
You could supposedly don't like the gay population, but yet you taking the gay man's money. That's what you're trying to say, right?
you shut the fuck up for that man's money.
Can I ask a question? I've heard this gentleman talk about this earlier. What does being a conservative mean?
They don't even know.
Yeah, I gotta shut the fuck up on that.
I don't know what
a
a conservative is
I don't know
anymore.
what a conservative means. Like, I'd be thinking like it's a certain mindset in terms of your political position. Like,
I don't know anymore.
When you say you a conservative, like, oh, okay, you're feeding more into the grounds of right leaning. I usually think conservatives usually serve with more right leaning politics.
Well, but I don't right lean, and to be honest, I mean, Now, I guess not politically. I mean, I'm a conservative person.
Yeah.
And I don't want to throw that out as a political thing, but that's all I ever hear anymore. And nobody can tell me what being a conservative means.
It's like one of those. It's like one of those eras where people be using words that sound smart.
Yeah.
Well, I thought that
I'm a conservative. What does a conservative mean? Oh, well, I don't know.
I thought that it mean fiscal conservative, like you saved money. Because I guess that's what they're trying to do with this Doge thing, but they're spending a lot of money.
Yeah.
I thought conservative meant family, but yet they making baby mamas. I thought conservative meant religion, but
Lots of
yet
baby mamas.
I thought conservative meant religion, but yet they want to put out a Trump Bible in our schools down here in Texas and Oklahoma. So I don't know what that shit mean no more.
Okay, I was just asking because nobody's been able to give me a definition.
Yeah, I can't help you.
Listen, I'm not taking a shot, but the best thing I love is a reformed Trumper.
That would
I'm
be
just
neat.
saying because well, yeah. I wasn't gonna tell your story, but yes, Christine used to be a big time. I mean, this woman's got even a toilet paper thing with Trump. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. I get it. I do get it, though. I do understand because, again, like I said, people tired of the politician shit. And he said he played on people's emotions. He told everybody, I'm going to fix your groceries. I'm going to do this. 2 days later, he got in. He said, by the way, I took a check out and I can't do nothing with the groceries or the eggs. It's like, goddamn.
I'm like, goddamn, man, you sat there and saw all this shit that lied, yo.
Hold on, I'm turning my camera on for a second.
Politician, but ain't what politicians.
Yeah, with the Trump cup.
Yeah.
45 and 47. You know?
I think all of us was somewhat liking Trump. I'll admit, I ain't gonna speak for everybody, but a lot of people was rocking with Trump at one point. I think his first presidency started out a whole lot better than this one is starting out.
Yep.
Yeah, it did.
Long live the king.
Long live the king.
Project 2025, baby. You gotta go look at that checklist that we kept throwing around with all the Project 2025 and all the various like, oh, crazy summer. Well, go look at the checklist and see how many things in not even a month is already checked off. I'm just saying.
Like 13 so far.
Yep, we keep it count. Every day I get up and look at the list and go, oh, well, he got that one. Let's see what he's going to get tomorrow. And it's like everybody, the new thing right now is, oh, well, they're going to change like food stamps and stuff like that. They're not going to allow people to buy junk food. Okay, that sounds great. But now, do we understand how much expensive food works or costs, right? So it's like you want to do all these things that sound really good, but in the whole picture, because some people buy a bunch of junk food because that's all the fuck they don't know how to shop. They don't know anything healthy wise, right? But then some people have to buy that shit because they don't have the money to get them through the whole month to go buy fruits and vegetables and fresh salads and shit like that because that's just expensive. So you want to do one thing, but yet you're not going to give them extra money or proper shopping shit or anything. Just go and buy just salads for a week for somebody that's on a fixed income. That could be the chance of them not having food for 2 weeks at the end of the month. So it's just, we're not thinking things all the way through. I'm all about a bigger picture. I'm all about changing plans, but make it make sense. You can come with a half-cocked idea, and it's just that. It's a half-cocked idea. They ain't gonna do shit.
Mm-hmm. Especially now you talk about food stamps and all that other stuff. And like I said, I went to the supermarket and have a reality check. I'm like, yo, since when the fuck did cereal cost $10?
Exactly. So now you want to take that junk food off. And you want them to buy healthy stuff. Okay, cool. You want them to buy breakfast stuff. You want to make eggs, whatever it is that you see, fruits, vegetables. Okay, that's great. I would love to see some of the families I work with that are on fixed income. And I know they would love to go buy stuff that's healthy. But then it depends what kind of grocery store you have. Because you got food deserts. You've got, the A, B, C grocery stores. A and B, they got all right stuff. But C, just in the food desert area, you couldn't buy that shit if you wanted to.
Mm-mm. And the thing about
again, you got to get educated on all this kind of stuff. It's bigger than just an idea or a talking point. If you're gonna make this shit into reality, you really got to sit down and break that down. And I've done that. I've looked at the difference between because we have food deserts here in our city. Yep. There's
I mean,
there's areas that they can't get a grocery store, get to a grocery store, and if they get to one, dude, there's nothing there. It's shit food.
Yep.
And the thing about it is, what I understand, New York City is kind of like they have food deserts too, definitely in different neighborhoods where you got to go to different places. We more or less reliant on like the quick little grocery stores, you know, the bodegas and the shit that I be talking about, right? So the thing about it is like you go to these supermarkets and it's like they don't be caring about the expiration dates, yo. Like you be going in there, you try to get a steak and the steak was done like last week. And the thing about it is the only reason they're gonna start putting like, as we already know, you put like the Whole Foods or the Trader Joe's, for example, famous in New York, is only because it's gonna be coming in a developing neighborhood. But otherwise than that, ain't nobody teaching the people in the hood or wherever you from the fundamentals of getting good food or getting organic food, which is still a reach. Because let's not forget.
Bronzebird.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, I'll wait till you're done. Go ahead, finish.
I was gonna say real quick. Because even with that, I can't even trust them sitting up there putting organic USDA labels on the food anyway, foods and drinks. Because I'm like, yo, I did my research when I was at Whole Foods. I asked one of them one day about something. I said, yo, but what about the pesticides you put in this, that, and third? They got mad silent, but then they sit here and they tell you our food is 100% organic, and I be like, nah, that's a cap, because y'all got a lot of fuck shit y'all got in there. But my point of saying that is like, okay, if you're going to do that, then, okay, where's the possibility for those that have a food desert and then they're trying to get good food and then there's no knowledge on how to get good food? You know what I'm saying?
Yep. We, in 2020, when they... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was my bad. It was your turn. My bad. I'll wait till you finish.
I was just going to say, in 2020, one thing that we did, you know, a lot of things was birthed out of the protesting stuff we did in honor of Breonna Taylor here in Louisville. And one thing that was done, well, like the space that we had took over or whatever is like where the courthouse is and all that kind of shit is. There's a central little park and it had some like places, and we started gardening. We literally taught people that never gardened in their life how to garden stuff. And then we took it even a step further. We had a couple of the women in one part of the neighborhood. They opened up a grocery store, first Black-owned grocery store we ever had in the West End. It was as beautiful, right? But then just keeping it to sustain it, even them opening it up and learning it. I mean, unfortunately it closed because of everything that is going on right now. They lost funding and all kinds of other stuff. But it's frustrating because, again, the idea of it is all great, like, you know, but when you break it down and you really think of it in reality, it's like, okay, how are we really going to get this stuff and sustain it? And I'm going to go back to, again, we're the community. That's why people, one, have to get educated on different things. Two, the people that know the stuff can't be like, oh, you're just stupid if you don't believe the way I do. Because that shuts down conversations. That shuts down people's motivation. We have to be willing to, and we have to get out of the mindset as, well, I'm just going to take care of me and mine. That's why we in the fucking situation we in now. Back in the day when motherfuckers used to take care of their kids and shit like that and watch the block and, you know, think the communities were better. The big mamas was on the porch. They knew everything. Everybody's kids was, you know, somewhat watched over. Now people don't want to do that. They barely even know who lives next to them.
Oh, yeah.
And we continue to get isolated as a community, and where that's not going to fix this. That's giving the government more control. People don't understand when you get involved in your community, outside your household and outside of that, and everything starts with your block. Yep. Until you do that, we ain't doing shit. And I don't mean to be like that, but at the same time, I got to see people's footwork.
Well, that's why I say, yo, like that's my reality, unfortunately. Because the thing about it is, like, yeah, I know people that's on my block and stuff like that, but then you got the newbies, and I'm like, I don't know you. And then it's the other ones that's not even focused. They'll get to know people, but their agenda is because we want to get you off the block. You know what I'm saying? So
right, exactly.
That's why it's just like, damn, like, you know, you live in that, when like essential things, like I got a mosque down my block or whatever. And the thing about it is, you know, it's primarily Africans. Africans don't give a fuck about me. They don't give two fucks about who I am. And I've lived on the block longer than they had their mosque there. You know what I'm saying? So it's already a big ass divide, plus construction all around the place and stuff like that. So it's like the whole mannerisms, like, yo, I would wish, and honestly, I'm really being serious when I say this. I would wish for, you know, not just because of my community directly, but just that we had that whole entire wholeness of like, yo, look, listen, we live here together. We know each other. Like, let's build. You know what I'm saying? Let's have our little cookouts together. Let's have the block party. Let's do this, that, and third. Yo, did you find out about what's going on? You found out what's going on with such and such, and then be like, all right, cool. The conversation is dead because now it's all about individuality. I'm about to get mine. I don't give a fuck about y'all. Look, listen, I gotta get my money. I gotta do this. I gotta do that. My kids gotta get fed. This, that, and third. I'll see y'all later. And most time you say that see you later is right before you go to bed. You go up in the morning, you do the same rituals. Nobody cares.
Well,
that's
something.
Fucked up.
Today, I was told that I need to move out of the community because I want to take kids' funds away and put my nose into everything. And it has to do with that. And it has to do with that fire that I sent to you. Because it was a group of kids. We know who the kids are. The parents let them run wild. Parents are out there partying and the kids are left alone. And I made a statement that parents need to parent. And they told me that I'm just an old woman and maybe I need to settle in a retirement and move out of my community.
That's so wrong.
But that's just a cop out.
Sure
That's just a reactionary knee jerk statement.
But that's
So
what
of
they
course,
do. I don't have kids, number one. And number two, I've lived in this community long enough, and I guarantee you, I know 80% of the people in my community, and my community has about 1,500 homes.
well, I think when people get on their see, this is the whole reason why I don't believe this is the whole reason why we need the government, but we don't need the government that we got. Is
Right.
because you're going to run into that form of. So I think I heard the only people I heard use this was like BGS and Mr. Z. They kept using this term called rugged individualism. They I don't know where they got it from.
Yeah, I heard of that before.
But they use this. It's a phrase, I guess. Rugged individualism. And when people start acting like that, they have this rugged individualism, like where I don't care. People say, "Well, I can do what I want to do as long as it doesn't harm you." Well, now I'm telling you that what you're doing is somewhat harming me and others. Then that's when they resort back to that rugged individualism, where well, fuck you, I'm gonna keep doing it, and then you need government to step in, because if you don't, that's when your purging and your uh knee jerk, I'm gonna get your bitch ass up out of here behavior starts.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah.
And you see it all the time you see it in all communities, especially the black community. You know what I'm saying? They
What?
get your ass up out of here real quick. It's a form of vigilanteism. It's not even justice, because you would think vigilantes are just people, but half the shit that we seen, like no Batman, not to make it silly or whatever, but half the shit we seen Batman and them doing wasn't technically just. It was all based in retaliation and get back, street justice. That's pretty much what it was, and I don't think that we can sustain street justice because it ain't just all the time.
No, it's not. It's other things, and I can't really
I don't.
think of it.
I can't live in a lawless community. I'm sorry. I can't.
As much as I could be like, fuck the government, I said, nah, I need the government for this one. That motherfucker wildin'. That motherfucker need justice on his own, yo.
Exactly. You need a government for some of these people. Some of these people you do not want to do a citizen's arrest on. Okay, you don't.
Like, right, I can sit here and try to brag about it. It's like, nah, fuck the government. We don't need him. I'm like, nah, that dude was tripping the other day, yo. Like, he needs some justice in his life, yo. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, yeah, rugged.
And Jesus isn't gonna do it.
Exactly, because there ain't no praying for some of them. I'm sorry. Ain't no
I can pray, but that's going. Jesus ain't fixing it right now.
It is not fixing.
Well, prayer without works, even that though, prayer without works is dead. So a lot of people can sit around and pray all they want, but what you doing? Are you being the hand? If that's what you believe in, you have to be the hands and the feet. So even that, people contradict their own self. You know what I'm saying? It's just people always be like, oh, well, Summer, you got the, bright ass hair, tattoos. I got a reckless mind. I mean, like, I'm a hot mess, but my heart is always in the right place. Exactly. I let you know ahead of time, right? But one thing people can never say is my feet ain't to the concrete. Every day in my community, every single day. People used to be like, Summer, you everywhere, you and everybody, you over here supporting this, you over here supporting that, you over here supporting it. I said, you damn right. Because all of it is our community. We got kids like, dude, we have more shootings and more homeless people died. I had another one die today. Like, our community is in so much trouble. And it's because everybody just got that mindset. I'm gonna mind my damn business. Well, that ain't getting you nowhere. And then everybody, which Julie right, things happen, and then people are upset. But it's like, okay, but we have to be active. We can't wait. This is the part. Again, this is the part the government can't fix. The government can't stop our neighborhoods from killing each other. Government can't stop certain things. The lack of community and people being involved in it. Tell me some kids, let them have privacy. What? When, where, and how? I have 10 kids. I wish. They wish. Nah, I'm in your business. Even when my kids are grown, I'm still in your business. People just, I don't know. It's just weird, dude. And that's the part that I think we're always lacking of. Like, you cannot even begin to have a conversation about government. What you doing in your community?
Word.
What's the youth doing in your community? What's the elderly? Are they struggling? Are you checking on them? Is these babies out here being reckless and you ain't even pouring in any wisdom that you sit on YouTube on? Again, not people that I'm here, because I pretty much believe wholeheartedly everybody here is always trying to do something. But you know what I mean? We all know those people.
Nah, I be trying to have a slice of humble pie myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's one thing. Like I said, the problem with a lot of people like to talk and sound good, but when you ask them about what is it that they about, especially anything they're really passionate about, well, blah, blah, blah. And I learned this year, I gotta stop that shit. Like, honest to everything I love. Like, if beyond talking about community, because before you talk about community, you gotta talk about individualism, and
100%. Yep.
And because we could talk all day, but it's like, okay, by your goals, did you do the goals that you said you was gonna do? Oh, nah, I was too busy, or I fell asleep, or this, that, and third. I said, all right, so before you start trying to guide or you trying to deal with other people in the picture, you are your biggest battle. Like, you are the one that has to deal with self first, and dealing with self is a hard fucking look in the mirror. In case people didn't understand that shit.
And I think maybe when I say, I have my own little way of saying things, but I think what I'm saying, like, let me see your footwork, that's what I'm saying. Because if you yourself as an individual is not doing the things you even talk about, what you talking about?
Just running.
You ain't no different than fucking government.
Your mouth is running more than your feet is.
That's why
That's right.
That's why me, my mom, my brother-in-law, my sister, and extended family, like friends, people in the neighborhood, we all doing a concealed carry class together.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
And it's not because, and I think it's better. I like us doing it together because they take 9 people per class, and we came together and we took up 3 weekends. And and all of us are going to just go. It's like 27, 30 of us is going to all just go do it together. I think it's going to create more of a camaraderie because they
100%.
took the class together, so they know there ain't a bunch of people out here just um, got all these guns in their house, but and they ain't took no safety courses. They ain't. We're gonna shoot our guns around each other and stuff like that. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it together. We're gonna an instructor and everything. Even though a lot of us have our own guns for a while, we're gonna take the actual concealed class together. I just think it's
But
just
think
something we
about how
decide to do.
many. Think about how many. You said 30 people, right? You said 30. This is what to say. 30 people in your family. Out of that 30 people, let's just say each one of them people touch another 15, 20 people. That's community.
That's a
So
lot
you
of
started
people.
with your family. You feel me? You started with your family. You building that up. You empowering. You're knowledging. You're educating. Now them 30 people, we'll even put 10 people on each 30. And then 10 more. You know what I'm saying? So reach one, teach one. It's that footwork.
So we can
It's being
all
that
be
example.
because we see what's happening in this country. And we don't. And honestly, we don't even trust that they won't mess with our Second Amendment and our ability to protect ourselves. Um, I don't trust these government regimes at all. I really don't trust them. So therefore, it's not that you're trying to get these weapons to hurt nobody or to attack the government. I ain't trying to do General January 6 shit.
Killer, see you.
Right.
I'm
No,
not.
but
That's not.
it's knowledge and it's power and it's unity and it's so many beautiful things, and especially, you know what I'm saying, in the black community. I think a friend of mine, Quincy, he started teaching actually these kind of classes you're talking about, and seeing all the different people that just come up and get empowered and get educated. And you know what I mean? Like, and again, you're gonna take that out and you're gonna teach somebody else, and not just for the black community, but I mean, you know, shit, it's a known fact white people's gonna always have guns and they, you know, proudly hold guns. But yet, if the black community does it, it's looked at differently. Oh, well, that's just a bunch of thugs. No, it ain't. We're educated. What you talking about? It's my right to have guns. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I'm not black, but I do live in the black community. So I see that a lot. I'm even looked at differently because of how I grew up and where I come from. I got a pistol on me now.
I got one too. I just don't have a concealed license. But the thing about it is, you know, it's one of those things where I see them taking so many. I just don't see the government getting better right now, and I think it's empowering people to do crazy things. In Gun Barrel, Texas, they had a young man that the FBI stopped that was going to go shoot up a Walmart. And Gun Barrel is a predominantly white neighborhood, and this was a white kid. He was going to go out there and kill his fellow. I hate to put it this way, but kill his fellow white Americans because he's white and they're white. Not to mean in a racist way,
Right.
but he was gonna go out there and kill fellow white Americans, and that's crazy. They stopped the 18-year-old girl in Mooresville, Indiana. I think she was going to go out here and shoot up a school on Valentine's Day. They just arrested some trans vegan cult people that killed a border patrol agent on inauguration day and killed somebody else. So it's this is why I don't believe in self
Yeah, it's bad.
governance.
Yeah,
This is
well,
why I
and
don't
it's
really.
self-protection too, because you're again protecting your community, because you might go to Walmart, you might be the person that's trained. You're not gonna. A lot of people sit there and talk about pulling that trigger and what they would do. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Well, I can promise you, when you put in a situation, you might not operate like you think you would. Not everybody does, but those that are trained, those that are understanding. I mean, here in Louisville, we had a white dude, go into a Kroger's and kill 5 black people. And before that, he had went to a black church. He was going to shoot the church up, but he couldn't get in the church because it was closed. So he went to Kroger's. We've had all kinds of situations like that. We've had school shootings. We've had all kinds of things. So I'm not going to sit here and wait. Look at the cops in Texas. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to go in and get the kids. What the shooter was doing, what he was doing. There was a couple parents that made it inside that fucking school. And guess what? I'm gonna go inside that school where my kids are. I don't give a shit what you talking about. So I don't see nothing wrong with people protecting themselves. It's empowering, and that is our right.
I think that's the best self governance. I think that's the best self governance that we can actually get to on a mass scale is personal protection and safety. I think that's about the best we can do for us, like self
Mm-hmm.
governance. But like we
Yeah,
want to say
because
self.
sometimes you can't call the police too. You want to protect your household. You know, if you can sit there and protect your. Here in Kentucky, we had a parent like me. I have empowered my children. My children are all older. They're not little kids. But even when they were little kids, we still had conversations about guns because I had guns in the household. But now my kids are older and they're empowered and they shoot and stuff like that. There was a kid home by themselves. Their parent has then taught their child what to do what in a situation. Somebody broke in their house. 3 guys broke in their house. He shot and killed all 3 of them. He protected that. They would have went in there and killed that baby. And ain't no telling what else they would have done in that household.
Mm-hmm.
So self-govern, baby.
Yep,
And we have stand your ground, so he's straight.
and you don't have to put and then you don't have to put a large weapon in your 22. Yeah, your child
Yeah.
your child learn how to efficiently work a 22 rifle. That's a dangerous baby. That's a dangerous baby.
Yes, it
You
is.
bet.
Hey, listen, put a hollow point in that baby and let it dance through the holler.
Well, my boys,
Yeah.
they all at a very young age learned how to do guns. But we started off with shotguns, just like a 30-06, something like that. But they were hunters. My oldest, when he was 10, he entered a Pheasants Forever contest, and the contest top prize was a 30-06 and 2 weeks at camp. And he won. At 10 years old, he won a shotgun.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
like
yeah.
in the stuff, well, it's like in the stuff that I do. I mean, I've carried a gun since I was a teenager, just because of, I guess, lifestyle choices. But now that I'm older and I'm doing something different, I do help with extractions with human trafficking victims and missing kids. And I had to learn how to properly do shit because I'm putting myself in situations where there's a 50-50 chance I won't walk out. And I've got really amazing people that are like retired, special forces and shit like that. And they have training sites and they've showed me how to do all that. And being a woman, to be empowered to know that not only I know what I'm doing, but like I understand the gun. I understand different positions I may need to get in. I respect all of it, the atmosphere of all of it. And so I think just being a woman, being able to be empowered and me being able to empower other women, because it's dangerous out here. Like even now, I'm at work. I'm always out and about in the middle of the night between my doing the homeless stuff or even with my job. Like I'm never not in the streets in the middle of the night, and yeah, I'm glad I'm protected. So I'm a
Nah,
big advocate for
but see,
guns,
Trump said you wouldn't
smart
need
guns.
that gun. Trump said if you just went home and got in the kitchen, you wouldn't need that gun.
Well, guess what? I live in Louisville, Kentucky. I might need it in my kitchen too, because you never know who might kick through your door. Just saying.
I can't say
So fuck
anything. New
him.
York laws fucked me over with the gun laws. You know what I'm saying? So
Well,
I can't
and
say shit.
in Florida, you do not need a permit to conceal carry. We are not an open carry state. We are concealed carry, but you do not need a permit any longer. But I have a permit because of the simple fact I can travel to like 34 other states that my gun permit allows me to have my gun.
And that's the
Yeah.
reason why you get the permit,
Yep.
so that you
Well,
can
and
travel with it. That's exactly why I got mine. Cause I'm down here in Texas, but I'm a North Carolinian. So I go back and forth. So I need to be able to carry down here in Texas, even though I still got North Carolina driver's license and ID and stuff like that. Cause I'm technically a North Carolinian. I just got a child and things in Texas that I just can't up and leave when I want to. So I need to still be able to have the same privileges, but not give up my sovereignty. Because I'm not a Texan, and I don't ever plan on becoming a Texan. But I still need to be able to carry down here and get a concealed license in North Carolina and be able to give me the ability to carry while I'm still in Texas too.
well, and the traveling's good, but like our last governor, I got so upset with him because it used to be you had to have a license to carry concealed. And one thing I appreciate about that is a lot of people be having guns and don't even know anything about them. You know what I mean? Like for real. They don't know how to
I agree.
clean them. They just don't know nothing about them. And so that also, with the traveling plus the training that you get in that, I think it should be like that everywhere.
I agree.
Got to clean them. But see, that's the thing about it though. I thought, but see, that's the reason why everybody was voting for Trump. Everybody was voting for Trump because they thought it was going to go back to that America, the Second Amendment, the good freedom of speech, the making America first, and our roads was going to get repaved, our bridges was going to get rebuilt and reconnected, our supply chains was going to go up. We were going to put more money into our infrastructure and our schools and our child literacy and child nutrition was going to go up, and fathers were going to get at least 50, at least standard visitation with their kids, if not 50-50. There were just so many things that we thought, like we honestly thought. I don't think people voted for Trump with a very good heart. I will say that. I don't.
Well,
Yeah,
you know
because
what's sad is if people were more educated, there's some of the things that he promised, while they sound good, he really ain't got no control to make happen.
Nope. Nope. And you know something? This
So
is what I
he's
talk.
gaslighting everybody. Hold on. He's gaslighting everybody and telling everybody what they want to hear, playing on them emotions. But in all reality, if you look at what he can actually do outside of executive orders, ain't a whole lot. So people need to start checking into the things that these presidents and these government officials are saying to you, because a simple Google search on some of this shit, you'd know that he can't do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's just primarily the face. And when it comes to the Senate and the Congress getting together about what bills they want to pass, they go ahead and they say, all right, this is the bills we want to get passed and blah, blah, blah. And then they give it to him to sign.
And this is what I'm talking about, your local, you know, and I'm just going to bring another pinpoint out that he talked about. So you talk about fathers should get, you know, 50-50. Do you know in Florida in July of 2024, it is now mandated that it is shared custody 50-50, and that was done by our governor. And if not, and the only reason you can't get 50-50 is if it is documented either through the police or hospitals or CPS, some type of written documentation that the opposite parent or the parent you don't want to have 50-50 is a danger to the child. My son has 50-50 of his daughter.
See, wait, that's not the one that no, that's the one I'm thinking about. The one that's in New York. Sorry.
But that's
He's got full
amazing.
custody of his two daughters.
Okay.
That's amazing. They did that in I think Florida and Tennessee did a major overhauling of their family course. But that's like I said though, so that is local, but the argument was made because even what was his name, Larry Elder, even Larry Elder was even getting up there making federal arguments about parental alienation and child custody, and the reason why I think everyone can fall for that trick bag on a federal level is because it's a federal problem. I think it's more than a state issue. Like you know how we can't do rugged individualism as people. I don't know if rugged individualism works with states either, especially when it comes down to certain issues. This country is having having a fatherless issue. It's a fatherless America. So I think that's just why it appealed to so many people on a federal national level.
But
let me ask you this. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Christina. I'll wait to go after you.
But you know, you keep talking everything at federal level. Well, get rid of the states. What do you want the states to do? You can't, you know, we are the United States of America. And I understand we're all not united, but we have a right to govern individual states versus the federal government constantly telling each state they have to conform together.
And I'll say this, you know, your governors have more of a chance of giving you those rights than your president does. But I will also say that, again, I'm going to do a little self-reflection, because you know I'm all about a little accountability. If we go sit here and say that fathers aren't in homes just because of the government, I'm going to say, what?
So am I.
Because that's not true.
Yeah, I can't.
There's a lot of fathers that are not in the household because they choose not to be in the household.
Choose not to be in the household.
That's true too. That's true too.
And that's actually a bigger issue than the government keeping them out of the household. And I think it's something that people want to, because again, we don't want to do that self-reflection, that self-accountability that I'm always talking about. But I know plenty of fathers that are not have anything to do with their kids, and they could, 100% they could. I have a child like that, so.
Well, you know, being passionate.
Never put the man on child support. Never did anything. Supported him and everything, even outside, just because he's the father of my child. And he still won't. Not with his daughter.
Me and Pastor coming from that environment where you have a lot of dumbasses that be sitting up there talking about, well, the government took the man out the home and blah blah blah. I said, well, at the same time, bro, like your homeboy that just didn't feel like being a father to the kid, like whose fault is that? well, you know, because it's hard and blah, blah, blah. I was like, bro, you're not going to sit here and gaslight me with the bullshit you saying, bro. You know that motherfucker's a dipshit.
Right.
He did not want to take care of the kid. And the thing about it is, he just did not want to be a father. Now, we can go all day about scenarios, about who's wrong, the mother or the father, and this, that, and third. Accountability is started with that motherfucker. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't want to hear nothing from certain people who talk about, well, you know, it's the government, and the government is blocking me from seeing my son or my daughter. No, dude. You the one that's blocking yourself from seeing your son or your daughter. And it could be vice versa for the mom. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
But,
because mothers go through that as well.
Yeah, that's why I don't hold it.
My son,
I went through that as a mother with one of my daughters before I turned my life around. It was hell and high water for me to sit there and be able to see my kid.
my oldest son has custody of both his daughters, full custody. The moms have visitation, and one mom,
My husband's always had custody of his kids.
and one mom hasn't seen her child in years. Just saying.
Yep. It's not, again, this is another subject that is not just the one view, because one, there are mothers that are affected by it. I turned my life around. I did everything and some. You know what I mean? Like, I have done a lot in the 10 years, and it just wasn't in my cards. So, you know what I mean? Like, and it wasn't because I didn't want to be around my daughter. I gave my daughter to her grandmother because I knew the lifestyle that I lived in. I loved my kid more than I loved myself. But, you know, people do change their lives around. Just like there's a lot of fathers that'll be dipwits, don't want to do shit. Then maybe they turn around and get their life together and want to be a part of their kid's life. But we can't sit here and we can't put everything on the government, because that's just a cop-out.
That's definitely a cop out. Like, maybe like
We give them way too much credit than we need to. The cop-out needs to stop, and self-accountability needs to start.
I had a bad day. The government did it. I feel like, stop it, bro.
Like, come on, dude, really?
That's bad bullshit. Like,
I get it. I hate them motherfuckers too, but like, grow up a little bit.
yeah, exactly. Like, listen, I can sit up there and rank on Eric Adams and fucking my mayor Eric Adams and Kathy Hochul all day. Be like, nah, Bronzebird, like you know you was dead wrong for what you did. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I might tell on myself for this. I don't give a shit. Like you know, there might have been times like
Right. Well, even me, like I can.
You know, I might just like, you know, I ain't gonna lie. You jump the turnstile, you know your ass ain't supposed to. I can't sit up there and say, well, you know, the fare's too high. And, you know, Eric Adams and Kathy Hochul's ODing with the fares. They'll be like, nah, son, I ain't feel like paying.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's like me, like being a human trafficking survivor. You know, I could sit there and be like, oh, poor me. And some things, yes, the trafficking aspect of things was not my fault by any way, shape, or form. But in life, as a general, was there times I made some stupid ass decisions that might have got me in some of the shit I've been in? Yeah, probably. And I had to own that shit before I could move forward and be the woman I am today. And so I don't just sit here and go, hey, y'all, maybe we should start looking at ourselves and reflecting on why the fuck we keep doing this shit. And go for women and men. I'm not just hounding on men because I say it to women all the time. Women will come with these laundry lists of what they want in a man, and bitch, you couldn't even stand on your pinky toe with that. So you want something you couldn't even maintain. Get your shit together. That's just the type of person I am. Sorry.
No. Well, again, it goes by how your channel is. Talk your ish. So that's what I mean. Talk your ish.
Well, you know what I mean?
As even as any, you know, there's nothing anybody can sit there and be like, this. Look, man, I've been sold. I've been auctioned off to the highest bidder. I've been assaulted and shit since I was a kid. Like, you know what I mean? And for a long time, I used this as excuses for shitty ass behavior and dumbass decisions. But at some point, you have to go, okay, what part of all this am I the problem? So yes, there are many fathers that I know because I stand in court with them and advocate for them that do get done wrong. But there are quadruple the number of fathers that just don't give a fuck having baby mamas.
That's one of my friends. That's what happened. One of my little friends. Like, he moved from, you know, the city. He moved down south. And, you know, he had his daughter up here who wind up getting on, like, you know, medication and all that other stuff. Then, you know, I got mad at him because I was like, yo, when you going to see your daughter? He like, yo, you know, I got to see my daughter and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, basically, the daughter don't even know him. Now, his situation was messed up because the mother actually died during birth. You know what I'm saying? So I remember the day I found out, he was crying to me hysterically on the phone. And I told him, I said, yo, you have to step up to the plate and be a father to that daughter. She don't have a mom. She don't have a mother. You got to be the best motherfucking father you can be. And you
Did
know
he
you
do it?
don't.
Did he cower down to it? Or
This
did he cower?
dumbass niggas out here chasing pussy in a damn another state and sitting up there getting with all these women that's taking care of his ass, and then the his mother is getting mad, the grandmother is getting mad at him because he's like, yo, like, you don't own up to your responsibility, you be using these women, like, why you ain't coming up here for your daughter?
Well, and
It's a whole mess, huh?
I can't respect that because, and this is why I tell a lot of guys that got kids. You might have, because people be like, yo, Irv, you ain't never got a girlfriend, da 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 da. Nigga, I done had plenty of girlfriends. The thing about it is, I had to put dating or serial dating on the back burner
for your kid.
Because like I hate to say, because they gonna call me a simp for saying it. I don't even care. But when the mother of my kid calls me and tells me, look, our son got the flu, I need you to go run and get some chicken noodle soup, da 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 da. Even though me and her aren't together, I go do that shit.
That's not
She got,
simping,
That's
bro.
not a simp.
That's
That's
not a
being a
simp.
father.
Like, that's you doing your responsibilities. That's
Yeah.
not simping.
You don't owe the mom anything, but you owe that child a lot.
Pastor, please remove the manosphere bullshit out your brain right now. Like, I like, because it's like, how is that simping? If it was me, I'd do the same thing. I like,
As you
okay,
should.
being the baby mom.
it's gonna be called simping because
How? But that's not
the
simping.
because think about it, you let your baby mama, the one that don't be listening, be giving you attitude, just call you and interrupt whatever you doing to drop what you doing and go see about
It's for the kid.
what
Your child.
exactly.
It's for the
Your
kid.
And I
child.
don't mind doing it. I don't
But that's
mind it.
not simping though, Pastor.
No.
That's why I'm like, what do you mean? I don't. That doesn't mean like, oh well, I'm gonna do everything I can for the woman that I'm not with anymore. Like I fucked her. That's how we had the kid. What do you mean? So it's about the kid. It's not about her. That's what she's calling me about. So if she's calling me about the kid, I'll be like, all right, I got you. I'm gonna go get my son some chicken noodle soup. You know what I'm saying?
If she'd call you and say, I'm sick, will you bring me some chicken noodle soup? Oh, hell no.
Like,
Go
nah,
get
bitch.
yourself. But it's not about her. It's about your
You know what I mean?
child.
It's a different story. Like, if we don't
But
get
even in
along,
that case, I probably would take it to her too because
It's okay because she's got to take care of your
she gotta take care
kid.
of she gotta take care of my
take care of the
kid.
kid. That's what I mean.
Right.
That's not simping.
If
Like
people,
that's talking shit. Like, what?
Adults forget once you have a child into this world, guess who comes first?
The child.
There you go.
The child.
There you go.
So it's like you can't say that's simping.
So
That's
because I tried to date when me and her broke up, right? And then the girlfriends, they be wanting to do this, they want to do that, and they couldn't understand. Well, they could understand that you had other responsibilities. They didn't respect it. I would hear, they'd be like, well,
That's jealousy. And you know something?
yeah.
I'm going to tell you something. I have an almost 27-year-old son who has 50% custody. I told you that. I've explained to him because he wears his heart on his sleeve and he gives 100% to any woman he's dating. And he has been screwed over this last year. He has had heartbreak so much. He just moved back into my home. But like I've explained to him that when you're starting a serious relationship, and it seems more if you're a man and women are coming into it, there's a lot of jealousy. And one reason that my oldest son divorced his wife was because the stepmom, his wife, was so jealous of his daughter, she beat the shit out of her every time dad wasn't around. And when she would try to tell him, dad didn't believe her until she came down to my house. I saw the marks and I told my son, as long as he is with that woman, I will not send my granddaughter back. I said, I will fight you in court and I will take her because you are allowing her to be abused in her own home. And so he ended up divorcing her. I feel bad. And to this day, I feel bad. But this was a child. This was an 11-year-old girl I had to protect. So what my point is, and this is what I'm trying to tell my other son, that for some reason, especially if it's another girl, it's like there's this jealousy thing that, both my sons, their daughters are their princesses. Well, the queen didn't want a princess. That wasn't hers. Does it make any sense?
No, it makes perfect sense.
It
It's the
makes perfect sense.
It's the jealousy because of the attention that the father is given to the daughter, which
Yeah.
therefore feels like it's replaced the girlfriend, the wife, whoever it is, feels
Right.
like they're not getting that same love and affection.
Yep.
And it's vice
100%.
versa with men. It's vice versa with women with sons when they
Yep.
try to start dating. Um,
I have
that's
another
the reason
son.
why. That's just why I thank God that the mother of my child don't have me and my son in no situation like that, because I lose my freedom over something like that. You know what I'm saying? I thank God that I'm not in that position. I really do, because that's something to lose your freedom over. You know what I mean? And
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I have another son. I have 9 grandchildren and 4 sons. Okay, so and my life is, there's never a dull moment. I'm old. I don't think I look as old as I am, but it doesn't matter. But I have a son who has been married to his wife 13 years, but they've been together since they were like sophomores in high school, and he's in his 30s. But she has, and there was a time when they weren't together, and she has a son by another man. And they're running into a situation where there's a pissing contest where this son that he has raised, he's been in his home the entire time, but there's a pissing contest, it seems, and I tried to explain it, because having 4 sons, my sons, when it comes to their mama, they will take you down. Well, my grandson has a pissing contest with my son, that even if my son and his wife is in a verbal argument, he puts himself in the middle of it and puffs his chest, as I call it, pissing contest, that he's going to protect his mother. And I have told both of them they need to put him in his place, that children at any age, as minors or as adults, they do not belong in between a married couple. I had to deal with that with my son. There was one of my sons. I mean, it was a physical thing.
Hold on, Christine. So what happened to So the wife, right? So you said she had a kid with another guy. What happened to that guy? What happened to that
because
father?
He's a deadbeat.
Oh, he's a deadbeat. Okay.
He doesn't pay child support. They moved from Minnesota to Florida and didn't see him for 10 years.
Sheesh.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, he walked away from him. He walked away.
Fucking crazy.
And my son has raised him. I mean, we got involved with her and my grandson when he was 6 months old. So he is now 18. He has been in our lives for 18 years. And that's why people are like, well, it's so funny, because they're like, gosh, your grandson looks so much like you. And it's hilarious because A, he's not biologically mine, and B, he's a biracial kid. But they think he looks just like me.
Is that amazing?
I know. And I don't explain. I just say, thank you. He's a very handsome boy. But they're dealing with it now. I mean, they called the police because he got in between a verbal argument, and my grandson stepped in, and my son told him, get out of my face. I mean, he was like 2 inches from my son's face. Get out of my face, or I'm going to bake you. I'm going to get you out of my face. Now, he's 18. He is an adult. Well, my grandson called the police. My son got arrested.
What?
Yeah. He's still in court fighting it. And
that falls under family violence. I mean, there's no
well,
way.
and that's what he got arrested for.
Family
Domestic
violence.
violence.
And there's no way
touch
around
him.
it. I mean, that is a crazy reality that a lot of men are facing it. And
He didn't touch him, though. He didn't touch him.
Man, as a man, you can get family violence if you break a TV.
Yep.
But did the son touch?
No.
I mean, did the
Never
son
touched
touch
him.
him? No, not your son. Like the kid.
The grandson.
Kid.
Yeah.
And And he's legal age. That's the thing that kills me. Like, how come he didn't get arrested, but
There
your
you go.
son did?
He is
That's
the one who
crazy.
got 2 inches from my son, got into his space, and gave him a chest bump.
They're not going to see it that way. This is, and I think this, so. The father is a lot. I'm not gonna say every time, but almost 8 out of 10 times, the man of the house, is going to be seen as the aggressor. Put it this way: somebody has to leave that night. The police are not going to leave that household. Just say everybody that's going to the house and get something to eat and go to sleep. That's not good. Somebody has to leave
Now,
that night,
that's
and they
not
feel
true.
and they feel comfortable. They feel more comfortable making the
Taking advantage.
man leave
Right.
that night. Yeah.
Now, I will tell you the same, and they're Minnesota, so that kind of gives you an idea on why. But if that same scenario would have happened in Florida, cops would have come, everybody would have talked, and the cops would have left, and nobody would have been arrested. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Wouldn't have happened here in Florida. Different state, different
Or they just
tolerances.
Or they just would have told him to get a hotel. They wouldn't arrest him. They probably would just like suggested that he, get a hotel or
Well, his
stay at
mom
somewhere
lived
family.
when
Yeah,
he used to live down here, lived 7 blocks away. So yeah, you're right. They would have said, "Oh, leave the house for the night," or one of them. And they might have told my grandson, who's an adult, because he is the one who literally left his room, gotten in the middle of the husband and wife, gotten to my son's space 2 inches from him, and then gave him a chest bump. My son never moved his position. And that's
and
on camera.
that's a bad position to be in because
Mhm.
that kid goes from me and mom, and forget that you've maybe been in his life for this long time, but it goes directly to me and mom, and you are kind of in this. Okay, well, me and my wife. It's everyone's kind of working on on that individual thought process rather than, okay, we all been rocking with each other for a long time. It's a little bit harder to see that in the midst of anger and
Right.
stuff like
Well,
that.
and I'll tell you, I did the same thing. The same thing happened with as I said, I have 4 sons. Same thing happened during my son's teenage years, and I've told everybody that had, all these boy moms. I said, just wait. There'll be a pissing contest. Your son's going to feel he has to stick up for you, and will challenge your father. And one of my sons did, and oh my God, I ended up with a huge debt in my car because my son went after my husband. I'm like, oh my God. And one got thrown into a car. Just saying.
I think that does happen. I think that one day my son's gonna attack me too, yo. And I mean, it's fucked up to say it, but I think he's gonna do it one day. And
It seems to be once they get that testosterone, and mind you, my husband and I are still married. So it is, a family unit that has been a family unit for 41 years. It wasn't bringing a man in and you're not the real, you're not biologically the dad, but I've seen it with all 4 of my sons do a pissing contest with their dad. All 4 of them.
mine gonna do it to me. I did it to my dad too. I feel bad about it. But one day I say, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm about to beat my daddy up.
There you go. And it happens. I swear. It's just a normal behavior. It's crazy.
It is, right? And then you get extra mad when you can't beat your dad up. That's what really make you mad. And you really
Right?
want to try to. That's what really make you mad. When you realize you can't just beat your dad ass like you thought. Like, I'm
And
younger, I'm faster, I'm supposed to be able to just beat his ass. And then you realize, okay, well, he got
and
grown
here,
man dad strength, and I
yeah.
can't just beat him. Then you get real mad. Then you start trying to tear shit up. Fuck all that shit.
Well, and here's the mom trying to get in the middle of the two of them because I love both of them. But I came to a realization a long time ago. My husband comes first. Yes, I need to do my due diligence with my children and I will get them to adulthood. But I know someday that they are going to leave my home and make a home of themselves where my husband will not. So that's why I always firmly believe children at what, no matter minors or adults, have no business, unless there's pure physical violence. That's different. But in a halfway decent, healthy marriage, no child has a right to get into the middle of a husband and wife. That's just my belief. Right, wrong, or indifferent.
Nah, you got it. That's true. That's facts. I was just about to tell you I just need to get some water real quick. I was gonna be right back. So y'all
You
didn't
go.
hear me say anything.
It's okay.
Y'all got it. I just want to get some water real quick.
Go get some water.
Okay, great. Y'all got it. Continue. I'll be right back.
Okay, so are you in Texas or North Carolina now?
I'm in Texas now still. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
still down here in Texas now.
So you guys kind of govern the way the Floridians govern. And
Pretty much, yeah.
And that's why, and I moved from Minnesota. And Minnesota, God, it was wild. It's just so different than Florida. It's so different. And, and we lived in the suburbs. So it wasn't as same as living in Minneapolis, St. Paul, but I worked in Minneapolis. So I saw a lot of the governing there, and that was pure government. There wasn't any autonomous governing, none.
What, in Minnesota?
In Minneapolis, St. Paul,
Yeah.
If you get out into the suburbs in the rural areas, there is. But
That's
when
the
you're
George Floyd. That's the George Floyd city.
Yep, at one time I worked at that. Not at the time that it happened, but a few years before, I worked at that same hospital that they ended up taking him to. I used to work. Yeah, see, I know that area very, very well.
But you know what? I don't know why people in Minnesota voted for. But the people in Minnesota like that over governed. I can say they like it, but they definitely voted for it.
Well, and do you know why? Because, and this is my opinion. Okay, this is my opinion. Because Minneapolis, St. Paul they're the ones who pretty much make the vote for the whole, because of population, and their votes normally get the most. Okay, they have a lot of people that do not vote, and they have a lot of like Somalians and a lot of refugees. So the type of votes they and they have, it used to be called yuppies, but it's the urbanites and things like that. For some reason, they like to be told what to do, when to do, and how to do it. I don't understand it. I don't understand it for the life of me.
They come from dictatorships.
Yeah, well, but that's what I was going to say. If you look at the countries that some of the voters or their families, their parents or the grandparents that they came from dictatorships. So that is their normal. So that's who they vote for.
Exactly. That's where global politics end up being your local politics, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah.
That's where I think we need, in my opinion, I think we need to get rid of the electoral college, and I think we need to go by popular vote, because it seems to be your cities are the ones who get the votes that the electoral college goes with. If we go by popular vote, I think we'd see a whole different change. And if we would go by popular vote, we might even get more than a two-party system.
Yep.
I think the two-party system sucks.
I agree with that. 100%. I agree with taking the electronic votes, because it doesn't really, with that going on, your vote really don't matter unless you live in certain states.
In certain
cities, or certain
yeah.
states or certain cities. But see, thing about this is, I think that's what MAGA was actually able to do when you had Mexicans for MAGA, gays for MAGA, blacks for MAGA, trans for MAGA. I think he was able to pull a bunch of independents, conservatives, and liberals. I feel like it was almost like MAGA Marxism, almost. Like he was able to pull everybody under the MAGA umbrella.
But he's turning his back on them.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. That's what's so funny is because all these same people, they were like, Mexicans for Trump, trans for Trump. It's like, oh, well, how
Anybody
you
that's
doing
brown,
today?
pick them up and ship them out.
Shit. Like, how you feeling? And like the one dude, when he was screaming and crying, he's like, I voted for you. My wife's in the process of getting her citizenship, and you took her from me. Like, what, you thought he was going to check his list to see if you voted or not before he snatched your old lady? Nah, baby, he said he's going to do what he says, and you voted for it. You wanted him to do that. So,
Right.
enjoy.
Okay, so those are things that
Like
he
the one
ran.
guy.
Those were secondary. I feel like those were secondary things that he was running on. I think the primary things that he was voting up was talking about. I don't think those were the primary things he was talking about. I do think he mentioned those things. I do think he mentioned all those things. But I do think there's no way all these people went to Trump if he wasn't talking about these things primarily. And I agree with y'all. He did talk about those things, but he sold everybody. Everybody got sold on those primary things, on those things that really mattered to them personally that Trump talked about. And they
The
did not.
primary was gas, food, and immigrants. That's what he won off of.
That's what he won off of. And even
But he,
Mexican,
but he
even
said
Mexican.
he was gonna deport. I'm gonna tell you something. I am Hispanic, even though I have a lily white ass because of my father. My
Me as
family
well.
is, you're right. My family is their names are Menendez. They live in the city of St. Louis. And I am telling you right here, right now, that when he became president, they started carrying their birth certificates, their social security card, and another form of ID in case ICE came and got them. And they were born and raised in this country. Their parents were born and raised in their country. My grandparents were born and raised in their country, in this country. Now, my great grandparents came over. But I'm just saying, there should be no fear from them. But there is.
Yeah, it's it's a little. I just think that um I believe, and I'll keep saying he played on people's emotions. People are tired. They feel like, oh, I'm paying for all this gas and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. Which again, I mean, we try to on my channel try to tell people he can't really control that, and it's not a quick fix like you all think it is. But no one wanted to listen. So and then the immigration stuff. I mean, even that he played on people's emotions because. Yeah, it's bad. I'm not saying that. And yeah, I do think there needs to be something. But I don't think the way he's doing it's right. I think innocent people are getting snatched up. I know for a fact they are actually. So it's weird.
The average American doesn't know what APAC and all that shit is. Hell, I don't even really. Well, I don't really understand that shit like that.
Right. Yeah.
So I think
And
that's what happened. I think that Americans heard cheaper gas, no cheaper eggs. I think it's easier for people to be like, you know what, Trump make the eggs cheaper, then go out here and get some chiclets and wait 2 months for them to make for them to start dropping eggs. And I even though that would be more sustainable, I think it was significantly easier for people to be like, you know what, Trump made the eggs cheaper rather than go out here and start raising chicklets.
yeah, but if they would have looked into it again, this is the thing. Even if you don't understand everything, you could look basic surface little research will tell you that there again is only certain things this man can do. He is not he is not Don Juan or whatever. You know what I mean? Like he just can't. He's not gonna make shit happen the way everybody thinks he does. People could talk all day long. All the presidents talk. Haven't we all learned that by now? They all make promises they never follow through on. You know why they don't follow through? Because Congress or the Senate won't let them. Because they really just a face of the city. Just saying. Now, I
Yeah,
believe that he wants to play in dictatorship. I do. I think things that he is doing and things that are happening are definitely geared towards that. I hope it doesn't happen, but
long live
I
the
don't know.
king.
Yeah,
I think he
especially
wants
after
to.
that. Long live the.
I'm really liking
Go
that.
ahead.
He put the crown on and took a picture of put a crown on his head, and he's got a picture of his mug shot in the Oval Office. I mean, there's some shit that I'm like, what the hell, Trump?
I know. And people wanted that. I'm just saying. I don't understand.
Well, That's what we were saying last night when we were talking about this king thing or whatever, and some people, of course, there's always the people, and I respect the people that are like, hey, you know what? I supported this man, and even I can say, like, some of this shit's just a little too far. There's those people, though, like last night, that are just like, well, I mean, it's not that big a deal, Summer. You're just making a big deal. He's trolling. Dude, I don't need my fucking president trolling. I troll. I act like a jackass. I'm gonna need him to try to get it together a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, what is going on? Where's the standards? Exactly. Where's the standards in men? Where's the standards in people? Where's the standard in leadership?
Oh my
Like,
God.
what the fuck?
Gone. Gone.
Well,
Clearly.
I mean, it is getting sad where people are accepting and expecting their president to speak in code and troll, and I don't want the
It's
president to speak
sad.
in code. I don't want the president to speak in code. Like,
Well,
we do
I
enough.
think it's funny how so many men scream this like men, 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 and I'm like, okay, well, fine, okay, great, let's go that route. Where's the standard of men if that's what you think is the standard of man? It's
That
just weird.
is we're see that is now that I really, because I never, now that I really think about it like that, it is a question you have to ask yourself. Or are modern men trying to are we trying to troll our way into power, or scare, put fear in the people for fire, for power? um
That's really weird.
I don't know. I don't know if we. Well, I even say it's weird, but I don't know if it's the way that we should go about it. Because men have done it before. We have definitely used fear. We've definitely taken away from people for power. I
Well,
don't.
I'm gonna
It
tell
don't
you.
look good. It don't look good in
I just think
today's
it's a
time.
dangerous slope. Right. I think in today's time, I think it's a very dangerous slope.
And if my husband would ever say in my home, long live the king, you probably wouldn't see tomorrow.
Bro,
Just
listen.
saying.
Look, my husband is the head of my household. He is the leader of my family. He is the provider, the protector, the everything. I love my hubby.
Mhm.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, we still have a sense of respect for each other. But like, I
Right.
trust that he is going to lead our household. He is going to represent our household, just like me. I have to represent. I have to, you know what I'm saying? My part's where I'm
Yep.
leading at, because as strong as I am and independent as I am, and such a, I make a lot of moves. When I'm at home, I'm submissive because my husband provides me an environment to where I can be that way. So, I think it's a beautiful thing that you can live both worlds. But I just don't know, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, I tell my husband all the time, he's wrecked me when it comes to men, because like I look at him and I'm just like, dude, he's a king. Like, I think he's amazing of everything. Just men that are men are amazing with the things that they can do and lead. And I look at our
Absolutely.
president and I'm just like, dude, is this the example that we're teaching our young men how to be? Like,
Well,
no, dude, this ain't it.
I think it's more fearful. Honestly, I think it's more fearful for white young men. Honestly, because look, because black
Oh,
men
shit.
or black young men can like Trump, but we still have other role models. You get what I'm saying?
Oh,
I think
100%.
I
I agree.
think that a lot of young white men are getting their identity from Elon and Trump right now, which is putting the average
Scary.
young white is putting the average white it's putting the average young white male in a bad position. It's making them look like they're more angry or more violent than they might even really be. Or if they really are that angry and violent, it's making them act out prematurely rather than go through the growing pains of life. Because there's some growing pains of growing to be a man. It's like that growing pains of growing to be a woman. So and
100%.
yeah, I think they're intercepting the growing pains for young white men with this false bravado, with this false kinghood, and that's what I'm starting to see. I think that's what I'm starting to see, because you're starting to
Yeah.
see, you're starting to see so many of these young white guys doing like I say, they just caught one in Gun Barrel, Texas, wanting to go shoot up a Walmart because he was so frustrated at life and not, reaching the milestones
Well,
in
what about
life.
the Nazi dude that showed up in Ohio? Did you see that shit?
Yeah, yeah. So
I
so
mean,
so how
it's
so how do we get those
crazy.
guys to reach their milestones in life without resulting to, well, fuck it, I ain't gonna never have no kids, I ain't gonna never have no wife, I ain't gonna never have nothing of substance, and it's these black men fault because they can't keep their eyes off our women. It's these Indian men fault because they coming in here being all the engineers. It's these Jewish men fault because they control everything. It gives them, it makes them look outward so much more than inward. And Trump is giving them something to look outward at rather than inward at themselves. And that's the dangerous thing I think
Right.
he's creating with the white kids, white males, white
Yeah.
males.
And I can sit here and say all day long, but I'm not a man. You know what I mean? Like I can understand how I need to lead other women, and I've got sons. You know what I mean? I make an influence in their life, but it's going to take other, men, white men, whatever, to pour into these young people, and be like, but when they have the same ideology, and these kids aren't getting out of, because look, you can believe what you want, but like, just be smart about it. Like, don't just just because somebody says something that it sounds good. And I'll say this again, people will always be like, damn, Summer, I'm sorry too much traffic, woo woo woo. Baby, don't apologize to me, because y'all getting pimped out by the government every day. Like, and it's sad, because it's literally an ideology of something is literally just changing a lot of stuff that could end up really bad.
And he's
So, I mean,
robbing
ain't shit
them.
they even popped off yet. Like, when those Nazi guys went to Ohio, they starting to come down here. We have all kinds of shit going on like that. And it's just like, why? What for? What's the point? Why?
They want some form of power that they feel like they're losing. Those white guys went on that bridge. They went on that bridge by that city in Ohio because for some odd reason they feel like they're losing America. So the first place they want to go back is try to get some power or dominance over black people like they once had, and it's
Right.
all because they feel like they're losing this country. They feel like the black people have too much control over the culture, and the Indians are making too much money. The Asians are creating all the infrastructure, and it's pretty much they're like, as white men, where do we fit in? I had white guys even express this to me. Well, where does a white man fit into American society? And that's a good. I don't think that's a good question, but it's a valid question. I think they fit in. I think they fit into society just perfectly fine. However, you can't convince them that. You can't convince not.
Right.
You can't convince a lot of them that. There's some of them there's some white guys that are thriving right now.
Right. Oh yeah, I know a lot of white dudes. That's cool. Like, they straight as, and they love the change and the growing and everything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't feel intimidated, insecure, left out. None of that. You know what I mean? But then you got these people that do, and it's just like, dude, I sure the fuck can't fix that. I don't know what went wrong in you to where you just all of a sudden so insecure because times is like, changing, and not even for the bad. It's, we want people to have, everybody to get a piece of the pie. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. If you work for it, you deserve it, period. The
And
fuck what
that's
you pray to, what you look like, or anything like that. So it's
and
just
I think
weird.
that's the confidence that has to be instilled back into them. Where because that's where this whole DEI thing came from. They were like, well, white guys can't become police officers, they can't become firefighters, they can't become anything because of DEI. But I'm like, hold on, that's
Dude,
not true. Don't let them gaslight you. Your president is DEI. He's geriatric with a job. Elon Musk is autistic with a job. That is
that's right.
DEI. Do not let
Yes,
them
it is.
trick you.
100,
Do not let them trick you.
100%. And then
Don't let
you
them
try to
trick
explain
you.
that to them, and they're like, no, 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 no. They're just trying to cancel us. And it's like, no, that's not. It's not what this is about. But
Don't let
you can't.
exactly. I'm like,
I'm
look,
not
don't
good.
let them play you like this, dog. Like, don't let them get you caught up in it. Look, JD Vance, DEI. He came from poverty.
100%.
He came from poverty Appalachia. That's DEI. And like I'm like,
Yeah,
y'all
hold
got
on, hold on, hold on. I gotta correct you on that. I have to correct you. Just so you know, the Appalachians are smoking. He used to come down a month out of the year to go see his granny. He's not from the Appalachia.
okay.
Just saying.
He
He
claims
lied.
he claims it, right?
Yes, he claims it. He does claim it, but he is not one of us.
But I
Just
mean,
saying.
but still, he came from a mother that he came from impoverished
Right, yes.
beginnings. You
Yeah,
know,
he came through a struggle.
mother on drugs and alcohol, and father not around. This is DI do not stand for did not earn it, and we fail. I fail for letting them push that narrative. You do need this diversity. And you do need this inclusion because that is exactly what these white guys are arguing about. Y'all arguing that there's not enough diversity of you or inclusion of you. So you can get in there. I just don't understand like how they are making these guys so I just don't get it. I understand.
Well, I'll hear a lot of it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't know where it went left at. Why people are so insecure about it. It's just like because I mean at the end of the day, even with all that in play, they still was the top winners. So like, what the fuck is the issue? Like I don't I don't get it. Like there's nothing wrong with bringing everybody to the table. You don't have to sit at the table by yourself.
Well, that's the thing
Weird.
about it is these white see like me personally, I got to be able to compete with all men in America, right? What they're saying
Right.
is they the immigrants and the black men are getting a hands up because of DEI and the other white guys. That's what this individual they're saying the other white guys, the Ivy League white guys, the white guys that come from nuclear families and shit, are interested in helping them out. And you can so I mean, it's when you and then one of the things I don't want to do is dismiss everything that they saying, because it's easy to
Right.
just dismiss what they saying and be like, man, you just blase blase. But if you don't dismiss what they saying, some of that stuff is somewhat valid. It's there. It is there. I'm not gonna say that it's not there. I agree with them that the stuff is there. Um, affluent white people are not running to help poor white people out like they should. I do think that is true. Um, I do think that poor white guys do they're starting to get labeled just like poor black men as a danger or menace to society. I think that's
Well,
happening.
I agree with you. I think
Yeah,
the
that does
world,
happen. I see it.
think,
I see it
yeah,
every single day in the neighborhood that I live in. Like the hood in Louisville is a mix. It's all it's all type of people. So yeah, I see that.
I see what's happening in this country. It is going to be for the rich, white, wealthy man.
And what are they going to do about? See, every kid can't be a JD Vance where a Peter Thiel finds interest in you and brings you up the ladder. That's not going to be. And a lot of these white guys, that's what a lot of these white boys. That's literally what they're asking for. They asking for a JD Vance type of experience, for some richer, affluent white man to come and take them under their arms and take them up the ladder. And I mean, that's technically what they're asking.
Well, don't say all white men.
No. I'm saying
Okay,
like technically some.
okay,
'Cause it can't be an all thing because if it was an all thing, then they wouldn't have anybody to ask help from. So
right.
we know it's not an all thing. It's just a growing. It's a growing number that
It's a growing epidemic.
the country hasn't seen this growing number in a long time.
Yeah, I agree. And mind
Yeah,
you, I have 4 white men, but
yeah.
I tell them, nobody's giving you nothing. You want anything in the life? You want any niceties in life? You better get your ass out there and work for it.
Well, we were always told we had to be twice as good to be considered
Yep.
half as good, but it's I mean, I really think that. So I do think that black and white men are in a very in particular situation in America. I think that's why so many flop.
See, I'm gonna stop you there, and the reason why is because Bronzebird brought it up in recently, and Summer is. I'm hoping we're doing a panel on it soon. Um, it's classism. It's more classism than racism right now.
Okay, I can agree with that. I can definitely agree with that.
Yeah, if you honestly look around and see what's going on, it's the classism that's going to destroy our country.
I can agree with that.
Crazy.
So that's just why I didn't even really want to make it a white male or black male thing. I really wanted this, but when you see it in those demographics, it's kind of hard not to say white male, black male. But
Yep.
it's
I agree.
it's overall exactly what you're saying, but it's being watered down to a racial conflict. So yeah,
Well, you know
I
that
think
some what. Oh,
you got it.
no, go ahead, finish me.
No, so that's what I was saying. I think they're hiding the class issue behind the racial issue. And that may be a smart a smart deployment on their behalf to get people to see it racially rather than economically.
Well, and that's we last panel we were on, and I was telling Bronzebird this weekend what I want to do is on my panel, I want to have a conversation about classism. Because I think if people understood classism, they would understand a lot of the okey dokes that are going on and different things like that. Why, yes, there are race issues, and I live in a state that we have definitely have race issues. Um, but I do think, like you said, they want to hide a lot of things behind that classism. And I just think if more people understood it and started having conversations about it, it would just beginning of some education, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, I think that would help a lot.
Yeah,
But
I think so
when you
too.
but when you put something that people classism, even I think classism is older than racism, but racism is more immediate to people now. I do think that
Yeah.
classism, because classism was going on back in shit.
I think classes have been going around as long as I can even remember. And even if you go back and you study stuff that was going on, it just looked a little different than it does now. But I definitely think that's a conversation that a lot of people that understand stuff like this need to start having. Because I think it's, especially in today's time, why, yes, like I said, racism is still very alive and unfortunately around. But there's a lot of stuff that's hidden in classism that I just think people don't realize.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's part of the the racism argument that they're having, even with the Trump supporters saying America first and this and that. I think they're saying, look, we don't want to be second class in our own country, or we don't want to be we don't want our country to be a third world country, which is a lower class.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So
Sorry,
Hey
I'm at work
guys,
cleaning too.
and I gotta step down. I have to take care of a few things. Mm. So it
Alrighty,
was nice.
Christine. Yeah.
It was nice meeting you and
it was
Bronze.
good
It was
meeting you too.
excellent conversation tonight. I hope I didn't scare your other panelist off. Everybody left. It's like, where'd you go? It was good. Anyway, but it was really nice meeting you. I'm sure I'll see you around because I love Bronzebird.
Yeah, and I gotta step down because I gotta finish this last job set or I'm gonna be here all night.
Okay,
So
Ron, you
I
need
wanna
to get
say,
behind me up there.
yeah, come on back up, Bronze. I'm sorry, babe. Racism is the word of people think first, not classism. 100%. I think, like I said, I think, and hopefully Bronzebird and anybody, you know, wants to come over, I would love for y'all to join. But I think that, I think it's going to be a really good topic because it's something that's not talked about. And nowadays, like even back, I remember when I first moved, when I was little and we moved to the projects and stuff, we were literally the only white passing family. You know what I mean? But like now, like everything's mixed up. Like everything, and there's people that are experiencing things that maybe in past tense they may not have ever experienced, but because of power and control of government, classism's touching everybody, and it always has. But I don't know if it's hit everybody the way it hits people now. I don't know because I didn't live in other times. You know what I mean? I've just seen it progressively get worse and affect a lot more people since I've been paying attention. I guess I don't know.
You ain't wrong on that. Y'all called me up. I'll be like, what y'all want? Pastor's used to me just chilling in the chat. I be watching y'all the whole time. I'm like, I don't be going nowhere. They be like, where's Bronzebird? I be like, I be in the chat listening to y'all the whole time.
Well, I'm gonna be here, but I gotta vacuum in a second, so like I'd have to mute up a little bit. And I don't want anybody to sit by themselves. So I was like, get up here, Bronzebird.
Oh no, that's all good. It's all good. My ass. No, the only reason I'm gonna shut down early tonight at like 12 is because I gotta work on like shit in the background. So yeah, I got a couple of minutes, like 10, 15 minutes or whatever we gonna show. You still doing your Summer? You still doing your panel tonight?
Oh. Yep, I'm gonna start it up here a little bit. Probably about
what's your
20
channel?
minutes.
What's the name of your
So
channel?
I have two channels.
Yeah,
so the channel, the one we're gonna have the conversation about classism, that's Hotmess Summer. That's my channel, and then the other one is kind of a free for all a little bit, but we do have some good conversations over there too. But it's wild at times. It's called Talk Your Ish, and that's where people, as long as they're not doing like racism and shit, and talking about pulling up and shit like that, they can pretty much say what they want.
Yeah.
What was the one you said you're gonna be on tonight?
I think. Talk-ish. I'll be on Talk-ish. If somebody, I don't know, Christine or somebody still.
I gotta get the link.
Well, what I'll do is I'll drop down. Stay live for a minute, Bronzebird. I'll drop down. I'll go get the panel link and I'll bring it over here and drop it because I'm a mod, so I can do that now. That way, if anybody wants to come over afterwards, they can come through.
Yeah, pull up, Pastor. We'll be over there kicking it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yo, Bron. Because Bron, I be hitting panels or whatever. I don't be hitting panels the way I used to.
I know you don't.
I used to hit everybody panel. Nigga, what's up?
Yo, bro, like honestly, ever since, but you know what happened, bro? I got tired of hearing the fucking manosphere bullshit, so I just left and I just started going over to others. So I met Summer. I just, you know me, I be exploring panels and trying to go to different places. So I met Summer and Christine from one panel. What's this shit called? They're actually live right now. It's called TPP, the People's Podcast. I met them from there. We all became cool. So, you know, yeah, that's her right now. So that's Hotmess Summer. That's her YouTube. And then you put your Talk Your Ish channel in there, Hotmess Summer. But yeah, that's how I met them. And then we all just became cool. You know what I'm saying? We, you know, but because, bro, I don't like past that. I said it on when I first came back, which was like last week. I said, I just don't want to hear the same shit no more. You niggas always want to talk about dating this and dating that. I don't care about that shit, bro. Let's talk about shit that matters. We want to talk about politics and shit, you feel me? And then we can get into whatever fuck shit y'all want to talk about. I ain't interested in talking about that other stuff, you feel me?
Man, this shit got so boring that I guess Angry Man had Byron on his page the other day, right? Mm-hmm. And it's gotten so boring that we go back critiquing shit about that and about Kevin Samuels, about Angry Man liking Kevin Samuels and time slot. And then I almost got pulled into that trick bag. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I got on Easy Band's channel today, and I was like, Angry Man shouldn't have let Myron say all this shit, blah blah blah, da, 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 talking shit, right? But then I realized I don't even give a fuck about this shit, dog. Like, what am I doing?
Like, word, like I was just like, I don't know, maybe there's been like a cosmic shift, because I felt like it got boring like by like last year, like fall of like last year. And so I just was like, yo, bro. And then I wasn't doing the Brownstone Powwow for a minute. I was just doing outside vlogs. So I was just like, yo, fuck it. I got to come back, and I got to come back strong, because I'm just like, I know I bring something way different from how these other people bring stuff. You feel me? So I just like, I got to bring something different. I don't want to be bringing the same shit everybody. And I felt like me and you, Pastor, we were similar. Like, we like, all right, cool, that's all good. But, like, we got these politics to talk about, universal shit. And I just felt like, bro, bring that shit back. Make it exciting. Y'all don't do that. Y'all want to critique everybody, each other's panels. Nobody got time for that shit, bro. I don't want to talk about that.
Start doing reaction on people's channels and stuff, and you got niggas pulling up saying y'all niggas think yo, you got niggas trying to shame us from even covering the politics. Saying y'all trying to sound like white boys. Y'all trying to sound like white boys. They're trying to sound like white men. Y'all ain't got no power. Y'all don't know. I'm like, man, this the same. Like, I'm just sick of you.
Well, at least,
yo, that shit crazy.
But yo, Pastor, and then it's like these goofy niggas be like starting up their channels to talk about Pop the Balloon, and I said, nah, I'm not doing no Pop the Balloon on my channel, fam. You know what I'm saying?
Pop the Balloon reaction.
All that shit. I don't want to do that. You feel what I'm saying? It's too much. Like, my thing about it is, if you order content, you order content. I already do pre-records. Like, watch my pre-records, and then like you can come here and then just talk your shit. Like, you know what I mean? I just don't. I'm not interested. So that's why I just be like, I don't really go to. I still go to a bunch of panels. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Michelle, for coming. Come up next time, Michelle, because I know you be capping.
I listen to panels, but I don't join panels like I used to. Matter of fact, I've been trying to join Sharon and the Sharon channel. Been trying to join the panel a couple. I ain't been there in a while, so I've been trying to join the panel a couple times. I can't even join that nigga panel like that, for a long time no more, because it gets so circular and it gets. I mean, it's not that he a bad content creator. It's just the subject matter.
Yeah.
Just ain't hitting like that. It ain't been hitting like that for me a long time. It's hitting like that for other people. It's not hitting like that for me, and it hasn't been hitting like that for me for a long time. Like, getting to these arguments about this stuff, this hasn't been entertaining.
Bullshit. And I joined Sharon's panel once, but I don't enjoy it, because it's just like, we ain't moving no squares. It's the same shit. And I said, that's because the Anton descendants took over, and that's who y'all be sitting up there going to now. And then you know, I had to get into some beef with some goofy ass nigga, and he gonna talk about he still manosphere. I'm like, you some old ass nigga that nobody pay attention to. You're not even, the manosphere don't even exist, fam. Like, what are you talking about? Everybody done moved on.
Yeah, the manosphere
is dead.
It's fragmented, because
it's dead.
I think it is dead.
Kevin Samuels left. Listen, Kevin Samuels left. Where's Jessica X? Nowhere to be found. Melody.
Nowhere to be found.
Melody Speaks barely does any streams. And then the new cats that's coming on the scene, they don't have nothing else to talk about but dating, and then talk about Pop the Balloon. And then they want to sit up there and talk about, yo, Bronzebird, you still manosphere? I said, I'm not manosphere. You see my content. My shit is thorough. I talk about so many different things.
Well, they not educated enough on these talking points. Like, they got to realize, like, we've been having these talking points. We've been having these arguments for 3 and 4 years before they came in having these conversations. So they may sound like they know what they're talking about, but they can't go into the nuances. Only thing they can do is have these strongholds where you need to change your mind, change your value system, and all that. Look, I get that. That's a strong man argument. Well, at this point, we are past. I'm not saying we're past values. We're past. We're past. We'll never be past the value system. I don't think that's the case. But the values people have evolved so much that the values are not the same based off the evolution of the people's mind on having these conversations. So you can't gaslight these guys and say, oh, you just a pervert. You can't gaslight these guys by saying that no more. They like, okay, you can't. The gaslighting don't work.
Nope.
The fear tactics don't work. The fear tactics, it didn't work with the women, telling them they're going to be with a dog forever, telling the men that they're going to be dry dicking forever. That shit ain't working.
Like, I don't care. Like, because literally the attitude starts to change. You're like, I don't care. Like, you're not offending me with anything you're saying. So it's like, and even these dudes that try to be like, well, you have an OnlyFans. The bitch be like, so what? I make more money than you.
Yeah,
I just took a vacation to Ibiza. Like, what, are you mad?
calling a nigga calling a nigga an incel don't work no more.
Yeah, like
I
if
remember,
somebody called me an incel, I'm like, you goofy. The fuck
I
that
remember
supposed to
if you called a nigga an incel back, well, actually, let's say 3 years ago, if you called a nigga an incel, boy, that nigga would be crying. That nigga would think the world was over. That nigga would be like, how could you call me an incel? I'm a black man, blah, blah, blah. Now you call a nigga an incel, all right.
Okay. If you say so, if you think I am, you know, like, ain't nobody got time for that shit. That's why I said it got to be some new changes around here, as well the people we affiliated with. I don't want to say Manosphere niggas, but like I said, move the fucking needle. Don't nobody want to talk about that shit. I want to talk about Elon Musk. And somebody was saying on another panel, they was like, Elon Musk. At first, they was sitting up there saying Elon Musk is Trump's bitch, and I was like, yo, that's wild. And I just.
Look, yo, me and Platinum Elite guys, me and Platinum was arguing about this shit, and that was a good argument between me and Platinum because he was on that same narrative that Trump a bitch Elon, and I was on the other side like, no, I think Elon and the PayPal mafia and Peter Thiel and all these other people have outclassed and outfinessed Donald Trump. No, Donald Trump out here taking millions of dollars from Saudi. He ain't got it like that, dog. Like, Donald Trump ain't got it like that.
He don't got it like that.
He ain't got it like that.
And all I'm saying is we standing in the way. We standing in the whole entire, like, it's like I keep saying it. I'm gonna keep on saying it again. It's like now you can't take America seriously. It's a circus. It's a circus.
Give me about a couple minutes right quick. I'm going to the store.
All right, cool. But like I said, it's like, yo, it's a circus, and you're just sitting up there watching this whole entire shit unfold, and we all sitting there enforcing it. And I forgot to mention and talk about this because they said the Doge 500 they found unreplicated funds for like $4 million or some shit. I don't even remember. It was some lady was talking about that on some other site I was on. He was talking about Doge. And so I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. Like, okay, well, money is not being replicated. And I even feel like at this point, job security is not, job security is not, I'm so bad at fucking speaking sometimes. Job security is not secured. That's the problem we're living in right now. Job security is not secured. So with it not being secured and, you know, you getting ripped out of your benefits and all these different things, what to do now? And then I heard something that Elon Musk said. Elon Musk said some shit like, you're not going to need to work because we have benefits for you and anything you need, we got it at the steady. So it's like, okay, how do you move the economy now if you're advocating for there not to be workers in the workforce? Maybe taking that words out of context or whatever it is. I have no idea. But all I'm saying is, especially if it's tonight for the Brownstone Powwow, are Republicans devils and Democrats angels. It's just one of those sort of things. It's like, bro, I never really had to look at politics the same. Like before, I ain't gonna lie, I was in my own world. I was sitting up there ignoring it for a while and just being like, yeah, politics is whatever. But then I'm not gonna even say Obama got me into politics because he didn't. I think I started paying attention to politics more once Trump's got in office. And then after Trump, Biden. And I'm saying, okay, so what's all this stuff that's going on in the White House? You know what I mean? Besides the fact that I like to branch out and learn about the other news in other countries and around the world. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those sort of things. It's just like, I'm concerned about that too. Because what goes around the world, you also need to know about. You know what I mean? Because it can come to a city or it can come to a town or come to the country near you. So, you know, that's my whole blunder on anything. I should play this fucking clip real quick. Yeah, I'm going to play it real quick because this shit was crazy. While we wait for PASSDA, I'm going to play this. Hold on.
The U.S. Department of Transportation emailed us a letter from Secretary Duffy announcing their attempt to end the congestion pricing program in the state of New York. At 1:58 p.m., President Donald Trump tweeted, "Long live the king." I'm here to say New York hasn't labored under a king in over 250 years. And we sure as hell are not going to start now. The streets of this city where battles were fought, we stood up to a king, and we won then. And we will, in case you don't know, New Yorkers, when we're in a fight, we do not back down, not now, not ever. Because what are we fighting for here? We're fighting for our residents, our commuters, our riders, our drivers, our emergency personnel. Life has gotten better. Even those who have asthma, people with illness. That's who we're fighting for. And the 6 million people who use the MTA to get to their jobs and their lives and their doctor appointment, nurses, doctors, EMTs, all the people we need to get to their jobs in a reliable way, they're now going to be affected. So I also have to raise a question. As they look at the pretext for this rejection, and we have a lot of legal reasons why we know we're going to be victorious, but they actually cited the will of New Jersey.
And I'm not watching it for the New York reasons. I'm just trying to watch it because I just wanted to see Kathy Hochul's response to Trump, because that shit is loud and bred. And somebody was telling me that Trump was having this big fight with New York. So I was like, damn, you trying to fight states now, bro? That shit crazy.
Hell yeah, Trump fighting
New Jersey
states.
didn't want this.
Yeah, dude, like...
Ignoring the will, the people who live here...
He fighting Georgia.
Okay, what is he fighting Georgia about?
Storm A, Georgia. There was some money that was already allocated to Georgia for, you know, they had that bad hurricane we just had, and
yeah.
they want to. And Georgia had money that was supposed to be allocated to them for the removal of debris, and he trying to not send them money to clean up Georgia, and Georgia voted for his ass.
It's looking bad out here.
I mean,
But
Georgia.
Didn't the Biden administration, they was gonna give him the money to Georgia, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the money was already. So Biden already. I ain't say not necessarily promised the money because he was going to actually give it. He just you know how the case thing about the check had to be cut and sent and all that other stuff.
Yep.
But Trump and them, because Trump said that the states should take care of natural disasters. But it's hard for. Look, I remember when Hurricane Floyd came, Category 5 hurricane, 180 something miles an hour wind through North Carolina when I was little. There ain't no way that North Carolina could afford the fix Eastern North Carolina after that. And with this Hurricane Helena, it hit Western Carolina. Western Carolina is not a hurricane-proof environment. They don't get like the hurricanes usually hit where I live on the east near the coast, not all up in the mountains. The mountains just tear a hurricane up, slow it all down, make it go to nothing. So usually the hurricanes ain't been able to sustain, or the rain sustain the mountains, but it overtook the mountains. In America, in North Carolina, ain't got that kind of money. Now it makes me really wonder if Trump Trump and them gave those people in North Carolina that money for them hotels, or was that just Biden money? Because that Carolina check got cut before the Georgia check, so I'm thinking that was Biden money that Carolina. I think that was Biden money that Carolina was to receive that Trump took. He took credit for, because When they brought up the eggs and stuff, he was like, "Man, it's only been 3 weeks. Like, I can't. It's only been 3 weeks. Like, I only been the president for 3 weeks." So I don't think he the one that gave North Carolina that aid that they did get recently. I just don't. I don't think. I think he's taking credit for it, but I don't think he
Yeah, he
actually.
did. He did it. No.
Yeah, because he won't give Georgia their money, and he's claiming that he ain't been there long enough to do anything. But yet he's. I don't know, man. I'm disappointed. Honestly, I hate being wrong. I hate being wrong. I hate being wrong, dog. And I feel like I was so wrong on this Trump shit.
What's ironic is that it's so weird watching this shit because I feel like I'm in a twilight zone. Like there was Biden remorse and now there's Trump remorse, but the problem with the Trump remorse is it's a Trump remorse within 2 to 3 weeks. Oh, excuse me, a month of him being there. It hasn't even been 100 days.
Exactly, and that Biden remorse was it really? I mean, like niggas just was hating on Biden at the end just because, like, nigga, they were just hating on Biden at the end just because. But Biden lived with a pretty good stock market, a pretty good cryptocurrency was not doing bad under Biden, and the stock market wasn't doing bad at all under Biden. And now both of them are down. Um, Inflation is worse. Eggs cost more under Trump. Actually, eggs went up recently under Trump than they were Biden. And that may not be Biden or Trump's fault, but that's just the reality. Um, I think people's energy Trump has come out and said that our electricity bills are going to go up.
What the fuck for what?
Because if we're going to mine Bitcoin, you can look it up. He talked about if you're going to mine Bitcoin, then you need an excessive amount of energy. He said we're going to have to double our energy production.
Well,
That's just
okay.
why, huh?
This is what I'm trying to understand. So, in my theory, I think the reason why they go so hard about Bitcoin and Dogecoin because it helps fuel social credit. So it starts to move into virtual money instead of dealing with the gold standard is dead. And then they don't want to deal with promissory notes. It's all about control. So if they're able to control you through your digital footprint, i.e.,
Mm-hmm.
Dogecoin and all that other stuff, that's how they're able to control the money and just be like, okay, well, we know such and such spent this, that, and the third, and blah, 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 so it can move on to you being the bond number for real. That's my thesis.
That's a good one because why are they so interested in going to Fort Knox now?
Yeah.
The reason why they want to go to Fort Knox, you remember Jesse Ventura?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Jesse Ventura already had a show about. You remember they canceled this show, the little conspiracy theory channel show, conspiracy theory show he had.
He was the same one that was talking about what was it, War 1960? I think it
Yes,
was.
the nigga
He
that
talking about
he was
the
a
water.
wrestler and shit.
Yeah, he was. He was talking about how they was talking about a mayday in the water and about how something about the ship out there wasn't real. Something about that. I remembered in yeah, he was I remember he was dropping jewels.
He was covering all the conspiracies. He done went out there to Fort Knox and told her, "We already know the gold ain't there. Why are they making a big deal about going to Fort Knox and finding some gold that ain't there or proving that the gold ain't there?" I think is to do exactly what you're saying. The brain says, "Look, the gold ain't there. They lied about the gold. No, they didn't lie. We know the gold is not. We know the gold reserves is. We know there's not a large gold reserve in Fort Knox. We know that. Plus there's more than there's another area where we don't just house all our gold at Fort Knox anyway. There's other areas that we house gold too, but I figured this out. They want to fool Americans by going up to Fort Knox and say, "Oh, well, look at this depleted amount of gold we have. We have to move to a digital currency," and then that is where they work in what you were talking about because
Yeah,
they're going to prove that we don't have the money nor the gold to back America. So
yeah,
now we got to do something different.
it's gonna be one of they're gonna play into it and run a narrative and say, oh, we don't have enough money to support the system or this, that, and the third, and then they're gonna be like, well, why don't we use this or use that? And then it's just gonna get into that. And after you know that, they're gonna find a way to sit up there and talk about, oh, well, you can use you could use yourself to pay for the items. Like Pastor, it trips me the fuck out. Cause I did I put a 15-second short on this shit, and I know I'm like talking past digital currency and stuff like that, but it freaks me the fuck out when I go to Whole Foods and I see that they say you can pay with your palm, the palm of your hand. I don't see this at Trader Joe's. I don't see this at the regular fucking grocery stores and all this other stuff. Literally, you go into Whole Foods, they say you can make palm hand payments. That shit drives me crazy.
Man, with these different companies they got, like a firm where you can buy groceries through your social media. You can use your social media as a credit card. Pretty much, if you can't afford your groceries now, you can buy it on a firm and make sure you pay it because they'll monitor you and keep track of you through your social media. Because it's easier to find somebody based off their social media than it is their social security. That is crazy.
I don't like that shit. You know what I mean? And that's the problem, bro. Like, that's where we're headed to. And that's why I said, I feel like fucking around with Elon Musk, a.k.a. FAFO, fuck around and find out. Yo, I don't trust Elon, man. Elon literally will be that dude. That's why I think he has something to deal with that Dodge shit. Because the thing about it, and you heard what he said. He was like, yo, you ain't going to need to work. We're going to give you all the stuff you need and stuff like that so you can maneuver the way you want to. And I said, yo, that comes with a catch. You think I'm stupid? You talking in codes. So I'm like, yo, with Elon and Trump, it's just like, yeah, y'all could be best friends if y'all want to. But I know y'all movements is different from what you telling people. And it's not right. It is different than what you people.
Don't know grown man. Trump too damn old to find best friends or new best friends. Trump should be on some no new friends. Nigga, at Trump age, you don't get new friends.
Yeah. You already got your own, like, bro, bro, you are double geriatric. You like what, in your 80s, fam? Like, bro, like what are we talking about here? Yeah, let's mess around with Dodge. And how old is Elon? Like in his 50s?
53.
He's 53. Elon Musk is 53. And my thing about it is like, yo, I feel like their relationship is just so fucking weird. And the thing about it is, besides it being weird, it's just like, again, what we said earlier on the panel. Where the fuck is JD Vance?
Where is JD Vance
Where
whole
is he
ass at?
at? JD Vance, like, in a lot of, like, I mean, from where I was sitting at with people who wanted to vote for Trump, they was like, okay, we like JD Vance because of this, that, third. Now, I ain't gonna front. Kamala Harris is the one that she wanted to nominate for the VP. He was pretty good too. I like a lot of things that he was talking about too, especially when it came to Medicare and the whole entire thing with that. I respected that. But the thing about it is like, yeah, we have JD Vance now. So JD, where you at? What's going on with you, man?
JD Vance was supposed to make sure that Trump cared about the poor people.
Yeah, supposedly. And then guess what happened? Everybody freaking out, and then you got the whole DEI shit going on and blah blah blah. And you know it's really weird, Pastor. The part of me was still trying to understand what the DEI shit was about, because I didn't want to sit back and talk out of turn. And then I was like, well, black folks, y'all affected by this how? And when it comes to Target, you can get hired at Target as a black person. They're not going to tell you, oh, it's DEI practice. You can get hired there. You know what I mean?
Now, the people that's going to suffer from this DEI shit is going to be veterans, people like Elon Musk that got autism, people like Donald Trump that's geriatric. Walmart, no, look, these places is hire. These places ain't gonna hire geriatric door greeters. You know why they want to get rid of the geriatric door greeters? Because geriatric door greeters don't do nothing about loss prevention.
They don't do shit.
They're not gonna do nothing. They're not gonna do nothing about loss prevention.
Ain't even really security, bro. Like, they just be sitting there and they be like, you ain't doing shit.
Because
You know
they were greeters. They were greeters. Now they want younger people there to be greeters and loss prevention. So that's going to hurt people like Donald Trump's age, old people that their Social Security don't cover all their medical and living needs. You know how many old people are eating dog food, dog?
I'm pretty sure of it.
Old people are eating dog food in America. They eating cat food out of the can.
And you still have a lot of older people who's going hard with going to these pantries, bro. I didn't see my community sit up there and start having like mad pantries around my neighborhood. A bunch of older people going to these pantries.
Exactly, because that's Social Security that Elon supposedly fixing, and he finding all this fraud and Social Security. Man, he ain't doing nothing but cutting aid from people that really need that shit, and then throwing a number on it. Oh, well, they were 115 years old. No, they won't. They just started getting that shit.
Yeah, dude.
But
Like,
you can go in there and you can go in there and fix the books and say that they were 115 and been receiving it for 30 something years. Now they got to go in there with that. Now they got to go in there and prove that that's not true. And how can a impoverished person that's barely getting by off being a Walmart greeter and getting Social Security go remotely put up an argument against Doge legally? You can't. Even if what they're saying is completely legally manufactured and wrong, you ain't got the money to prove that they wrong.
no, no. Again, living in wild times in very stinky red tea. What the? Wait. This must be a troll in my chat. Because this shit really fucked me up.
What do you say?
No, I'm looking at the name. It says Very Stinky Red TV.
Oh, I seen that shit too.
Scabs on my knees, let my coochie breathe. Scabs on my knees, let my
I seen
coochie
that
breathe.
shit too. I wonder who is very stinky red. I wonder who that actually is. I seen them somewhere too. I seen them at.
Fucking last panel, I had someone named Queen Maya in my chat. And I'm like, who the fuck is that? Looked at their page. It was Feb 15th. They started it.
There ain't no telling, dog. Like you got so many. They say that X is about to go bankrupt.
Really?
They say X is full of bots, not real subscribers.
Well, that does make sense. But
And then
honestly, you talking about social media in general, like you have the bots, but what I'm concerned more about is about identity. Because I'm more concerned about fucking what the fuck Instagram is doing. When they're sitting up there taking people's images and then practicing it for AI and stealing the whole entire thing. You feel what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
they killed
I
they
don't
killed
like
him.
that shit.
They killed a young man over that dude from Open AI.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? The Indian dude from Open AI. They said that deleted himself. Well, his parents launched an investigation into that, saying that, and they saying that he
They
didn't delete
always say
himself.
they always say that's that person, like they delete themselves and all that shit. And the thing about it is, no, you just right, you just saying that to basically wipe your feet under the mud. Well, I'm not saying the same right, but basically just clear your air on that. You feel what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's number one. But my thing about it is also, if we talking about the company Meta, and especially with
Mm-hmm.
Facebook, you think I really trust what the fuck I'm sorry, Mark
Mark.
Zuckerberg said about what he said about security and all that shit? I said I don't trust him because
Well,
there was
him.
a lawsuit
Uh
that
huh.
was going out where they was like, yo, my privacy is being violated from Facebook, and they didn't do shit about it.
Nothing. Nothing.
So I don't want to hear about Mark Zuckerberg was like, oh yeah, well, the Biden administration did this, that, and third. No, Mark Zuckerberg, you was involved in that shit too, and you didn't do nothing about it. Didn't do nothing. I don't try, and that's the thing. I've always felt like in the back of my mind, I'm like, I cannot trust Facebook. I mean, I can't trust any of these social media sites anyway. And my thing about it is cookies, bro. You know, I've been able, like, bro, a lot of people that's been hiding on these YouTube streets, I was able to find them on Facebook. They didn't
Oh
think I
hell
know.
yeah!
I was able to find them on Facebook. I said, how the fuck you know that I know that person from fucking YouTube?
It pops up under people you may know.
Exactly. So my thing about it is, I'll be minding my business, and I'll be like, oh, I was like, oh shit, why does that person? I don't know that. I'm like try to like know their voice or something like that, but I'm like, oh shit, this is a person from YouTube. When I
A
ask
lot of
Facebook,
niggas have found me off of on Facebook. As a matter of fact, like that nigga AB, AB in the Manosphere. I found him on Facebook. He popped up on my shit. Man of Tomorrow popped up on my shit. They so many look. A whole bunch of people that Charles Faulkner. He popped up on. We friends on YouTube, man, on Facebook because he popped up on my feed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like because it's that it goes back to that whole entire digital footprint, being able to capture where you at all times. And the only way is you save your ass, low key. Maybe it's the VPN and stuff like that. But the thing about it is, it's just like even I don't even trust the VPNs for certain times on certain things.
The VPN don't work because I got a VPN on my computer and my phone, but that people you may know goes way around VPNs.
What do you mean?
Matter of fact, if I got a VPN up, how do you know people that I may know? How's my IP address from YouTube being tracked back to my Facebook to the point where you could create an algorithm of different IP addresses and then put person to IP address? Cause that's what they doing. They putting person to IP address. They taking your IP address and they tagging and they actually that's who you are. You are the IP address, and then they say you may know this person. That's
Yeah.
all. That's the only way that Facebook can do it.
That's what I'm saying. It's like the regardless of whatever the internet provider is and all that other shit, bro. It's just like I always stress. I just want privacy. And if I show you who I am, that's just because I want you to know who I am. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't do that for everybody. Like that's why these goofy motherfuckers be like, "You're cam up, cam up." I'm like, I ain't camming up for you. What the fuck I need to cam up for you for? Who the fuck is you? But that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I don't believe Mark Zuckerberg or what he said. I'm like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you was like sitting there trying to protect people's privacy on your social media website. No, I don't believe you. You was involved in it. You was involved in it. And then when it came to Facebook itself, y'all was putting a lot of rinky-dink shit on there that didn't make no sense. You know what the fuck I saw, Pastor, that was disturbing as fuck?
What you see?
Pastor?
What you see?
You know what? And way back before I even started my YouTube page, I saw a video of a father allegedly. I don't want to getting his dick sucked by a toddler.
On what?
Facebook.
Wow, that's crazy. I never.
And I'm telling you, like randomly, random as fuck. Like I'm just sitting up there, like, what the fuck is this? Why is there a little girl and a fucking grown ass man? Like the dude look like he's like naked and the baby like the toddler look like is naked and the fucking toddler's doing what the fuck is she doing? You feel what I'm saying? Like that is some crazy shit. You know what I mean?
That's the type of shit you see on X now, though. X, Twitter, but you know what? I knew something was going on with X when everyone started referring back to it as Twitter.
Yeah.
So, like, honestly, the dude from OpenAI was talking about buying X from Elon.
Which would have been a horrible.
Well, Elon overpaid for X anyway. And that's another thing. That's another thing. If he's such a good businessman, good businessman, great art of the deal kind of guy, how does he overpay for X rather than buy his own servers and create his own platform?
He thinks he's being innovative with the things that he's doing and he's buying or allegedly getting involved in, and I feel like he's full of shit. Now my thing about it is I'm still on his ass about that Tesla thing. Because my thing about it is, what are you doing that's so innovative with this Tesla project you keep talking about? These new cars you trying to roll out and you making them automated and stuff like that. And then you have people who died in lakes and stuff like that because they drove in there. The other Tesla got put on fire. And then all on top of that, the people that have the Tesla then drove into a tree and died. And then, then that tunnel he has in Las Vegas.
Yeah, that tunnel in Vegas. Did Mitch McConnell? You remember his sister-in-law, the one that owned the bridge
Yeah.
in Baltimore? You remember she drowned in a Tesla?
Yep.
Europe made the Cybertruck not road. They said it it's not legal to be driven on the road.
It's not though.
So Europe is about to get rid of Teslas because they
See,
said that, yeah.
the problem is like he didn't create it the torque that was implemented on that truck. Like I don't like they I seen a video when they had a pickup truck versus a Tesla, and the design they had for the Tesla was shit because when it tried to carry itself up the hill, it didn't really do a good job of doing it. The only kinks they put on that truck that they wanted to make known was like the greatest thing is that it's bulletproof. And I was like,
I don't even believe that. If you look at how because me and Ty City was talking. Well, actually, me and Ty City was talking about this shit on his channel because he was saying that how he saw a Tesla truck going down the road and the panels was waving, and I was like, yo, I seen that too. Because Tesla, Texas, all these Elon down here, and he trying to buy up Texas. He got he down there in Austin. He done try to come up with Fort Worth to put the X headquarters, and then he also trying to open up a new city in South Texas called Starbase. And he just got to approve it. He just got to he just got through stage one. He's now in stage two of turning SpaceX into his own city called Starbase.
see, I heard about that, and the reason why I think they're doing that, and because Texas is supposed to be the new tech center. Like basically, they're setting up shops in different cities in Texas, and obviously, more the liberal shit is coming over to Texas. Tech places, tech companies, startups, and all that is going to Texas. So it makes sense he's going to put it there. He
Man,
wasn't going to do it in California.
Texas got about 5 more years.
Oh yeah.
And then this state done. That's the reason why I refuse to become a Texan, because Texas think they moving in the right way. It's almost
No,
some
they
being.
not.
It's almost some we're gonna be an energy sufficient, energy sustainable state.
Your whole shit about to become blue.
Exactly. We are about to fuck
And then
Texas up.
And then you have to take into account the mass exodus of the people who's coming from California. They like, yo, we about to move over to Texas. You know what I
Texas
mean?
is about to be. I give Texas five. I give Texas 5 years, and you ain't gonna know this state. Cause you know
Yeah,
what?
it's different.
Because Texas is it technically is the number one state in the union. Texas has been keeping America afloat for a long time. Texas never really had a housing crisis back in 2008. About 2008, Texas didn't actually have a housing crisis like the rest of the country. Texas has been holding this country up for a very long time, and these piranhas like Elon that have never created nothing, that's always co-signed something, is going to come and take away from this good state. They're going to destroy it,
Yeah.
and it's
That's all.
sad.
It's really fucking sad, bro. And it's just like I said, bro. Like everybody can make it seem like, oh well, this is a great project, this, that, and the third. I said, no, the fuck, it's not, bro. Y'all think that. And like I said, every bone in my body just tells me there's something wrong with Elon Musk, and I cannot trust him. And especially about him talking about Neuralink and all this other stuff. I said that's definitely a red flag. You convincing people that they should be able to put technology in a brain and should be operating from there? What the fuck is the matter with
We
you?
gotta get his ass up out of Texas. Send that nigga to Utah. There were places he could have went besides Texas.
Send him
You know
in a
what the,
silent, just send him in a silent state and have him shut the fuck up
that
over
nigga
there.
should have went to Idaho.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Iowa.
But why don't you? But don't you think that people would follow on to Elon Musk regardless of what state he's in?
And so what? They can go to a place like Iowa and do all they weird shit in space, and actually not actually in space, but actually have the space. Texas has the space. Texas does have the space to accommodate Elon's bullshit. It's going to take so much from the state, and the average Texan is not trying to afford to live in Texas when after Elon is done. Elon has made Austin, Texas so unaffordable. $200,000 homes going for 700,000, 1 million. He has made Austin the tech bro. This like the tech bro capital of of Texas. But the thing about it is they abandoned Austin because Austin he tried to annex half the city away from Austin. They wouldn't let him do it. So he did all that stuff. Now he about to abandon Austin, come to Fort Worth and do the same thing. And he already doing some wild shit in South Texas with Starlink and trying to create a new city called Starbase.
I like and like the only thing I can only measure in my mind is that again Elon Musk and the rest of them, Starbase, 15-minute city, that's gonna be on the
It
table.
will be a 15, but think about it. Starbase it's already a city. It's like he building on top of us. I really do feel like there were places in America that were already here that is built on top of it. Asheville is actually one of those places. It was a black Asheville was technically a black city like Wilmington and like Durham in North Carolina, but it got burned down because it got burned down in a big race fight, and they just rebuilt on top of what was already there that didn't get burnt down. They crushed what did get burned down and built on top of it. Starbase is already a functioning city in Texas. It's just not called Starbase. I think it's called it's some weird ass. There's a bunch of little cities in Texas, and this city. I gotta look it up. But it's like some Hispanic name, like it starts with a B. But that's the functioning city right now. He's about to take that city and build right over it.
I wonder if he's gonna put his bullshit Vegas tunnel over there so people can drive through that shit.
You never know. He might get a tunnel from Vegas to Texas. We don't know. From
Well,
Nevada
you
to
know
Texas.
they have plans on trying to do a hyperloop.
Yeah, because Texas want to do a hyper train. Well, a bullet train.
Yeah, they want to do a bullet train, and then there's plans of doing a hyperloop. That fucking weird shit where they have that one little thing and it look like a bullet. You can go inside the bullet, and then it just travels like at like crazy speeds to the destination.
They trying to connect Dallas and Houston together, and then this is weird. They're trying to connect. They're trying to connect. If they're trying to ultimately connect New York and Los Angeles, but I think they're going to bail on that plan because I'm thinking they're going to move. It's too much money. I think they're going to try to run it from New York, from North Carolina to Texas.
Yeah, I heard a lot of proposals. Like they was trying something from like New York to London, and then it was gonna be somewhere in California to Las Vegas, and then it was a couple plans for different places in Texas.
I think they're going to abandon the California plan all around, and they're only trying to say North Carolina because they're looking to make Charlotte the new financial capital of the United States, with the Bank of London, joining the Bank of Wachovia in Charlotte.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's
Mm-hmm.
amazing. So what you feel proud now? Is they gonna fuck around with the Carolinas, or you like fuck no?
Well, I always wanted North Carolina to take New York. I always knew we could do it. I always wanted us to do it, but not this way. I wanted us to do it fair and square and just like out compete y'all. Like this be a better state. I really want us to do it that way. That's what I really wanted. But they're gonna backdoor this shit.
Yeah, of course they're gonna backdoor it. They're gonna play wild dirty with it. And the only thing they try to do in New York is like what they're trying to expand on is that they want Albany to be, they want the capital, which is Albany, to be like the new tech bros spot. And I'm just like, okay, but ain't nobody willing to get on the Amtrak to go on there.
And that's the thing. And the thing about it is they can flip upstate New York. They really can, especially
They
when it
really
come out of
can.
this when it come out of this crypto shit, they can really flip upstate New York. It has the right like Rochester and all those areas. I think
There's, but
Mhm.
I think honestly, like to go off what you're saying, I believe that's true. I feel like Rochester has potential, Buffalo has potential. It's just like, well, what are y'all gonna do to do that? Because I mean, honestly, you're dealing with the Rust Belt, but if you turn the Rust Belt into tech bros, like you can make a fortune off that shit.
Imagine being able to mine Bitcoin in northern New York where the temperature is a little bit
Colder.
brisker and cooler and you also get that Atlantic wind coming off. I don't know if that'd be a much cooler state. There's things that we can do in this country. This is why I'm kind of upset with Trump. Rather than go to Greenland And I'm gonna tell you another thing that's going to come up real big in the future: mineral rights. You're going to see more mineral right lawyers start to pop up
What do you mean
and
mineral
start
rights
talking shit.
lawyer?
Mineral right lawyer, because we're trying to take different lands for their minerals and their rights and their gold. So therefore, the only way to take minerals out of the land, you have to have a mineral rights lawyer. Because just because you own land don't mean you own the rights to the minerals. Like if you bought some land
That's
right
true.
now, if
That's
you
true.
bought some land right now in anywhere in New York State, anywhere in the United States, you own you own
You own
top.
the land,
You own the
but
land, you own topsoil.
you don't own the actual like soil and all that shit in there.
Yeah, you
Another
own
thing,
you own topsoil. You can build and you can grow, farm topsoil. Like you can build on top of the soil. This is what's called, you can build on top of the soil. You can grow plants, livestock. That's all that's done from topsoil.
yeah.
But when you go past the topsoil, you're getting into mineral rights,
Whoa.
Beverly Hillbilly type kind of shit.
Is it expensive to get the mineral rights though?
Yes. The mineral rights on about an acre of land is about 15 grand. A
And
mineral
you,
right, mineral rights lawyer. The mineral right lawyers are damn near. They're right under corporate law. They may be more important than corporate law, because before you can build, they're up there. And the thing about it, the mineral right lawyers, they're very powerful lawyers that no one talks about.
yeah, because it's not an industry a lot of people pay attention to.
It's not an industry a lot of people pay attention to. But if you understood the power that a mineral rights lawyer can get for your country, you would definitely back them. Because it's not about just taking over a country.
It's
It's
about
about how
having their
you
resources
it's
too.
grabbing their resources.
Yeah.
You can't mine their land and take those like America used to own Mexico's resources. One thing that they did after the war, they sent they use mineral rights lawyers so that we could go into Mexico and get all their lithium and all their lime and all their sodium bicarb, which is how you make your baking sodas and your cleaning products. And then that's how we was able to get all that from them
Mm-hmm.
through mineral rights lawyers. Um, that I think that's how we ended up getting Alaska from Russia. And we went to Alaska with mineral rights lawyers, and we've been eating we've been eating Alaska hard.
Yeah.
We've been eating Alaska up.
Yeah. And
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 min-
one
mhm.
thing as well, I think besides having the mineral rights lawyers, I think that I seen somewhere that they said people should start investing in water rights too.
Yes, that's one
Because
of the
that's gonna
biggest.
become a big deal, and then you have certain corporates or big wigs that's just like, yo, buy up water because, and I'm not talking about buy up water, but you know
Buying
what I
water
mean.
companies,
Like,
water distribution, not
like,
just for as distribution for as like bottled water, but for as distribution for as they had
like
for as plants and
wherever it's
crypto.
like, yeah, it's sort of terms is that like buying up water because they're gonna say like in the future that's gonna be a big deal because it's gonna run out. Well, water ain't gonna run
Mhm.
out, but the whole
No, 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 no. It
enforcement is
is.
gonna.
It is. You no, no. What you said is correctly true. Water's going to run out because we don't have enough fresh water to for. So there's an argument. You can look this argument up. There's an argument between who drinks more water, crypto or people. It takes a lot of water to mine crypto because you need air conditioning. You need to cool it. That's the reason why we have to find cooler environments to mine it, so we don't use our water to air condition mine it. Because you have to cool those. You have to cool those machines, and that's the
Mm-hmm.
big energy production that Donald Trump is talking about: air conditioning or cooling miners, Bitcoin mining
Mm-hmm.
and artificial. This is a big argument. They're trying to solve it at UT Texas right now and Texas A&M. They're trying to figure out how to solve this water problem because South Texas, Central and South Texas has a water problem, a drought problem. They won't have water down there in the next 25 years, and they know it.
Yo,
They
that
fucking
whole
know it.
side of the United States has the West Coast has a drought problem in general, and I was peeping that too.
Dog, they shut the gas. They shut gas stations down this summer because of the drought. well, was it last? No, it was during the pandemic. They shut a couple of the Texas gas stations down out in West Texas and Southwest Texas because there was such a drought there. They couldn't afford that. They wouldn't even let you flush the damn toilet, and let alone they started so they shut a couple of restaurants down. I can pull it up. We can look at it, dog. Let me see if I can. Let me get on my computer and I can pull this shit up.
Yeah.
Look, yo,
This shit
'cause
crazy.
this shit is wild.
Right, and you know it's really crazy. A bunch of places have been going through droughts. Like here, even in New York, I was surprised because the mayor was like, "Yo, y'all can't be doing the same things y'all doing because there's a drought." And I'm like, in New York City, we have a drought? It's crazy. I don't. Fucking time we living in. No more Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America. Oh man, like it's a show. It's definitely a fucking show.
Hold on, let me see if I can find this shit where they. Hold on, restaurant shut down. Cause they be scrubbing the internet.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is like virtual Fahrenheit 451.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else they have seen? Alright,
Let's
so
see. Man. I think this is it.
Is dealing with a water emergency. Yep, it's happening in St. Joe. It's about an hour and a half northwest of Fort Worth. The mayor says multiple wells are offline and a water main is broken. Now there's an effort to make sure residents get access to the water they need.
That's the water. They had a. Hell yeah.
yeah, I'm telling you. So mineral. Oh, okay. This is a thing. Why did Trump really think that he could buy Canada? That's
Well, man. Well, he trying to. Uh, it's crazy, man.
it is like because I know Canada. Obviously, Canada. We get a bunch of stuff from Canada. The resources out there, but especially coming at a time where Justin Trudeau was stepping down, I was like, whoa. He's like, you can make them 51st state, and I'm like, nah, you playing a whole different ball game. You know, they have provinces. We have the states. Y'all have provinces, and then cities within those provinces.
Well, water is gonna end up falling under one of those under mineral rights.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just check this right. I'm gonna see if I can share this with you.
$50,000 check for an accident I was involved in over 5 months ago. The same
Yeah.
insurance company, an hour Texas.
Like so, let me see. I'm about to join the panel from my damn computer.
All right, hurry, cause I'm about to drop. I'm about to
Yeah,
drop it.
here we go. My damn computer.
We waiting on him. He's just trying to come back. If you join the Brownstone Powwow, guys, make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe if you're a newbie over here. Feel me? Go ahead. You hear the background.
I got a background.
Yeah, I can hear myself speaking.
Right now?
Yeah.
It must be my mic.
All right. I think I'm good now. On your account, PASSDA, go ahead and load it up on the screen.
My bad. I'm tripping like a motherfucker. I didn't even share this shit. Hold on, here we go.
I bet.
So this is Aaron Brockovich. The you know Aaron Brockovich, the chick with the mineral rights, with the people, you know, the environmental.
Supply is getting national attention with 13 million people affected by boil water notices. You know, for years, environmental activist Aaron Brockovich has criticized water utilities in Texas, including Tyler back in 2015.
And she joins us right now live, so thank you very much for being with us. First of all, that 13 million number, have you ever heard of so many people being under boil water notices?
No, not at one time. I hate to tell you that we might not be surprised. This has been an ongoing issue in your state quite some time. As you said earlier, we've been to Tyler, Texas, Midland, Texas, Corpus Christi, Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio. And, you know, the situation you're dealing with now has been compounded when folks turned on water, which we naturally do to try to prevent freezing of our pipes. So all the water was going out, your power went down, no water was coming in, and now you're looking at a state that practically has no water with 13 million people under a boil water notice. It's complete state mismanagement.
Now, the filtration plants across Texas, they lost power and have been unable to produce water safe for drinking right now. Others are providing water, but at very low pressure, as we were talking about. Now, is this simply a fluke caused by just the big storm, or does this indicate maybe an underlying bigger problem here?
We would tell you it's definitely an underlying bigger problem as often as we've been called back to the state of Texas on your water issues. And as you brought up earlier, I believe, on your weather statements, they were talking about this isn't unknown to you all. Even back in 2011 during your Super Bowl, you had a great freeze. So as I said, you know, this problem has been coming. This problem doesn't get addressed.
God damn.
You see that shit, dog?
Yeah.
Texas is messed up, and that's just we haven't went. We the infrastructure is bad for our water. We are having drought crises. They are having meetings weekly. I can pull that up and show you. They're having weekly meetings in Central and South Texas about water shortages. But they want to build these humongous plants and gigafactories and tech and turn to the next tech sphere. All those buildings need air conditioning. All those computers need cooling. All those cryptocurrencies need cooling. We're mining Bitcoin down here, and it's driving people crazy. You heard about that?
Nah, I didn't hear about that.
I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna show that to you real quick. I'll go find it.
Another crazy ass deal. all about the crypto, all that shit, all the place. Like, Jesus Christ.
So this is the Bitcoin machines down here that are causing extreme heat temperatures and causing sickness in Texas.
day and night.
It is absolutely horrific.
It's the nonstop loud hum in rural Hood County, echoing for miles.
It rattles your doors, your windows.
It's coming from a nearby Bitcoin farm on a power plant.
It's like being a prisoner.
Near Cheryl Shadden's home of 30 years.
I can't hear you.
And in the last 6 months,
I still can't hear you.
She says the enormous hum caused by huge fans that cool the computer equipment 24/7 is worsening.
The noise is so loud that even just having a conversation a few feet apart is a challenge. You might not be able to tell because I'm wearing a special microphone, but if we cut that audio, our natural sound might be just a glimpse of what is heard constantly.
She believes it's the root cause of her community's health problems.
You wake up with your ears ringing, a headache, nauseated, you don't sleep.
Neighbors recently filled a town hall meeting voicing their concerns.
It was quite overwhelming, the stories that I heard.
That's Hood County Commissioner Nanette Samuelson. She says solving the problem has been a challenge.
Unfortunately, the state gives counties very limited abilities to regulate businesses.
She says so far, all the county can do is issue noise citations. The Bitcoin farm owner, Marathon Digital Holdings, said in a statement the company was not aware of the noise issues and that they're working to gather information and address the situation. The company built a 24-foot wall around the equipment. But Erendira Ruiz, whose mobile home sits behind it, says the shaking ground and rattling windows wake her up constantly. She now suffers from headaches she never had before it began.
I'm making these signs to protest this Bitcoin noise.
Shadden is determined to fight on until her voice silences that constant drone. In Granbury.
Yo. You know what's really messed up? You having to deal with the Bitcoins. The fact of the matter that they're utilizing a lot of the water resources and the frequency that comes from that Bitcoin place.
Exactly. So that used to be a rural farming area. So all of that water that would go for plants and livestock is going to, it's not, they lying, Bronzebird. It's not fans. It's the fans on these large air conditioning units.
That's not a generator. That's not
even a generator. Even a generator generating 24/7 to mine Bitcoin has to be cool. You can't run a generator 24/7 without it needs cooling.
Yeah. that shit is crazy, bro. So the thing about it is, you got the drought going on, and then you have that Bitcoin mining field, and it's just like, then there's mad people around it. Because it looked like the lady has a farm, actually.
It's a farming environment. They're farming or mining Bitcoin in farming environments. Solar farming, solar panels, solar farming, and Bitcoin farming, mining, has taken over our agricultural and livestock land.
Which means there's going to be less food, and then there's going to be a suffrage of people not, like, yo, like, this is not a good idea.
There's less food, there's going to be less food and less water in a state where you are compounding, not just adding, you're compounding the population yearly. This is not going to. Do you see why I say Texas has 5 years?
Yeah, it's not going to end well. And the thing that I'm trying to understand is, wait, is that how many Bitcoin mining fields they have in Texas?
You had to research it. They're not telling us. The state has
probably more.
There's more. The state has I know doctors that own Bitcoin mining machines in rural areas. So the state has co-opted with Bitcoin miners. The state, Greg Abbott and Donald Trump, his best friend, Hot Wheels, in his wheelchair, to push that nigga out of his wheelchair. You know what I'm saying? This shit is crazy. We don't have no water to run this shit. We don't have what did I say is the biggest threat for children? Malnutrition and dehydration.
Yep.
When you have a how you gonna give fresh water to these babies?
And that's not a safe environment to raise a kid in.
It's not.
You know what I mean?
We don't know if that constant vibration, that numbing, that humming is, because it's not a natural humming. It's not white noise. I don't know what it is. We don't know what that natural. We don't know that unnatural humming and vibe. We don't know if that shit can cause abnormal growth or tumors. That's another thing that they're low key looking at. Is
it's causing like asthma based off of the fumes and all the toxics that's coming from that field.
It's also causing autoimmune disorders or autoimmune diseases because the body is trying to create a homeostasis, but it's consistently when people having 70% or a large amount of fluid, blood, water in their body, these vibrations, and a lot of our organs are hollow. Your liver has density to it, but it's still to the point where vibrations even hurt your liver. Definitely hurt your stomach, make you nauseated. Well, you know what? You remember they kept saying they were nauseated, right? Mm-hmm. So that's those vibrations that vibrating through their stomach. Through their intestines, it's not just having an effect on their brain.
Their whole body is being
affected. It's having an effect on their whole body. Mm-hmm. So we don't know what this humming or this autoimmune diseases have been popping up around these people, where their body is trying to fight a disease or a foreign disease that's not actually internal, but it's external, but it's affecting them internally. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This shit is nasty work. The Class A lawsuit that should already be in place is not in place. These people are arguing noise violations rather than open up a class lawsuit. They are trying to get lawyers on their side for noise violations. And you know they use mineral right lawyers to mine that Bitcoin on that land. They did that shit behind mineral rights lawyers. Through eminent domain, because eminent domain, you will get eminent domain rights quicker through a mineral rights lawyer than a land rights lawyer. A land right lawyer has little to do with eminent domain. In order to really take someone's land, you have to have a real reason to do it, and mineral rights gives you that real reason to do it. That's why your politicians like mineral rights lawyers better than they like these land or these immigration land, family court, corporate law. That's all topsoil. That's on top of the soil. Your mineral rights lawyers are a special niche that can give you all the power of all those other lawyers. Because on topsoil up gives you a certain power. Topsoil down gives you all that power and more. Because if you get topsoil down, that means you also get topsoil up. You can't build on something that they control from ground down. You get what I'm saying? So that gives them all the power. The mineral rights lawyers have power over the land right lawyers. They got all. Man, this shit is crazy. And ain't nobody there to stop these politicians and these mineral rights lawyers, because they have co-opted. You remember when Obama came in and co-opted the healthcare, He co-opted healthcare through the insurance agencies and corporate lawyers and healthcare lawyers. They doing the same thing with mineral rights and land. You can take over someone's land with minerals over arguing that land. I'm not about to argue with you about no damn dirt, nigga. I'm about to argue with you about the water, the
resources and all that other stuff.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm not about to argue with you about no dirt. America sold a foot and a half of its topsoil to China during the pandemic. You remember that?
Wait, what?
We sold all our topsoil to China.
That's the reason why they've been able to get real estate and all that shit so easily. That's the reason why. Because I've been sitting up there like, yo, China's buying our land like hotcakes. And we under our noses, and we just sitting there like, oh, well, you know, yo, what's China doing? What's China? I was like, oh, That's what the fuck they doing. And I'm pretty sure that they do it in other countries as well. And they beef with the people in Africa. Oh, yo, why you got all these Chinese people over here and blah, blah, blah. I said, because they ain't only the land they taking over. It's the shit, the resources and the land rights, the mineral rights, like you saying, to take over for that shit. You feel me? So once they able to set up shop, yeah. And it's like, oh, so many people didn't pay attention to that. And I've been telling people, Chinese people out here, the Chinese have been sitting up there doing shit in America under our noses. Why don't nobody pay attention to that shit? It's more than what you think. All right, Pastor, you on mute, but I'm about to drop down.
You about to drop down? You gotta go?
Yeah, Summer's about to run her panel, and I gotta do some things around the crib.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Where her shit at, yo? So I can go over there because I'm up tonight. I'm with the bullshit.
Yeah. Hold on, I think she's on right now. Let me see. Hold on, I'm gonna send you the link. Let me see if she's on. Yeah, she's on right now. Hold on. Let me see. Pass you the link. Alright, yeah, she's on right now. She's chilling. I don't know what the fuck they talking about. They talking about whatever. Give her a holler, bro. Cause hold on. Let me see. Put it in a private chat for you.
It's called Talk Ish, right?
Talk your ish.
Talk
see the
your
link?
ish.
Yeah, talk. Don't play it, but that's the link in the back. You see it?
Hold on. Oh, okay. Hold on. So let me. I'm gonna hit the mute button on that shit.
Hit the mute button, and that's her in the thing. You see it?
Oh yeah. All right, dog.
All right, yeah. So I'm gonna hop over there. I'm gonna be in a chat because I'm like niggas. All right, bet. All right. Another successful Brownstone powwow. Are Republicans devils and Democrats angels? Tell me what you think in the comment section. I don't even care. Like, tell me what y'all think in the comment section. Y'all probably will. Yeah, y'all probably will. So anyway, thank you for tuning in to another Brownstone powwow. It's been great. It's been awesome. Shout outs to the people that was in my chat. Shout outs to everybody that was bird watching. Shout outs to everybody that was on the panel. And yeah, you know what I like to do before I get out of here? I like to play music. So we're going to keep it basic tonight. 3 songs at most. And I'm going to chill afterwards because my voice is parched and I'm done. So, all right. Let's get ready, son. About to play that ish. You feel me? Otherwise than that, peace.
I'm Jamal. Peace, Silas. So you trying to get something to bring them nerves down too?